shit. Oh, give me 1 second, guys. Just setting a couple things up here. Where am I here? Okay, there we are. We're live. Sorry, I was deleting that other stream. Someone says 2 hours later. Yeah, we've been getting a lot of coverage here. Probably I think maybe 18 hours or something like that. Man, you gotta give credit to HB. Man, send that guy a Cash App. Where is the Cash App on their banner? Put the Cash App on the banner. The man's been holding it down. You gotta give him credit for that. Let me put the link in the chat here. And send that man a Cash App. It keeps you entertained in the drive hour all throughout your day at work. So you got to give him, and while he's at work and making it easier for you to get through your day, he's right there working right along with you, right? Can't beat that. Someone said John Galt is the problem. Oh, man. Rashu, okay, we got a newcomer here. What's up, Rashu?
Hey, what's going on?
Rashu? What's going on? What's going on? I just shut that other stream down. Man, can you believe that porn bomber, huh?
Man, and I thought he was actually about to say something, with some substance. I wasn't expecting that. That was kind of wild.
Yeah, he did very well. He did very well. He baited us in very well. Like, I'm Latino. He must have been listening to the show, and boom, he's springing on us. They're getting better and better. You got to give it to them, and they're digging.
Hey, you might have to make them show their face, man.
Yeah. They're digging deep down in the muck these days. Like, yeah. The algorithm led them to me. You know what? Let's man. While we're waiting on a couple people to join, I don't know if I told you this, but I was getting so many calls and shit from people who saw the show, out there on Franklin Avenue. So I said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna call one of the people calling back." He called me, so I'm gonna call him back. I told him we'd be live a little bit later on. I'm not sure you're able to hear him or not. Let's see, Bluetooth. Where is Bluetooth? Is the phone ringing?
I'm gonna see if my guy can call in too. Hold on.
Hello? Switch around these boxes sometimes. Bluetooth. Yeah, hello? We got a few people joining. 12th man, what's up? Gary, what's up? Hello?
What's good?
Hello?
What's good, y'all?
What's up, Darian? What's up, man?
What up, Rashu? Man, these porn bombers are getting smarter, man.
Yo, I need that picture of Dale right there. Ain't that Dale? No, that's Boomhauer. I need that
that's
picture.
Boomhauer from King of the Hill.
You see holding a shotgun?
Yeah, and a beard.
Yeah, I need that picture, man. Is that on Google?
Yeah, I just Googled Boomhauer. That's it, and then clicked on pictures on Google, and you can download.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. That's me all day. I see it right here. Good looking out.
I gotta sign back off, guys, just for a second and put my headphones on.
Take your time. Oh, we got 40 people in the audience. Let me go in and get back to this video from the Row Hotel. Let me see what the fuck did I put it. All this shit videos. Yeah, I think this is it. Oh yeah. All right, this is the Row Hotel, guys. Let me make sure you can see my screen. I got a lot of tabs open, so I should close some of those. Close that one. Close that one. Let's see. Let me do one more thing before I share it with you. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Oh, all right. So let me share this video with you. I'm just updating the headers so that if anyone wants to call in, they can. So I'm going to put that in the banner, right? So that anyone wants to call in, if they're searching online and they see a banner, they can say, okay, I want to jump on this one. I want to call in. I really want to get these call-in features working. Imperious for the $5. I really appreciate that, Imperious, for the Penance of Wrath for the Triune God. I think this Triune. Get this jump off. Imperious for Emperor 2024.
I think he was trying to get rid of 12th man.
Oh, 12th man not even talking right now. Oh, 12th man is behind the scene. Okay, let me go back. Let me play this video. This amazing video. Again, look at the shoes, look at the leggings, look at the t-shirt, look at the children, look at the stroller. Hotel. Was that 2 women?
No, that's a woman and her daughter.
Oh shit!
The
so
other one looks
2 children. So
yeah,
this
those are
is
kids.
So
that's
this
one
is
of that's the oldest kid, and then you got the baby in the stroller.
Baby in the stroller. So there's a man somewhere, correct?
I don't know.
Got to be a man somewhere. They made a new baby. Hey, what age do?
Of course not. Of course, there's no man.
At what age does a baby come up out of a stroller?
I think like
2, 4.
Depend. Yeah,
my daughter
4.
was out of hers at like 2.5, 3.
Yeah,
not for a long distance though, right?
Let me ask you this: is this like a 2-year-old stroller or like a 1-year-old? Don't they have different strollers for different size? Like, what size stroller is this?
The
I don't
strollers
know.
now
I was gonna say, John,
expand
let it
from
go
like
out some more.
newborn all the way up.
Oh yeah, that's an
you don't.
infant, man.
It's the same stroller.
Yeah, that's a big
I mean, they have
stroller right
adjustable
there.
That's a baby.
sizes.
That's an infant stroller.
Hey, man, hey, only the best for the new Americans. That's a nice stroller. How many of you niggas had that good of a stroller? When you
I don't
pushing
think I
your
had a stroller. Not gonna lie.
And how much did you pay for that motherfucker right there? Oh, somebody said infants early taller. How much you pay for that motherfucker right there? How much? And somebody said about $350.
No, that was probably about $400 more or less.
Yeah, that's $400. That's a real nice stroller.
Yeah, it's
When you
probably
walk-
like 4.
And when you walk around them New York bumpy ass streets, this might be a replacement. You maybe don't went through one already, right? Let's go. Let's see. Hotel. Hey, she look nice, clean, got short. She can't be going to work. Just out for a nice stroll in Midtown Manhattan. Not a care in the world. Imagine where these people come from. Every day is a fight. There's a struggle. And you walk out your house in America looking like this with nowhere to go other than shopping or maybe just having a leisurely stroll. You middle
Not gonna lie.
class.
What if she just bought that stroller?
It's middle class living in America, right?
Well, I have a worse question. Imagine what's going to happen when the benefits that they get stop, because they will stop.
Oh yeah, I have to.
I hope that's the first thing Trump does when he gets in office is cut their benefits.
It's got that.
I don't think the cities will do that. The federal government.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the benefit flow is state. It's a state thing.
It's never gonna.
They're getting Social Security. They get about $2,500 a month in Social Security.
Yeah, that's true. Look, I want you to pay attention. Like, these are fairly new clothes. These aren't ratted tags of someone running from a third world country. That stroller, she didn't drag that stroller over here from a third. She probably just had that baby not too long ago. What is that?
A Muslim woman.
What? No, it ain't.
It is.
Are you sure?
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Oh man, you know I'm just fucking. I'm pulling your leg. Look at that. Look, I zoomed
Yeah,
in.
it is a Muslim.
Hey, them shoes look clean on their boy feet coming up out of here, don't they?
Oh.
They clean.
Yeah,
They
they do.
got a track suit. Them ain't boots. So for all you people that's gonna use the argument that they can't hit and work,
They damn sure ain't work boots.
guarantee you he ain't gonna get them shoes dirty. I guarantee you that he would turn down a job if they told him he had to get his shoes.
Oh
What's
yeah.
up with niggas wearing
yeah.
white shoes? I hate white shoes.
Because they gotta keep them clean. You gotta show a little effort. You keep them clean, man.
Dude, I got white shoes, man. Come on, man.
No, white
They
shoes.
wear the white shoes.
The white shoes go right in. And I dropped some white shoes.
I've seen niggas have heart attacks just because they crease their J's a little too much.
Yeah, they got shit they do to keep the creases out of them. They put a lot of effort into bullshit. But let's look at this shit.
But no,
Look at that boy. That boy look clean right there.
man.
That boy clean. Ain't he clean like a motherfucker, man? He about to go out on town. He clean, man. He done got dressed.
Yeah, he's fresh to death, man. Look at him, dude.
By 9:30. This nigga done
Got
rolled
a pocket full of Social Security money, free room, free hotel, free food.
Party time. Right, party time.
Well, it's not Social Security money per se, but it's money from the city of New York. But a lot of that money is NGO money. It's coming from IOM specifically. I forget the other.
Bro, I'm telling you,
I'm sorry.
to live right here, honestly, you gotta be a millionaire. Gotta be a millionaire.
Yep.
To have 24-hour security in Manhattan where nobody can get in your building, like you got a doorman that's hired security, because that's what's in this building.
Yep.
Security.
You had to be a serious millionaire. These people got security. I can't go in that building. If I walk in that building, these people gonna stop me right at the door. To live like that in New York City without the threat of anybody breaking in your house, committing a crime in or on your property, you'd have to have multi-millions. And these people are living like that for free.
I bet you they're getting that city money on top of Social Security, because I know they're getting Social Security too.
Oh yeah,
they're getting both.
Yeah, most. Now, I want to show you this. Look at that. This is very important. Very important. Now, look at this car right here. Look at this car. Look, she closed the door. She ain't want to get filmed. Now, I want you to pay close attention. Look. What? Wait. Back up. Let's go again. What? You see that? What's that right there? What's that right there? That's a Muslim
Look
woman.
like an Arab or something, don't it?
Yeah.
That's a Muslim woman.
Now, at this point, the security guard, you saw the car. The car is right here. Where's the car? The car's right here. She was parked directly in front of the building. The security guard came out and told her, "You can't park in front of the building." To live in a building like that in New York, where you can't even park in front of it, 25 million easily,
man.
Where security will confront you if you come and stand in front of their building. 25 million in that neighborhood. 25 million. Well, you got security will come out there and put their bumpers on the line until you get the hell out in front of this building in a car. Even up on the swankiest Upper West Side Manhattan, security ain't doing that shit. But busman, the doorman ain't doing that. He told these people, he came out of the building and told these people, get the hell off in front of this building. Pull your car up, but don't park in front of this building.
Now, John, did they talk to you and try to run you off as well?
Not this time. Right.
But they have in times past, I'm imagining.
At the Roosevelt Hotel, yeah, they do. This was a different security company, actually. This wasn't Mulligan Security. But
hey, John.
Yeah.
Were you asked questions about why you were recording?
No. I did go up and try to meet a woman, and I'll show you her at some point. And she said that she didn't speak any English. She ended up going up speaking to some Spanish people. Bro, there's some real serious prostitution going on out there, and I'm going to show you pictures. Some real serious, like this is the underworld. These people, hey, they brought the underworld in this country. Yeah, I'm gonna show you some pictures. If you
I
know
don't
what
think
you
they
look
do.
at.
It's called the third world, man. It's called the
I
third
mean,
world.
it's the underworld of the third world. There's the third world people that come over here and they just want to work.
Hey,
Yeah.
John,
What's up?
my daughter had a competition up there in Chicago. This was like a couple months back. She does gymnastics, and I took her downtown. We was walking through what's it called, Millennium Park,
Yeah, I heard that.
and
Yeah.
this two guys, walk right by me. They ain't speaking no English. They're like, excuse me. So I'm paying attention to the guys as they kept walking. 4 white girls walking towards my way, and he say something to them, and they make them some face, and they continue to walk. This fool pulled down his pants and just started pissing
Yeah.
in the middle of the park.
Well, that's not unusual in the third world. You know what I mean? Not unusual in the third world. It does happen. I've seen it in Jamaica. I've seen it in Barbados. It's not unusual. Hell, people in Alabama.
I've seen niggas just straight up pee in bushes.
Yeah. So hey, in New York City, they passed a law to prevent the police from arresting people for public urination.
What?
And seriously, one of the Spanish council members were like, is disproportionately affecting her people because a lot of times in New York, the Puerto Ricans or Spanish, I don't know what group it is, would be like outside playing cards, dominoes, whatever the hell they're doing. And there's just too much trouble to go back all the way back upstairs to take a piss. You on the 6th floor, you downstairs, you in the middle of a domino game.
That's just straight laziness.
Well, I
Just
mean,
get a bottle.
bro, a bottle. What you still got to piss outside, right? You gonna piss in the bottle?
Yeah, but at least they're not doing it. At least they're not doing it in the street. You can pee in a bottle and pour it down a drain somewhere.
You piss on the building or something.
Well, that's where I have mixed opinions, and the reason why is because you have to be cited or something has to be done to you because that's not acceptable in our society. But what happens? I know here in Texas it happened until it changed recently. They'll catch you peeing in a bush or what have you, and the next thing you know, you're on the scarlet letter list. You're like, wait a minute. Why?
That I understand. Yeah, that I don't understand. Like if you're peeing in like nature, or you're peeing behind a tree or something, I don't think you should get prosecuted for something like that.
Even in Sturgis, you shouldn't be on a scarlet letter list for that.
But I mean, if you're on Franklin Avenue and you pull out your dick and you're like, I'm about to piss, and people walking by, like it's like,
well, yeah, that's public nudity, John.
Right.
Well, it's a decent exposure, but I'm not doing it I'm not doing it for sexual gratification, and I'm not doing it to arouse somebody else. I'm doing it because I gotta.
Not to mention, what if you
used to get a charge for it?
What if you make?
But you gotta understand, like, if I'm walking,
the active effort to try to hide it, like you just whipped it out and you're about to go behind a bush or something, and someone just caught you doing it.
If you're walking down the street with your daughter, right, and somebody pulls his willy out,
yeah,
you go a certain kind of
That's
way,
his
bro.
stupid fault. Should have went behind the bush first, or behind the tree first.
Hey, luckily, my daughter wasn't paying attention.
Right.
Because I'm about to walk towards that way, and I just seen he just pulled down his pants and wiped it out, and I'm like, I got my grandma daughter. I turned the other way and walked the other way. I ain't from Chicago, so what the fuck is this? But just seeing it in real time, you hear about it. You hear about the immigrants and stuff like that, and you just see it in real time. And then on top of that, they were doing that. There was protesting down there, so it was just a bunch of chaos downtown, man, that day.
Look at San Francisco, bro. They just had a LGBT whatever event where they were, giving blowjobs and pissing on each other out there in public, and there were people.
But that's different. That was for sexual gratification, and I'll be quite honest. If I'm not mistaken, kids actually saw that. You get the scarlet letter for that. In my opinion, you get the wall. But that's another thing for another.
Yeah,
that's totally different.
Bro, I seriously think you need your ass beat for some shit like that. I'm not gonna lie to you, man.
Yeah, but that's different than, oh shit, I gotta go. I can't hold it. My stomach's hurting. If I don't, I'm gonna have an accident. I gotta go. That's different. I'm not doing that to gratify somebody. I'm doing it because I gotta go. That shouldn't be scarlet letter. You should be prosecuted, but you shouldn't be on a registry is where I'm getting at for that.
Yeah.
They make a lot of money in Sturgis, South Dakota during the bike week there. Some bikers be getting drunk and pissing all over the place, and the cops walk around handing out $500 tickets, and if they don't
Yeah, I had
pay,
a
they lose
coworker.
their license. So
I had a coworker that I used to work with. She and her significant other would always ride bikes out to Sturgis and tell me some wild stories.
yeah, I've
Definitely
been there
interesting.
several times.
Yeah.
Let
I
me
don't
get
think there's an excuse for it unless you got a kidney problem, which then you should already have a catheter and a bag. But if you have a kidney problem and you have to piss right away, then I could understand that. But you still have to go to court, show the judge that you have a kidney disease or something. Then they might let you
You guys
slide.
have
But
heard of the poop app that they have in California, right?
oh yeah,
San Francisco. Yeah. Hey, let me show a little bit more of the video. What's up, Master Kim? Damn, you can see my reflection in the video in the reflection in the window of the car right here.
Yeah, that car's clean to death. You can see you. We can see the silhouette on the car door.
Nice car too. It's a nice car too. Again, I want you to pay close attention to that car. There's going to be a couple cars in this video that I want you to pay close attention to, and this is what leads me to think that there's trafficking happening. There's prostitution happening, and you're going to see signs of it right here. Let's see. You see what's happening right here?
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that before. Oh no.
What are you seeing, Warren? Tell us what you're seeing.
It's an underhanded deal about to go down for some business.
They're probably taking them off work. They're taking them off the work or something. Those women came out of the shelter, right? And somebody with a very nice, clean, late model car was picking these women up coming out of the shelter, right? It's the middle of this early in the morning. It's 9:30. These people going to work or something with these people. These people won't take them in and let them live with them. They got a nice car. They're using the government resources, letting them live in the shelter. But here they are.
It's a permanent underclass is what's going on. And again, I say I've seen that underhanded deal. I can't say what the deal is. It's not drug deal for everybody in the chat. But I've seen this in Mexico City. I've seen this in Tegucigalpa. I saw this in Houston. So I already know. When you see what's going on, you know what's up. If you're used to seeing that. But yeah, you're absolutely right. They're either taking them to work or they're taking them to work. And for the people in the chat, sometimes they're taking them to a legitimate job. But here's what they do: they pay them, for example, $20 an hour, but they'll tax like 60% of that.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you what's really going on. This shit just came to my mind right here. Anyone ever been to Africa? Anyone ever been to Africa? And I ain't talking about hanging around down in the capital. Anyone ever been to a household of Africa? I wish we had Afro-Damas up here, because Afro-Damas could explain to you very well what's going on. I've been to Africa many, many times, and I've told the story like I've been.
John,
what's up?
Before we jump to conclusions, how do we know it wasn't, one of those white queens like Johnny Depp's ex-wife pooping on his bed? You know what I mean?
Now these are other Muslims picking these people up. I'm going to show it to you. And so maybe I shouldn't give it away as to what's going on before I show you the video. So let me. You're right, Master Kim. I'm glad you said that. Let's jump right into it.
So the women,
and I feel like I need to go and explain it now as to what I think is going on. I've been to African countries many times, and I'm not saying anything negative about African people. I don't have anything negative about it. But I can tell you this: the even poor Africans are, poor relative to say America. They have waiters slave. Not I ain't gonna say slave, but they had people that tend house for them. I've been to Africa many times. I didn't stay with really rich people. I never washed my clothes, washed the dish, folded my clothes, never done anything. I ain't have to do anything like that. Never washed a dish, never cooked a meal, never had to drive a car. Someone picked me up everywhere I went. And that's the way of the life in Africa. And so when I see these women being picked up, they're probably going somewhere to clean house and take care of these kids according to the Muslim culture. And these people would be, easily able to assimilate into a Muslim culture, clearly. And so here's some well-put Muslims picking these people up, probably taking them home and make them live like they're in Africa, where you do everything. You be a housemaid. And so as middle-class Africans have housemaids in Africa, you're going to see middle-class Africans have housemaids in America. And this is the workforce for that. And I guarantee you these people are going somewhere to work for these people. Guarantee you.
Well, that's the work minus the quotation marks that I was referring to. And again, some of them work for legitimate cleaning companies. In fact, their ads for people that are soliciting for domestic.
You can't see people in anybody's house, Warren, dressed like this, talking about cleaning up. Only
believe it or not, yeah, that actually does happen. It's not as much, but it does happen. I've seen it here.
Statistically insignificant, right? I ain't ever had a Muslim woman show up looking like this and talking about she about to clean, right? The only thing these people can do is clean, more or less keep house within their culture. I've seen it many times in my travels throughout Africa that these people are accustomed to having waiters and cooks and shit like that. Nothing wrong with that.
Right.
And these are the type of people that would do it. And they're benefiting, both sides are benefiting, is that they get their freedom to live alone in the shelter. And these people that are hiring them don't have to house them and have them live in their home like it would normally be in Africa. It's a win-win for both sides. If you ever been to Africa, you see that this is a win-win. Anyway, did you see that young man come out there? I'm gonna try to pause. Look at that boy right there. Is that Hill figure? That big old H? But that's something.
Nah, that might be knockoff Hill figure, but Jesus Christ.
You know what I mean? Like, that's a man right there. That's a man. Look at that.
I'm wondering if he bought it from that dude that you were speaking to a couple of days ago.
But that's a real man right there. That ain't one of the men that Dominican woman was talking about these weak Americans.
No, that's the guy that I'm telling you about. Look at him. Zoom in real quick if you can, John. That's what. Man, I wish you could. That guy is the example. Okay, scroll it back by like a half a second. That guy is the splitting definition of what I keep telling you guys. That guy is built different. Those people, I see them down here a lot. They are built different. They're not like us. If he wanted to scrap with us, we are no match. Or if a group of them wanted to scrap with us, we are no match.
Look at him. Look at the arms and forearm. That's a working man arm and forearm. That ain't from lifting weights. He just working. Fresh to death though. Hat to the back. Fresh.
Except he probably ain't working.
Not here. He ain't working. What is that? Someone can we do a Prices Right on that stroller? Give me your bid on that stroller right there. For the ladies in the chat, we probably got some ladies here. Men, if you bought a stroller or two. What? Okay. Look at them fresh ass shoes. Young girl too, look like. Is that another baby? God damn it. Look at that. There's another child coming out of there. Another. Hotel. That's the woman that just came out of the shelter with the baby right there. Look at that fresh backpack, shorts on. She not going to work. Nice little stroll. Look at that big old bottom on that one right there. Look at that apple bottom.
Oh, yeah, she definitely got a nice little ass.
She gonna have her another one in her. Somebody gonna put another one in her real quick like that. Nigga gonna jump on her back, just walking down the street. Look at that. Look at that apple bottom. Oh man, Lord have mercy. Whew. Hey man. Hey. Hey, look, she living good, living free, probably exercise, got her exercise clothes on while y'all working. Look how she living. Where's she going? She can't be going to work.
Oh man, that's so funny.
Look at that one. Where's she going? Can't be going to work with her stomach out. Down here in the corner is a whole bunch of them. And there's
Hey sir, I rock with the Latinas too, man. My girlfriend is Cuban for sure.
With a big old bottom like that right here, boy. I understand why. Look at that.
Oh
bottom.
yeah. Top and bottom, to be honest with you, but I ain't gonna talk about
that. They're bringing this kind of talent into America, the strip clubs.
Hey, Rashu, do you get confused with being Latino as well?
Nah, man, I've never gotten confused with being Latino. I've gotten confused with being like Usher's child, which was weird when I had short hair. But nah.
Look at that. Low Ned's up. Time to go to work. That's a nice late model car too, right? How many of y'all got a late model car like this? And every month you got to make that payment. Like, damn, that's a big payment.
Nope.
Every month.
I don't. But
do you see who in that car? Did you see who in that car? Somebody said it probably were white people in that car. Let me see if we can see who's in that car one more time. Oh no! Who is that? What? Who is that? Who is that? Who could it be? Amazing. Look like some slavery shit going on to me. You know, these people will practice some slavery. They will practice that shit.
I was going to talk about that a while ago. You know, a lot of these people are indebted to the cartel when they get here. So just because they're getting all this free stuff doesn't mean they aren't being used by the cartel and the drug traffickers and pushers and all that shit at the same time.
Bro, I'm going to argue that it's probably all
a lot of them are working for the cartel.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure some are.
Besides just the fee to get over the border, a lot of them are working as Uber drivers. They're working as sex workers. All types
I'm gonna argue now that it's all different ethnic groups engaged in the trafficking of their own people by way of these migrant shelters, and the government is doing their bidding by providing housing for them, so they don't have to house them. They just got to pick them up and provide work for them. It's a beautiful thing if you really think about it. Like, if you're in the game of like providing housing and childcare and shit, and you need labor, this is your labor force.
For construction, waiters, restaurant service.
Look at that. Another one. It's Fat Joe. That Fat Joe said that. Another one.
What is that? Is that a midget?
Hey, John,
What's up, Dusty?
what if there were these like high-end soccer mom Karens with all their Lululemon yoga pants and high-end strollers, just donating it to these people just so that they can feel good. So maybe that's where all these high-end goods are coming from. They're secondhand, but still they're very expensive.
I showed you a video from the Roosevelt Hotel. Well, you're not wrong. Here in DC, man, if you ride around DC, and if Roz Girl is in the chat, she'll tell you. You can see homeless people with high-end REI tents. Anyone know what REI is? You know what REI is, Mexican?
Oh yeah, co-op. I mean, they're dope for hunting, hiking
shit
gear. I mean, all name
yeah.
brand shit, high-end.
Camping gear and all that.
Yeah,
Right.
it's like the Whole Foods of camping.
Hell yeah.
I think they even have their own trail food and shit like that.
Man, you'll see the liberal show up down at the damn homeless tent and drop off tents. They don't use they don't use one time to go glamping. You know what glamping is, Mexican?
No, what is that?
It's like high-end camping. They call it glamping up here, right? Where you go fake like you camping, but you like you know high-end cook out there.
You got your TV and electric and all that shit.
Yeah, they
call it camping.
They call that shit glamping. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so once they do a glamp or two, they get a tent away. Shit, these are rich people. These are high income people. They just get a tent away. So you're right. They could get a stroller away, right? They have a baby, they get a stroller away, give it to Salvation Army. Salvation Army come give it away to the tents. A non-profit organization go round them up from the Salvation Army and take them to the tents. I've shown you pictures of these NGOs feeding these people and things like that. You've all seen pictures and videos on my stream, so this is nothing new to you guys.
And John, there all kind of huge industry behind this, man. All kind.
I've already shown you that too, right? We're gonna delve a little bit more into it, but
the NGOs, man, the NGOs.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's more funded NGOs, but there's more to it, I think, than NGOs that would explain this all. And I think as we go along this journey, it's gonna open your eyes, like for the people who are pretending like they don't know things. If you're just sitting here watching, you're putting it all together. If you're halfway intelligent and you're putting it all together, look at the clothing on this child. It's fresh shit. How many of you niggas in the audience got to get up and go work to put clothes on your children like this?
We all do.
Right, I know.
You got to earn those federal notes.
Right, you know what I'm saying? Then the government come in and say, well, we need 40% of yours so we can make sure that this shit happen. Right? That this shit happen. It's enough.
Yeah, hey, John?
Yeah, what's up?
I think that if anyone on the panel or listening, if they live next to a major interstate, which leads to a big city, if you go to your local Walmart, I went to my local Walmart maybe a couple weeks ago. My wife normally does all the shopping, and I was so surprised that there were more Latinos in this Walmart than Americans, and their grocery carts were full of stuff where I'm like adding up stuff in my head and not wanting to get this, or hey, my wife will get this because she knows how to shop better. I'm trying to be cognizant of shopping, whereas these people had their carts like stuffed with shit to where it was like food stamp day or something like that.
Hell yeah.
But they were all Latinos. It was rather surprising, and this was on there's a good side of town and the bad side of town. So this would have been the Walmart on the bad side of town where the rents are going to be cheaper. But I was stunned to see how they were not very oh my bad bumping into they just weren't, they were un-American, not knowing how to get out of the way and be pleasant and all that stuff. But this is the replacement, as you mentioned.
Yeah, like Mexican, like I'm not into conspiracy theories or anything like that, but this shit here, right? Like when you juxtapose this with the videos of the people that don't have money, can't pay their rent, unemployment out, And it just seemed like the benefits for these people are never going to end, right? Let me
Forget.
It's disrespectful. It's disrespectful, and that's why I often you know, in my head, I often think like, are these people trying to incite civil war? Because you're just blatantly doing stuff in our faces where if you
Yeah.
have any kind of sense that you'll just get pissed off about this shit.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think honestly, that is the goal. Like, is to break your will. You know what I'm saying? Like for the little man, for the people that's striving, like the pressure, and I talk about it all the time as a landlord because I think I have a unique perspective um, that most people don't see behind the scenes. The pressure that these
You have a
people are,
unique thought process.
well, part of it is like I don't think it's necessarily unique. Is that I'm privy to information that the average person doesn't get to see because I've shown you my Facebook messages. You all remember that. So, for those of you here,
Yeah.
it's all day, every day. That's that pressure that Tom Wolfe talks about in his book. That so many people are going to have a hard time swimming upstream faster than the rising tide, and it's going to suck them down. So that's one of the reasons why I started this channel. Honestly, is like to bring the people together, the people that are serious, and they can run up a stream a little bit faster than the government is raising the levels for people to make a go of it for themselves. Because again, I've told you many times, and I've shown you Facebook messages. Maybe I'll show you again, just all the new messages that I've gotten. That these people are entering the marketplace at some point. When they start having babies, they're not going to continue to live in that shelter. The government, or they'll force themselves to get up and go work after 2 or 3 years of being idle, living their best life, and they'll go get into the marketplace. And I've shown you that where the migrant guy had 40 of them living in a shelter, and then when they busting him down for that, he went and rented him a house. That's a house that some of you guys may have rented, but you can't
Hey
compete.
John,
What's up?
let me just make a comment to what you just said, right? When you guys were talking about those tax liens and those certain, maybe somebody just had a pipe burst in their house and they weren't able to cover the bill. You remember you said that earlier?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you these migrants are going to start taking over.
Yeah,
They're
they
going
can.
to start taking advantage of that because they already have the skills and
Yeah.
the manpower because they have cousins and uncles and all the other shit who know how to do plumbing, who know how to do roofing, who know how to do drywall, who know how to paint X,
Yeah.
Y, and Z. And they're going to be like, oh, nobody's going over here to buy all this stuff. Cool. Yeah, I see that happening for sure.
Right. And I mean, like, the government is bringing in like forces to like work with these people that speak their language. So you can't, like, all the unemployment in America. This ain't even an opportunity to work, right? Hey, I'm looking for a job, man. I'll go work in the migrant shelter. Well, do you speak Spanish or some African language? No. Okay, well, we need Africans and Spanish people to speak to work here. That's why, if you notice, in all of the videos that I've shown you, most of the people that worked at these shelters, they just moved it to New York. You remember that? Like the two guys, hey, how long you been working? Yeah, I just moved here. From where? Philly, from Florida, right? And they're Spanish speaking. The one guy, I think I can't remember where he's from, but
Hey man, that was one thing that I noticed about just about everybody you talk to is that they weren't from New York. They migrated into New York. I thought that was a pretty,
well, DC is
interesting point, at least.
I mean, DC is very similar. New York is very similar. It's a dynamic place, so that's not surprising. But again, look at the clothes. Look how nice her hair is done. These aren't people that are just running from civil war here. They cleaned up now. They're ready to go.
Yep. Hey, John.
Yeah.
One thing also, for anyone on the panel or listening, anyone that's applying for a job, or whether it's online or in person or job application, when it comes to, ethnicity and you kind of are given a selection, if you look at the one for Latino, there's a couple different selections because you can claim you're Hispanic Latino, but then there's a few more boxes. It's almost like it's given the same attention like those that are either disabled or veterans, right? And obviously, I think it's geared towards if people hire more Latinos, they're given special tax breaks or considerations versus African American or Chinese or anyone else. The Latinos there's something special going on, almost like as if you hire people that have
Messy Kim.
got out of jail.
Oh, Messy Kim, you just brought back memories. You just brought back memories.
John, I wanted to throw another point of view out there real quick if I can. And then these people have never sacrificed anything in this country, or like going, all the way back all those years before we fought the Civil War, where a lot of people are still fighting for reparations that are really struggling, man. Just trying, they get in their pipe burst and, they can't afford it. And grandma she got to decide whether to eat or turn on her lights, and, we can't afford reparations, but we can afford this. This is bullshit, man.
Yeah. Hey, Master Kim, you so right, 12 man. You said something and it sparked a thought in my head. Can you repeat that one more time for me? Because I want to go somewhere with that once you tell me that again.
What I was communicating is like on the job applications, whether it be online or in person, and towards the end of the application, you can self-identify your sex, but also your ethnicity.
I got you right. You jogged my memory.
Yep.
I don't know if I told you guys I used to work for Comcast. I actually, not just me, but a couple other guys, me and a couple other guys, we rewrote like all of their website, everything. It was an upgrade from one technological approach to another. If anyone is in the chat, you know what server side technology is, right? I think we have some. Someone put the chat in the link. Someone put the link in the chat. But if anyone is in the chat and they know what server side technology, server side renderings and things like that are, just say, hey, yeah, I know what that is. So I was working at Comcast and they had a website, what they call it, Legacy back in the day. And it was written with more or less server side technology. And nowadays, things have moved to what they was closer to the client side, and so now there's more like front end front end rendering or whatever. I'm a little tipsy, but like front end client side processing part, closer to the client being you, the person who's requesting the website. So anyway, so I was working at Comcast, and one of the modules, I guess you'd call it module, a feature or whatever. It probably was more or less a feature. Was called Deal Finder, and so I had to what would be refactor this Deal Finder module from a back end server side C#. C# is a language, software language. To React. React is like a front end JavaScript subset language on the front end. Someone has feedback here. I'm not sure who it is. Maybe Rashu, whatever. But so I had to refactor. Well, we all had to refactor, but I worked specifically on the Deal Finder. And the Deal Finder, so when you go to Comcast, if you have Comcast to sign up for cable, and you say, I don't know, I want cable or internet or whatever, and they walk you through the workflow of selecting your cable process. In the back end, if you are Hispanic, they offer you special deals. I know because I coded the components in React. They're called components to do that. Maybe we'll pull it up one day. But you're definitely right about that, Master Kim. So when you mentioned that, it reminded me of the software code for the Latinos as it related to the deal finder, right? On Comcast's website. Very interesting. Yeah. Let me get back to the video. I guess we going a little bit off straight, but that's fine. Here we are. Nice, clean cut, clean woman, young child. Let's go. No. Wait a minute. What's that bag? Is that a prayer rug in his hand? At the top of that bag, is that his prayer rug? Can anybody recognize what's that at the top of that bag? Is that a prayer rug?
Or a beach towel.
That's a prayer rug. I was right there. It's a prayer rug.
I don't think he's going to the beach in Manhattan.
Maybe not immediately, no, but yeah, I could be wrong as well. John was there, so I believe what he said.
That's a prayer rug. They're making a mockery out of us. Look at this shit. It's like these people are on vacation.
They are on vacation, John.
He just left. Look at them shoes on that boy.
You got better shoes than me, John.
Excuse me. Mine too. No. He work here. I try to run up on him. Listen to this. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
I'm so. Hey, you was about to get stabbed.
I'm gonna stream and nigga get stabbed back. Right? Shit. Shit. I know
What the hell?
right?
Work around the migration. I know you're concerned about anonymity and stuff like that, but I would make it anonymous. We'll put the cash up on the screen. If you're willing to tell us anything about how it is working in the migrant shelter, we get paid for it, and you'll be anonymous. Call in if you like. No problem. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. If you know anyone that does, let them know a YouTube stream, John Galt, the urban landlord. If you know anyone that works with you, be interested in talking, feel free. They will tell they get paid for it.
Anyway, I want to show you guys a picture. So did you see the Camaro?
We saw how that bitch was shining.
Oh, you did. Let me see if I can share a couple more pictures with you. And I want you to see that little hot ass thing that hopped up out that Camaro. And that boy had that Camaro kitted and fitted and ready to go. Listen up. But these are some more people coming out, man. Look at this. Man, this is really amazing, man. This is really amazing.
Amazing.
Look at that big old hips in that girl in that yellow. Where she go with that fake ass purse? Where she going? Oh man, are these people even going to be able to work after 2 or 3 years of not working, living in the lap of luxury? Are they?
I think they will be, bro, because they're still gonna be cheap laborers.
Look, this one coming out right of the shelter right here. Let's see.
Wow, they all got hijab. What do you call it? Hijabs?
Hey, look at that little thing right here. This is just what I want to show you. Look at that little thing right here. I think, wait a minute, is that her? It was one that got it. This might be the one that got up out that Camaro. Hot little thing.
Them high heels and them long ass legs.
Look at that right. This is the one that got out that Camaro, man. She pimping. Or she being pimped. Where's
It
tough?
look like she belong in a truck
Look at that Camaro. Look at that. That's her right there. Look at that Camaro, bro. Look at that in front of
that's
that.
the ZL1. That's the ZL1, I think, right there. That's the big body joint.
Oh, bro. Listen, man. I know what the fuck going on. These people out here playing a real serious game. Yeah, that's a migrant shelter. Little migrant shelter in New York City. The Row Hotel in Hill's Kitchen. You probably watch TV shows set in Hill's Kitchen. But yeah, there's Hill's Kitchen right there. Hey, that girl, she just had a night of fun, did she? Look at that. That boy got a nice car. And somebody said that's a Camaro. Camaro fire. Yeah, it is.
It's a Camaro ZL1. It looked like it's definitely a 65,000 car for real. Older one. Older. It's probably older. It's probably like 2020 maybe.
I was gonna guess 50, 60.
It might be. I'm just going off the top of the dome. But yeah.
Yeah. Look, we just got porn ball one time and it started up a stream. Anyone backstage, you gotta cut the fucking camera on. Or just stay backstage and listen. We'll appreciate that. Right. Or send a cash app to HB. How about that?
Yeah, do that shit.
Who you say you're send a super chat or a cash app. You see the cash app scrolling and you know how to send a super chat, and that'll solve that, right? Matter of fact,
way to be, John. Way to be.
Policy going forward. That'll stop you fucking super chatters, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
These fucking porn bombers. Send a cash app to HB if you want to get up here, right? We don't know who you are. Look at this motherfucker right here. Look at this jungle. Is this guy playing around with his name, nigga? With a white kid? This could be a fucking video. You never know. And the all-seeing guy, I swear I've seen that name before. You guys ever seen the all-seeing guy?
No, I haven't, John.
No.
And this one got some like little white kid playing around. So I
gotta admit, I do wish I could ever afford a car like that. So that is a sweet ride, man.
My shit 15, 20 years old down there.
Yeah, man. I was just about to say that point earlier. Like I until I think last Saturday I got into an accident. I was driving a 2004 Ford Explorer and I didn't give a fuck, bro. I never have a problem getting women or anything like that.
They all-seeing guy. Okay,
no.
Is the all-seeing guy? What's up, man? Hello? All-seeing guy, what's up? Man, people use different names and all kind of shit. Yo, all-seeing guy, what's up, man?
He might be having mic troubles or something.
All right. We no problem then. But yeah, you see, like, I mean, we saw the one big booty girl, and then now we seeing this nice little petite little migrant popping up out of whatever kind of car y'all guys said this is. Like, man,
I ain't gonna lie to you, John. I'm following that booty. Shorty that got out the Camaro, she looked good too, but she would have been my second pick if the booty didn't fall through.
Yeah. She'd already spit out a baby. This one ready to have her baby.
Yeah, true that. That's when the booty.
That's her. I called her. I didn't even know I called her. Come look at that thing right there. That girl done had her hair dyed. She got heels on. She getting up out of what? What kind of car y'all said it is?
That's a Camaro
ZL1.
Chevy Camaro ZL1.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna ask you a question. We saw
ZL1 is the top of the line, by the way.
We saw them young girls coming up out their little 5-star kisser. We saw that. How many of them you think done jumped up out of a car like that after a night romping around with a nigga? Not many. How many of them women that we talked about on camera, that we interviewed on camera, done jumped up out of a car like that? How many you think?
Nobody.
I couldn't tell you, bro, because you in New York City.
How many you think?
Like, for example, that GMC behind this ZL1, that GMC right there, that's a 70, 80 grand truck right there.
Hey, I'm glad you mentioned that, Rashid, man. You jogged my motherfucking memory. That woman right here. You did woman right here.
Yeah.
So you see that big old boot on here? She working, bro. She with these people in this truck. You understand? I watched them the whole time. She working right here. And across from her, these people are sitting down. They working too, bro. They all in this shit. These are underworld. This is how the underworld works. For people who never been to the third world, this is how it works. This is how it looks. The better looking ones, they get to make money selling their bodies like this. He dropping her ass off.
That's scary, John. It's kind of scary in a way because I wonder what their sweatshop dungeons look like.
This shit really is amazing, man. It really is amazing. It really
thing is that, man, we as Americans, we don't know the type of espionage operations that we've been participating in over the past 3-4 decades, right? So I think it's gotten to the point where it's just at a head, and now it's just like, well, money is a lot of the problem, right? And devaluing the currency is a lot of the problem. But I'm not trying to take the conversation that way. So let me just keep on this, right? So I think that the last straw is to flood America with third world citizen countries, because you're going to have the federal note still being recycled through the economies that they bring over here that may be frowned upon for normal everyday American citizens, but to these individuals it's going to seem normal. Blacks mentioned earlier those Korean brothels. I forget the name that he said for him. The massage.
Oh, on, I'm sorry, Rashi. Go ahead.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was just saying, welcome, Muffin. Go ahead.
What's up, Muffin? How you doing?
What up, dog?
But yeah, I'm just
tired of
saying.
shit.
You say you tired of shit?
Yep. I just wanted to hop on here and see what you guys are talking about. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Oh, you gonna love this topic, Muffin. You gonna love this. Matter of fact,
yeah,
I'm gonna remix the video just for you, Muffin. Go ahead, Rush.
Oh, just for me?
I think the reason
so special.
Go ahead, Muffin. Go ahead, Rush.
No, I'm gonna wrap it up right here. I'm just saying. I think the reason why we have this neo fruiterism or whatever Juan said earlier. I think the reason why we have that right now is because of where our how our currency is being debased, yet it's still the world reserve currency, and I do think that that's starting to become a problem that they're trying to solve for. But hold on one second, I got somebody at my door. One second.
Muffin, you ready? Righteous. Muffin, you ready? Righteous. Muffin, you ready for this? You ain't ready. I don't think you're ready,
I don't know if I am, bro. You're about to show me the inner city, and I stay far away from it.
I need you to extrapolate out, Muffin.
I live in the country too, but I like paying attention what's going on in the inner cities.
Muffin, I need you to extrapolate out. I need you to use your mind to extrapolate where all of this is headed. I'm talking about government programs, Social Security, all that kind of shit. Did you think?
I'm so sorry, John. One more time. You need me to extrapolate what? Sorry, my daughter came out.
Extrapolate out. You know what extrapolate means, right?
Yes, sir, I do.
Right? To all the things that could be affected downstream from this. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, public schooling,
hospital, yep.
Yeah,
housing, all that good stuff.
Mm-hmm. And what I'm about to show you, as a working man, I know a little bit about you. You know, you've told us about yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Muffin, a man like you will have a hard time coming to even live in a hotel like this. And what you're about to see are people who have just newly come to America, the new America, living the American dream, staying in Midtown Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen. I used to go drink over there in Hell's Kitchen, by the way. And
wow,
these people living in areas that were with security and things like that will cost you $25 million. to have this level of security, to live in a hotel, the level of services that they have. They don't work. And I just want you to see what the government and how the government is conspiring against you. So this will be the first video of a couple.
I mean, I already know about it, but we can go ahead.
I want you to look. Look at that stroller muffin.
Sorry about it. No English? How you know what I was about to say? You know what I'm saying? Are you on YouTube? YouTube? No YouTube? Like, you never watch YouTube? Anyway.
Look at that right there. Look at all the migrants. Look at this. You see that stroller muffin? You see the migrants?
Mm-hmm.
You see that big ass truck right here, a muffin.
Yeah.
They all in cahoots with you. Yeah, I got more to tell you, Muffin. Don't go anywhere. You look at all these people, Muffin. Your government. You see that guy sitting on that cooler right there?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, right there in that little box. He's selling migrant-oriented shit in front of the newsstand that said American-oriented shit. Right? You understand? So the man who run the newsstand said, okay, cool, you can sell your shit in front of my store, my newsstand, because you ain't selling what I'm selling. We all good. So it's like the third worldization of the sidewalk. Look at all this shit on the sidewalk. You can hardly walk the sidewalk. Look at this shit. Let's go.
Yep.
John, I bet you all that shit's being made in a sweatshop. It's all being made in a sweatshop too. It's all fake shit.
Look at this shit.
You know, looking like Gucci's and all that shit.
Everybody speaks English. Look at him. You saw him, Muffin. You saw him.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. Look at her going in there. Look, she got something in her hand, some food, the tight ass shorts, hair. Ain't thinking about going to work. It's 9:30 in the morning. She going back inside, eat her breakfast, lay up and wait on these people to serve her something for lunch she may or may not like. I think that's enough.
Damn.
I got more for you, Muffin. Don't worry.
Okay. We're just going to see how angry we can make me.
Yeah. That's the goal, actually, Muffin. I want to see how, because you say you make about 50-some thousand. Muffin, you on 50,000, you can't come here and live in New York and stay one night in this hotel prior to the migrant. You can't stay here now, but you definitely can stay here during the migrant. Let's look at this, Muffin. Look who's coming out the door, Muffin.
Hey, John.
She works there.
Oh, yeah.
I tried to get her to interview.
John.
Yeah, go ahead.
Damn,
Could you possibly look up what it would cost for one stay at this hotel? One night stay.
Can't stay there anymore. It's all migrant.
Damn.
Yeah, you can't even rent a room there no more.
No, you can't.
Yeah, that's one of the things that the government did, was that they and that's one of the things that the hotels fought for. They fought.
You can't even go in there, bro. They're like, if you go in there, the security is right there, and they'll jump on your ass.
They fought.
So,
they
all right,
fought
maybe
they fought. Okay.
Maybe I can look back in the way back,
Muffin,
calendar.
Muffin, I want you to look. Muffin, I want you to look at this car right here. That car right there.
That van, yeah.
The security guard came out.
Toyota Highlander.
The security guard came out and told her, "Do not park in front of this building." And this is what I'm saying. To live in New York City with this level of security that would keep people, taxi cab drivers, and anybody from parking in front of your building, that's $25 million. $25 million.
John, how long ago did they close down that hotel? Do you remember?
I think it was during COVID. Yeah. Hold on. Let me play some of this video because I am repeating it a little bit. Muffin, do any of those languages sound familiar to you?
I can't. I mean, I can't really make them out.
Hard for me to see too, Muffin.
Yeah, well, I don't put much stock in you, 12.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you anyway, Muffin.
People walking out, Muffin. Look at the people walking out. There's the guy walking out the shelter. See him, Muffin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, hey, John, do you ever listen to Matt Walsh?
Look who's coming out, Muffin. You see those two? You see those two, Muffin?
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Look, they look young and healthy. Look at that. Look at them. Fresh clothes on. Fresh clothes. Look at that. Ooh, look at that Mama Sita. Her stomach out. What? Look at that Muffin. Every day you get up and go to work, you think about that Muffin. That's who you pay for. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one in that yellow dress Muffin.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of your dependencies. One of your dependents. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, boy, shit. Muffin, you see what she pushing in that hotel? Muffin, what's she pushing in there?
One more baby for us to take care of.
It's a dependent of yours, Muffin. Go ahead. Look at all them, Muffin.
Oh yeah. Now, I'm very aware of what's been going on, John.
Look at all that shit, Muffin. Look at that, Muffin. Look at that, Muffin. Look at that shit, baby.
Yeah.
Look at that shit, Muffin. Hey, man. You talking about baby shit, right? Look at all them damn baby came out. Hey, while American women talking about abortion, shit, these women pushing them out here. Have mercy. How many babies? Did one in the hand, a bird in the hand, one in the hand, one pushing the stroller. Is there another stroller coming? Vote harder is all I can tell you. Just vote harder. Just vote a little bit harder. Look at that one, Muffin. Look at that one. He fresh too. He fresh.
What's those Adidas sweatpants?
Yeah, only the best for the American. Only the best for the American.
Man,
haircut clean. Ain't shit.
Yeah, you got the fade on the side.
Pat, right? Got a nice look, fresh backpacking shit, ready to go. New America. Look at that. Just a baby. Just a baby. Ain't nothing but a baby. Muffin, how long do you think these people gonna be living in shelter with all these babies and making babies? Muffin, that's a new American, right? Like that baby would be American if it was born in that shelter, wouldn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, by the interpretations of the laws and the Constitution, yes.
Welcome.
How about this? Hang on. Sorry, real quick, John. Let me clarify this. If the woman was pregnant when she crossed the border, and then had the baby after she crossed our border, yes, apparently that is an American baby.
Okay. So welcome. Say welcome. Say welcome. Can you say welcome in Spanish to that baby right there?
No, fuck them.
Ooh, this guy. Hey, I tell you, this is gonna be good, right? This is gonna be good. Welcome.
Yeah. Well, and look, John, have you ever listened to Matt Walsh? You know him from the Daily Wire?
Yeah, I heard them, man. That Daily Wire, I can't really fuck with that shit. It ain't based enough for me. But go ahead.
Yeah,
Tell me.
yeah.
Well, hey, check out Matt Walsh, okay? Just
All right.
do me a favor, John. On some of your downtime,
I
check out
will.
Matt Walsh, okay?
You know I do it.
Because
Yeah.
I started the Daily Wire by listening to Ben Shapiro, and then during the special flu and everything like that, I got onto Matt Walsh, and he's a lot more based. Obviously, he has to stay.
Andrew Anglin. You ever heard of Andrew Anglin? If you tell me you ain't heard of Andrew Anglin, you still got a little bit more life to live. You got a little bit more.
I've heard the name. I haven't seen any of his content.
Crack, do you think I could pull up Andrew Anglin? What do you think? Crack, what do you think? I'll let Crack be the judge. Crack, if you think I could pull up Andrew Anglin, we pull up to Andrew Anglin.
Hasn't he been
Talking
banned on
boxing,
YouTube?
or you talking something else?
Hey man, he might be the most banned man on the internet, right? He can't have.
I think that go. I thought that went to Nick Fuentes.
How do you spell his last name? A-N-G what?
L-I-N, like going angling fishing, like angling.
All right.
Yeah.
Real quick, John. Let me go into this. All right, you brought me on here. Yeah, I came up here. You showed me all these videos, pissed me off. So if you don't mind, give me a minute to say some stuff.
Yeah.
All right. So the reason I was bringing up Matt Walsh is because he actually talked about this sort of stuff just last week, where in no other country in the world other than America and Western society like Britain and Canada and that sort of stuff, in no other country can you move to a country and when you land in that country, you are instantly a native of that country. It doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. But for these people, when they cross the border and step onto our land, they are suddenly the exact same as a native-born American. They're given all the same rights. They have the same heritage. They're treated just as equally as all other Americans. They have no heritage in this country, but as soon as they cross our border, we give them that label. It's the most ridiculous thing in the world, and it doesn't exist in any other country. How about this? It doesn't exist outside of Western society, because in Western society, which was created by white men, whether people like it or not, we have the benevolence and the self-flogging, the humiliation, all these sorts of things to really want to equalize people, and all these sorts of things. So we take in these shithole country people who again they're fleeing their countries because they're all shitholes, and they're not doing anything to make our country better. They don't actually care about our laws. They don't actually care about our morals. They don't actually care about our Constitution or any of that shit. They just come over here, and this is what we get. And then on top of that, the government is subsidizing it, as they have been for quite a long time. Like you said, John, I do believe it has been since the special flu, and the hotels have been pushing for those subsidies because guess what? They make tons more money from the government paying for these hotel rooms so that they can put up migrants compared to putting in actual tourists and people who want to come visit and see the sights. It's ridiculous. It's the most ridiculous thing in the world. We don't share. Look, we don't share a culture. We don't really share an ideal of what the country should be. We don't share anything in politics. We don't share anything in religion. And least of all, we don't even share a language, okay? And that is the biggest problem in the world. We do not make these people assimilate. We let them come here, and then we have on everything, press 2 for Spanish or press 1 for Spanish. We give all of our government, we give all of our hang on. We give all of our government documents in Spanish and these other languages. Guess what? That shit don't really happen in other countries. You may get lucky in some of them, but in all of those other countries, guess what? If you don't know the language, you are shit out of luck. How dare you come into our country and we change our government documents to suit you? No. You came here. If you want to be a part of our country, our community, our culture, you learn, at the very least, you learn our fucking language. We don't even do that here.
Now those
Not
days,
anymore.
now those days are long gone, Muffin. Long gone. Let me finish playing
Hey
this
John,
video.
did you mention Andrew Anglin?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I know about him. He's that guy he's that white supremacist guy who had that baby by that Asian lady.
He had a baby. I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, he got kicked out. Yeah, he ended up knocking some Asian woman up for I think it was a prostitute, and he got kicked out of his little white nationalist group for mis-
Really? Okay, damn. Let
For
me
what?
this
I
video.
didn't hear that.
I don't know. He was breaking up. Let me play some of this video here. Live from the Row Hotel, 8th Avenue, 45th, New York City. Migrants coming. You see that one going in? Coming and going to work, living their daily lives, doing their thing.
They ain't going no work, John.
Look at him. Look at this one coming out. Look at all them babies. Look at him. Look at that's the big one too.
Hey John, I got a question for you. Do you think it's too
Yeah.
late?
Yeah, it's too late.
Do you think it's too late?
Yeah, it's too late, man.
It's never too late.
I mean,
Nah, it's too late.
It's too late to do it in a civil manner. You know what I mean?
No. And here's the thing: is what's happening now is because these people are being shipped to predominantly black places, inner cities, and that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, the black people are doing what the white people should be doing if they weren't so benevolent. The black people are actually starting to stand up and say, "How fucking dare you pay for these people while I can't even buy groceries for my own fucking family?"
Imperious,
Okay?
Yeah, niggas are the first ones to fight.
Imperious. I interviewed probably a dozen people or more.
Imperious ain't here. I ain't Imperious.
I told
John.
you y'all sound the same.
Sorry about that, Righteous. I interviewed probably a dozen people or more in the streets of New York. Did you get a chance to see those videos, by the way?
I've seen some of them, John.
No, I've been no. I mean, like since I got my daughter back, actually, just so you know, John,
Yeah.
hang on. Actually, just so you know, I started working for a new company, and their hours are different, so I'm not getting home until 6-7 o'clock at night, and then I've got to do dinner, dishes, and all that good stuff.
Right. You ever been in New York before?
I did a job in Syracuse back when I worked for my dad back in like 2009. So I was up in Syracuse for about a month.
So you never been in New York City? That's a no.
No, hell no.
Right. Okay. So I did.
Congrats on your new job, bro.
I did
What?
3
thank you, sir.
I did 3 live streams from a main thoroughfare in Brooklyn. And for someone who's never been to New York City like yourself, you probably would be amazed and repulsed at the same time. Righteous, you ever heard of prep?
Prep?
Should we play that video for I mean, after
Yeah,
this
you're gonna have to give them a little context for that one, brother.
Yeah. We just played the video. I'm gonna look for a while. This shit is amazing. Look at all these migrants coming out. The Row Hotel, by the way. 45th and 8th Avenue. Look at that. Yeah. Look at that migrant.
The fucking spritz, man. That's the fucking spritz.
Look at that. This is 45th. All right, let me go to another. Now let me go to another one. Let's see. Okay, look at that. There you go.
And just a second, John. Like as you're moving on to other things, you asked me initially about, you wanted me to extrapolate things from this. The government toll that these people take. I mean, it is exactly what you say. Okay, our tax dollars and the government is paying to put all these people up in these hotels. Not just that. First of all, we're paying to fly these people from the southern border up to these other states. Then we're putting them up in hotels. We're giving them food cards. We're giving them cell phones. They can be put into public schooling, whether or not they have a job. They can go to hospitals and all this sort of shit, man. Like it's all bullshit.
Muffet, while you were going on, I want to pause it and let you. What is that? What is that? in that white shirt. Is that a baby muffin? Is that a new America on the way?
John, are you trying to make Muffin mad or something?
Yeah. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Ever since I got on
what
here.
are you trying to accomplish with this, John?
Wait, ain't
Can I
that
jump
kid?
in?
You trying to get Muffin to
Isn't
go?
Can I jump
that
in real
kid?
quick?
A new America on the way. A new
John,
America
you
is
trying
on
to get Muffin to go out there and fight that migrant man? That's what you're trying to do.
Isn't that kid too old?
You trying to turn Muffin to the new George Floyd? Point a gun at
the
that baby.
Right?
Yo, nigga, I'm talking about that one in that belly. That one
That's
in
what
the
I'm
other.
talking about, John. You trying to make Muffin the new George Floyd?
Oh! I didn't see that. I didn't see
Let
that.
me play it, boy, baby. Maybe you can see that belly one more time.
Muffin,
Gary, that's all. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all.
Oh man.
Oh God, she pregnant as fuck.
She crowned.
Yeah, she pregnant.
They popping them out like crazy.
That's
Get the fuck out of this country.
Work harder.
Hey, can I jump in here real quick, guys?
Yeah.
I heard
after this, bro.
I heard my American white brother here raging out over immigrants, and I wanted to come up and join him.
Who?
American George Floyd.
What happened?
You got George Floyd. You're gonna point your gun at a pregnant woman's baby.
Listen, I said immigrants.
Whoa.
I'm not.
Whoa.
Listen, right?
Well, excuse. Hang on,
You
Gary.
throw enough of the males
Hang
out.
on, Gary. There's a difference between robbing her of her stuff and taking back what's mine and kicking her ass out of my country. Huge difference.
No, to her, there's no difference, man. You're taking her stuff.
Yeah, fuck her. I don't give a shit what she thinks. She don't even understand English. I don't give a shit what she thinks.
I heard my American brother raging out. I had to come join him. I couldn't leave him alone on a panel.
I appreciate it because as soon as I came up, John just wanted to make me angry and wanted me to talk a whole bunch of shit, and I'm trying to hold back.
Oh yeah, get them.
I don't know why.
Out of here, bro. Get them immigrants
I don't know why John.
John
agrees with you. John agrees with you. So why are you getting mad?
John. I know what John wants. John wants a daggone race war so he can profit off of it, man.
He
wants to house some American soldiers.
I think Americans need, like, we got to counter these people that, I'm going to show the videos from Franklin Avenue.
Listen, John. The only way to stop it now, John, like you said.
Stop it.
John, there's only one way to stop it, like you said, brother. Bloodshed.
Yeah.
That's it.
Unfortunately,
I hope you're wrong. Hope y'all are wrong.
No, I mean, hang on. I want to ask the panel a question. Please tell me, how is voting harder gonna fix this problem?
Who the heck said vote harder?
No, he's just asking the question.
No. I'm saying that's the only peaceful way to do it is to vote harder.
Vote harder.
Well, the thing that might be exposed is which I'm hoping will be exposed this year, is the fact that we will vote harder and there will be more numbers that turn out, and it still goes the opposite way, and then things will
hope
definitely
you're right.
And then we can
Trump ain't gonna do shit. Kamala's not gonna do shit. And if anything, Kamala is the worst. And Kamala is the biggest bad actor in all of this, because now all of a sudden she's coming out hardline against all of this stuff while they've been in control for the last 3 to 4 years. And now all of a sudden she's like, I'm going to fix all these things. We can fix all of these things. And it's like, okay, well, why the fuck haven't you fixed them while you've been in office?
Yeah, we already know all that.
Hold on, guys. Let me finish playing the rest of this.
Of course.
Oh, God.
Fucking boring.
This nigga want to play the rest of the video. I swear.
I mean, I got a couple more. I think.
John's drunk. He wants to piss me off.
Yeah, I told you this man wants a race war. Yes, you do, John. Stop lying.
I need to get this shit off here.
Hey, John, you're not sharing your screen.
Hey, John, I gotta actually run an errand right quick. I'm gonna come back.
All right, Russia. Look at it.
Now, I said bloodshed, right? I didn't say whose blood needs to be shed, because Because guess what? It ain't just the migrants. There's a few people.
Who else?
Hold on. Look at that big old guy coming out there. Look at all the migrants that's coming out. American man, pay attention to this car. Look who's getting in this car. They came out of this shelter and they getting into this car. Look, more coming out.
Yeah,
9:30.
I can't remember who said it, but
Look at hey,
someone
look,
oh god damn it, John.
I'm sorry, man. I'm just narrating this story.
The baby.
The baby.
Yeah, no, I promise you, I'm watching. Yes, we're all watching, and I'm getting pissed off. I got it, John.
You were happy to see that big booty new American come.
Did you hear? Yo, John said I'm just narrating.
Yeah,
and somebody said the road to hell.
Yeah. So look, again, everybody should know this quote on panel. If they don't, I'm going to give it to you. Okay, when the government fears the people, when the government fears the people, there's tyranny. When the wait. Sorry. When the people fear the government, there's tyranny. When the government fears the people, there's liberty. How do you guys think we're running right now? Do you think the government fears the people at all, or have we gotten complacent? Because we love our lives of convenience and easiness.
Look at this new
Some
American.
do, some don't.
Hey, look at this new American here, righteous. He got his prayer rug.
Look at them shoes, man. Those shoes.
I think that outfit is called a jalabia. I think that's what they call this shit right there, jalabia.
Are those Stacey Adams he got on, or are those Stacey Adams?
Yeah, well, he got to be his ass back on a boat. Get the fuck out of here.
Look, he about to hop in a brand new late model car, right?
I'll probably be taking an Uber, not gonna lie.
No. They can wait for
With frogs in a pot, baby. Frogs in a pot.
who in this car.
Exactly right, American man.
Hey, look, I'm about to show you. No.
Just turning up the heat slowly.
Okay, so let me go to the next video.
I'm sure most people might not even know what you're talking about there, American man, but I got you.
I know what he's talking about.
I beg to differ. I don't think this is the government's doing. The people wanted this. They tore down America in 2020. They want to open borders. Who's illegal? You can't say that. Now the people are getting what they wanted. They fought.
Kimmy Case, could it not be both? Could it not be both?
I mean, very, very well could be. Like Nancy Pelosi said, the people are going to do what they do.
Yeah. So here's the thing. The majority. Oh god damn it, John.
I'm gonna let
John.
you
This ain't that important, man.
Hey, this is very important. I'm gonna let him. I'm gonna open up the floor to him 1 second. I just want to go through some of these videos from the Royal Hotel. Look at the tattoo on that woman's leg.
I know he's gonna mess up about that.
Like, look. She's coming home from a night on the town. Righteous. That's the car she's getting out of. Look at that car. That car. I mean, look at this, Muffin. Like, these people are having the time of their lives. Look at her. Look at her. Her hair has been colored. She got heels on. Imagine that the American populace knew that these are the migrants that they're funding. This is the life that they're living, having the time of their lives.
Yeah. So this goes into what I was about to say, which is unfortunately the majority of Americans don't actually pay attention to shit. They don't pay attention to the news. They don't care to pay attention. They just listen to nice slogans and the nice slogans that their party puts together. And they don't give a shit until it's so bad that it's in their fucking face. And then all of a sudden, these people want to be like, how did it get so bad? Oh my God, I just don't understand how we got here. It's because you didn't pay attention, motherfucker. This is exactly why and how we got here. And this is bullshit. Most of the American people are retarded. And this is exactly why the majority of people should not be able to vote. Okay,
it's even worse than that.
Hang on. Everybody being able to vote is absolute bullshit, and this is exactly why we have what we have. All right, when you have the majority of people voting and doing what they're doing, okay, they can vote for people who are going to steal from others to give to you. And guess what? At a certain point, those other people that you're stealing from, they have nothing left to give. Then they've got to start bringing in new people, and we've got to start paying for them. This is all bullshit. Oh my God.
It's even worse than that as far as the news go. All they do is flip through headlines. They don't read nothing. They don't think about nothing. Anything, dude. Total fucking brain dead, man.
Yep. CNN is the most trusted name in news, y'all. Don't look any further than CNN. Dumb motherfuckers.
Yeah.
John, did you get what you wanted? I hope you got what you wanted, John.
Not quite.
Hey, Woody, what's good?
What's good, Brodies?
Oh shit! What up, Woody?
What's up, Muffin? Muffin, we need some more rage. Tell us how much,
Why?
how much you,
Why
how
do you
much we hate
why do you
these-
want me to have an aneurysm? Why?
To appease John. So to appease John. That's why.
Exactly.
That's the whole reason. That's the whole reason he started this
Okay.
in the first.
All right. You guys tell me. What do you want to hear about, and I'll go off on it. You tell me.
I don't know. Ask John. I think he's looking at specific.
Then maybe
words
one
he's
day.
showing this video.
I was going to say that I think these people are going to cash out and go back to their country, build
That's
houses.
what I think.
Yep.
I don't really think.
I think some of them. No. The real question is how many of them will. How many?
Yeah. Tons of them used to do it years ago. I remember this doing construction work with my dad back in 2009, 2010. I worked with a whole bunch of Guatemalans and El Salvadorians, and that's exactly what they did. They all lived in one house, and they sent tons of money back to their families and everything like that.
Right. So let me show you something right here. Do you see? Can anyone? I want to hear what you think is happening right here in this picture.
Bullshit. I don't even need to see the video, John. I just know it's bullshit.
Tell me what you see in this picture right here.
Butts, 2 butts.
Okay, that's all you see. I got you. Okay.
1.5 buildings, a wheelchair.
A disabled third worlder. Jesus Christ, that's what we're doing. We're even taking their fucking medical bills.
Yeah,
fuck these people.
You see welfare coming from when it comes to medical, free car.
We're kicking
when it comes to that
kicking veterans out of their house for bullshit like this.
They took
Kicking
our
out
gerbs.
veterans.
Yeah, welfare. What
Yeah.
they were going to say, money that's
Kicking
in
out
order to afford their
veterans,
clothes,
giving it to
money
them.
to get that dude's hat, money to do that girl's hair, money for that wheelchair, money to treat that guy's crippled leg, money for that car. I'm looking at a bunch of money, John. That's what I'm looking at.
Shit is amazing, right?
A lot of fucking money.
Man, listen. Y'all niggas saw me today, right?
Wait, what, John?
You got that bike,
cheap
man.
as hell, right? Yeah, I'm cheap as hell, right? I rode a bike, right? All the way home, right? I had to buy it. Okay, fair
Yeah, but
enough.
they got a Camry over there, a newer one than mine.
Yeah, I seen you in there buying that bike. What'd you get, John?
Man,
I couldn't watch the whole thing. I couldn't watch it all.
I know that motherfucker got a Bosch motor in it. That's what I want, and it's a mid-drive, or mid-train, or whatever the fuck it is. Remember, I told you I have a bicycle mechanic is one of my tenants, and so he really plugged me into what was going on. Hot potato. This is to you, hot potato.
Like an electric bike, John, or a motorbike?
It's an electric bike. So for you,
Oh,
hot
nice.
potato, I don't know. I'm going to repeat it again. I know so many people that qualify for this program. And if we had something like a members only or something, I could tell you all about the bikes that
Anyway. You're streaming on Rumble.
So I just streamed. So I just showed you one, didn't I? I showed you one. So that should have been enough for you, hot potato. Because you know I ain't on no fucking welfare. Hot potato. I don't know who the fuck he is, but he get it now.
Never heard of him.
Listen, man, like what? Man, it's so much shit. Sometimes I be getting distracted. I'm like, let me show you this, show you that. Let me finish this video. Man, sometimes. Yeah, so this is a migrant. He got a wheelchair access, leg broke or whatever, probably engaged in some reckless activity. Got a hot little mama. She gonna have her baby real quick. laying up in
Probably
the
broke
shelter.
his leg trying to get that wife pregnant.
Yeah, oh, yeah, maybe. Look how long they had. Uber ride picking him up. He about to go to the hospital. Got the best health care man could provide. Your
Damn.
tax down the drain.
Just New York, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
New York City.
Yeah.
This Row Hotel, 45th and 8th Avenue in Manhattan. This is Theater District, Hell's Kitchen. Average hotel here probably at least $300 a night. Minimum. Holiday Inn type shit. Right. Let's see. Look at
Yeah, and look, here's the other thing that happens.
Hey, look at all
Okay.
these look at all these bags.
God damn it, John.
I know. Look at the bags. I just want to point. Look at the bags.
Look at them luggages.
I just wanted to do this right quick, man.
Yeah. Make me
Go ahead,
even more pissed off.
Go ahead, Richard.
Okay. Oh, god damn it. What was it? Oh, okay.
Going to race
See,
for us,
look,
man.
and then here's the thing. What ends up happening is that, yes, Kimmy, while I agree with you that this is exactly what these people voted for and everything like that, and then they have to face the consequences of their actions. What ends up happening, just like it happened in California, it's been happening in New York and these other blue states and these other blue cities, is guess what? The people who have the money, the Democrats who have the money to be able to leave, they fucking leave, and then they go and they go and infect red states and red cities, and instead of actually doing any introspection and being like, oh man, I guess the policies and the tax stuff that I voted for and is just completely wrong. They don't change any fucking thing. What they do is they come to our fucking states, our fucking cities, and then they vote the same goddamn way that they voted in their fucking cities and their fucking states, and then they fuck up our cities and our states.
Hey, you see how big that hotel is? Kimmy K, you've been by the Row Hotel before, right? Kimmy Cakes, you've been by the Row Hotel before, right?
Did she drop off?
That's it, bro.
That chick could house a couple of platoons, John, or something. Damn.
She's probably doing her laundry again.
Yeah.
You see how big that hotel is, man?
Muffy, you see
Yeah.
you see all the windows, Muffy? You see all the
My
windows,
neck
Muffy?
hurts just
Oh,
looking
I bet
at
you
that
looked at one of
hotel.
them windows. I bet you look at one of those windows, man. You see a Spanish lady getting her back broken out by a migrant, man. Get
That
pregnant right now,
motherfucker,
man.
look,
That's
hey,
fucked up.
that building go damn near to the sky, man. That motherfucker full, man. That motherfucker full.
An American can't even go in there. If you're American, nope,
Not unless you
you're
work
not
there.
welcome here.
Walk in the
Unless you
door.
You're
work
not
there.
welcome here,
John, read the super
motherfucker.
chat.
Antoine, man, thank you very much, man. $5. John, I was on Fulton Street in Brooklyn. I asked a pedestrian where is Walmart. He laughed at me, so I found it Target in Queens. Why Walmart isn't in New York? Oh man. Listen,
Because they'll probably allow looting up to, I don't know, 5,000 or something. That they can only charge them if it's 4,999. So just like Walmart is taking out stores from Chicago's ghettos of Chicago's, I think it's probably a similar reason.
no, it's actually a little bit different because I remember it happened here in DC. So liberals like Target, right? That's the store they prefer. Poor people, by and large, prefer Walmart.
Yeah.
So what DC did to punish, because Walmart wanted to open up some stores in, thank you again, Antoine. Walmart wanted to open up some stores in DC, and they only wanted to open up the stores in Northwest DC. DC government said, no, you got to open up in all parts of DC. Then DC government passed a law that says any store over, let's say, 45,000 square feet or whatever, gets judged differently. Maybe there's, I can't remember exactly what it was. It may have been the labor laws in terms of hourly wages, whatever. So eventually, Target opened up 3 stores, and they all were either in Northwest or like hug Northwest. 2 of them were close to my properties, and one of them closed. One of the ones in Northwest on 8th Street, which is more or less downtown. But the blacks, the poor people that come out of Northeast DC, there's a bus stop right in front of the Walmart, so you can go in there and steal shit. I used to see people in front of that Walmart selling food stamps. Seriously. And so get cracked. I know I ain't lying. And so they didn't effectively ban Walmart in DC, but they banned or they more or less punish Walmart's business model based upon the square footage of their store. And so it's a very slick way of doing it. So DC had a deal that they were going to allow Walmart to open 5 stores, 2 in the ghetto. I think 1 or 2 in the ghetto. Walmart never opened those stores in the ghetto. And that is kind of the untold story of liberalism.
Okay. All right.
Hold on for 1 second. Is that the liberals prevented the stores from opening up in the ghetto. They were going to open up not far from me. But they got all the stores that they wanted in their neighborhoods. So if they do want to go to Walmart, they can. But they don't want to go to Walmart, so they go to Target. But the people in the Southeast that could have benefited from it missed out. And Walmart, I remember them publishing or talking about their statistics. They know who their customers are. And they say, hey, if you don't allow us to open the store, your citizens are still going to shop in our stores. They just leave the city limits. Anyway, go ahead, Righteous.
Yeah. Okay. So not just that. All right, but we have to talk about the quote unquote food deserts that happen in these urban cities. Okay. The reason those happen.
There's no such thing as a food desert. Righteous.
I know, John. I was getting there.
Mm.
That's because of crime, and the businesses are unwilling to invest in those communities after they've seen how much robbery and crime happens in those areas. Why would they put up a store when they're just going to get robbed all the time? It's same thing that happened over in California where Target or Walgreens shut down a whole bunch of their stores over there because they're getting robbed all the damn time and they can't make any fucking money. Okay, so while yes, this is a migrant problem, there are other communities to blame as well. And unfortunately, the people in those communities, like has been talked about before, they're so quick to possibly snitch on someone standing outside for too long or standing on a quad. Hang on. I'm almost done. I promise you.
We got a call. Damn, Righteous. You made me miss my call, Righteous. You have to get your shit concise, Righteous. This is a fast-moving show here.
Damn it, Righteous.
John, you go over so many things. Like I can't keep it concise when you go over so many things.
You're fired,
to
Righteous.
be fair, John, you did
No, I'm
spend 3
kidding.
hours trying to make Righteous bad about migrants, and I'm over exaggerating, of course.
I did. You're right.
Yeah, I want to call John and ask if his fridge is running one of these days.
His fridge is smoking, just like him.
Okay.
Make sure I got this Bluetooth shit on right.
Go ahead, Righteous. Go ahead,
Hey,
King.
Can you guys hear the phone ringing?
There was a phone ring?
Hello? You on with John Galt? Who's calling?
I ain't hear nothing.
Let me see what the fuck going on. Hello? Yeah, hello. You on with John Galt? Who's calling?
Hello.
Oh, am I on the air?
Yeah, you on the air.
Yeah. I was going to say you're a bald monkey, dude. I do not like you. You are so bald and you're a monkey.
Yeah.
Is that Jeremy? Is that Jeremy?
Sounds like Jeremy.
That's Jeremy.
Yeah, that's yeah. Man, I wish I could do those monkey noses. We got another fucking caller here.
Do right now.
That's Jeremy's bitch ass.
You know with John Galt? Who's calling?
Niggers rape niggers, poop on niggers.
Oh, come on, man.
It's like the 1980s radio shows.
That's just wrong.
So the second guy was probably some rando, but that first guy was definitely Jeremy. That was definitely Jeremy.
I got to get this shit right on the road. Let me make sure I'm all programmed in here. Let me see. I'm telling you,
Make sure you get their return number too, John.
Once we get this phone, oh shit, we got another call here, man.
Don't worry, 12th man. Whenever they call, it usually auto saves. As long as John doesn't delete his logs, he should be fine.
Got it.
You know when John Galt? Who's calling? watch that. You know when John Galt
Is
was
it
called?
Jeremy again?
Man, I need somebody to help me with these buttons.
I was about to say, John, you need to screen these calls before you just let them up on air, man. Since you just got monetized.
Nah, man, just take them.
I mean, he kind of can't since he's doing it through his Roadcaster.
Let me call this motherfucker back and see what he's saying.
If it's Jeremy again, tell him that's the reason why Grace doesn't love him.
I got to figure out how to work this shit.
Leave a message after the tone.
Oh, that Jeremy.
Yeah, the guy who showed his nuts on stream.
I gotta, man, every time.
That's who it was for real?
Yeah.
Hey, leave a professional voicemail to give you a call back.
I need to do that. Let's see. Maybe I need to turn it up. Let's see. All right, I'm turning it up. Looks like I have the settings right. Turn that up. All right, I think we're good for the next caller here.
All right.
I wish we could do this shit without a physical phone, so you wouldn't have to have my phone. So when I'm not online, HB could take calls too. Oh, we got DJ MFB in the back. Get Crack. I thought Get Crack was up here.
Yeah, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! John, get it off. What the fuck?
God damn.
John,
John,
just put the screen up. Just put the screen up anytime anybody comes up, please.
Or yeah, full screen somebody.
What
or,
up?
You know, whatever.
What up, Give Crack? What up, my dude?
Where's Get Crack?
12. That wasn't Crack.
He's in the chat. He's in the chat.
Oh, my bad.
I wish I could get this shit working right.
Oh God, man. How many porn bombers have you had today, John? Like 4?
You big head, poopy head. You a poopy head.
Yeah. That's all true. Anything else you got to offer? You know what? Oh man, come on. You gotta have better than that. I tell you, we got Angel for that.
Yeah, that's definitely Jeremy. That's definitely Jeremy.
Give us something we might be able to get tropes to read.
100%. Happy birthday, Arch Lettuce 41.
Yeah. I like that. Let me see if I
that
can.
is.
Let me just roadcast to make sure it's I might be connected to the other roadcasters and shit. I don't know. We got another.
Sort of got off another daggone porn bomber.
John,
All right, I'm gonna hop off, y'all. I gotta go to bed.
See you, Muffin.
Peace out.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, you know when John Galt? Who's calling?
Niggers rape, niggers poop on niggers.
I know it. Knew it.
I gotta get this fucking roadcaster. I mean, you know, like switching between different machines is like, yo, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, they work on one, then it doesn't work on another, and like, you know. John, don't most people shop at corner stores mostly in New York? I wouldn't say so. They do shop there, but I wouldn't say they do the majority of their shopping. You know, on one of the streams I mentioned, a lady just come back. She said, I just bought some vegetables. I said, wait. And there's like Coco, Mr. Melon, and places like that. I think primarily Chinese or something like that have the cheap vegetables and fruits and stuff like that. Then they go to grocery stores. They are grocery stores. What is it? Kim, you still here to like Pathmark, shit like that? It's in New York.
Yeah, I'm here. Pathmark. People shop at Target. They shop all over.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It's like a mix. Like if you know you can get your fruits and vegetables cheaper at the Korean or Chinese market, they'll go there.
Yeah.
On the street, some people will buy certain things in Target because it's cheaper. It's just a mix.
Yeah,
but I think the bodegas was more for like smokers and like late night or early morning. The bodegas is good for that. But it's for the smokers. They can get Lucy's. They can get stuff to roll weed.
Beers and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the bodegas are open like what 24 hours, right? 24/8, 7.
Nah, not really. Not all of them.
Some are, but most they open maybe like 7 in the morning, and might close at like midnight.
You know when John called, who's calling?
3. It's Jefferson IA. Yo, what's up, Andrew?
I can't get
Wrong
this
number.
shit. Nah, I don't know. It's probably just a fucking someone talking shit. John needs to put an overlay on screen with people who join the channel. Yeah, I agree with that. You know, that person was very sophisticated in that he used DJ MFB's name. DJ MFB doesn't come up all the time.
I told you, John. I said this earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Who's on the bottom driving?
It's me.
That's Momo.
What's up, Momo?
Oh, what's up, 12 man? How
What's
you
up,
doing?
Momo? Gary and
Good.
you're losing signal.
Damn, you're
Yeah,
in the
no,
neighborhood.
I'm trying to. I'm working on it now. I'm working on it now.
Well, you're in the neighborhood there, Momo?
Yeah, I just picked up some water heaters for Lowe's.
Nice.
Yeah. I don't know where exactly. Where is this? This is someplace. It's a pretty. It's somewhere in North Carolina. I don't know exactly where.
Right on. Great job kicking ass out there, Momo.
Yeah, man. And I love doing it. I mean, I normally, yeah. I guess it depends. It fluctuates how I feel, but I mean, I work pretty hard, but I like doing it a lot. I mean, right now I'm 6 months out, so I haven't been
I mean,
home to Florida in 6 months. It's pretty good.
Yeah, Momo, how long you been driving?
This is my 6th year.
Oh,
nice.
okay. Well,
Yeah.
is it still because one of my cousins want to get into trucking, and I think HB said earlier today that I guess one of the best companies to start off would be Swift, or I think another two companies that I think Warner's or another one. I
Mhm.
guess what would you say one of the best companies to kind of start off with?
Yeah, those two are definitely good ones for starting. I started at Werner, um, probably because it was the closest. What the fuck? One second, I need to get on. Yeah. Werner was great. I mean, okay, so things are always in flux. Oh, I'm supposed to. Hold on. What?
To reach is not available.
Give me a second. Oh, I see what was going on there. That's a little bit okay. But yeah, Werner was okay. So companies are always in a flux, and I don't know if things are the same. I mean, it seemed like things were not quite the same when I was leaving. The situation for me leaving Werner was it was whatever. There was a change in dispatcher. Sometimes these roads get a little bit fucked up. Okay. But Werner, when I started in 2019, it was very good. I had orientation near my house, or my parents' house, rather. And it was great. I was able to dictate my schedule.
What do you could do, like a month on or 2 months on or a week or two off?
Yeah, so like the standard OTR ratio is like you build up. Bro, this place is fucked up. Oh, I
Momo,
see
are
what
you
they
in your
want me
rig
to
right
do.
now?
Yes, sir. I'm trying to
Yeah,
figure
there's
out how
some
to
narrow
get
streets,
on.
man. Have fun.
I'm trying. Is it this one? Hold up. Oh, I see. That's what it is. There's a truck detour. That's the issue. Okay. Um. Where the fuck was I? What was I saying?
You're talking about how one of the companies were back in the day.
Yeah, so when I started there, it was pretty good. Uh, I was able to do solo OTR, and then I was talking about the ratio. So the standard OTR ratio is you build up one home time day per 6 days out, and usually like the standard is they want you to stay out for 3 weeks at a minimum. There's variation, like they had a certain account where you could do 2 weeks out and then stay home 4 days or something like that. Yeah, the OTR, one of the reasons a lot of like people with girlfriends and uh, wives and shit, they don't want to stay at OTR too long because, you're away from home a lot. It's like you're a sailor or you're one of those types of old. What in the fuck is going on here? Give me a second here.
This is like Silent Hill, but without the fog.
Where you at? Where you stuck at?
It's just North Carolina town.
Wait a
And there was
minute.
a detour on getting back on the I-26, so
Wait, hold on,
bit.
Momo. Do you remember the town you're in?
I do not know exactly what this town
I was gonna
is,
say this looks so
but
daggone familiar.
I'm
Why
gonna
you
move it,
trying
bro.
to? Don't be making the man dox himself. Come on now.
No,
I mean, he's
Garion, I
crap.
think was
I'm
in
getting
North
out of here in a
Carolina, right?
second. I actually want to know what this town is called, but I can't think of it right now. I think it's.
No,
Looks
Oh,
like
wait a
it. Kind
second.
of looks like. Kind of
Gary,
looks
don't you
like
live
down to
out
the
in North
desert.
Carolina?
Hold up.
I do.
I have it in the bill of lading here. So
He's in like he goes through 1,000 towns a day, y'all. He can't remember them all,
Bro,
but he
stop. He's
knows
gonna
where
dox.
he's going.
He's gonna
Oh wait,
dox
actually,
himself.
what the? Is this in Tennessee? This actually might be Tennessee. I think it's Johnson City, Tennessee. Okay,
Turn the volume down so you could see better.
give me a sec. All right, ready to go. I'm just gonna possess both lanes here. I'm being a piece. Fuck these people behind me. But I don't know where I'm going, so I gotta take possession of this shit. See, I'm right in the middle of these dashed lines. Fuck these people. Listen, I don't know where I'm going, so they need to have patience. But all right, we got it.
You got it.
Yep.
All right.
That was like an hour detour.
I was gonna say, daggum, take
They
you a
made
whole
it a
hour
little
just to find an
confusing
exit.
there. It was like, damn, they got a detour in there, and you got the main street and all that weird ass. All right. But yeah, apparently this is actually Tennessee. I guess it's the border.
What that sign say on it?
It'll say historic site Tipton Haynes. I don't know.
No, the big green highway sign.
Mm-hmm.
That one.
He's talking about. I'll tell you about it.
Elizabethton.
Yeah, but wouldn't you prefer to drive in the day instead of going out at night?
Oh yeah,
Hell no.
I've been driving since. Damn. When did I wake up? I woke up at 7 a.m. But I'm about to finish up.
Okay. Momo, what exit did you take from Elizabethtown?
This is exit 24 right here, so a little bit before that or whatever. Yeah.
Every owner operator I know would rather drive at night during the day than during the day. Every single one.
Yeah. I
Yo,
just
Momo.
have
So what?
for my body. Yeah, go ahead.
So what are they average making right now? Like a year out or something in the trucking industry? Like is it good money?
Oh man, I don't even know. I mean, you would have to ask somebody who like, because I'm pretty sure it has a really good ratio. Like for the amount of time it takes to do a trucking school, because you can get through trucking school if you do it a fast program, probably in like a month and a half or 2 months or something, maybe even faster. and you can really, and usually it's like 5 to 10,000 or something, and you can have a deal with the company where they, if you work for them like a year or 2 years, they'll pay for all that. And I know for sure, like even as a standard solo dry van OTR first year, you could make easily 55,000. Um, and for a first year, like entry level thing, that's pretty, to me, that seems pretty good. I mean, as far as what I'm making right now, I could probably clear 100,000 this year. I'm not 100% sure because I'm not like keeping 100% track of what
That's
I'm
take home.
netting right now. Yeah, take home.
That's take home, not like including taxes, is it?
Yeah, that would be my take home. I only count my net after all deductions and everything. I don't know what my
Yeah,
gross is actually because
yeah.
I care
It's
about how much
probably
gas
100
I
and
have in my bank account every week.
yeah, it's probably because I mean, the ratio that I understand is after 80, that's when they get heavy on taxes. But I also
Well,
heard
the
in the
nice,
trucking industry, there's a lot of deductibles.
I mean, taxes is always like it's always a funny thing. It's one of the nice things. I live in Florida, so no state tax. And if you're OTR, there's a per diem program type of thing where at over 30% of your income can be non-taxable. And so let's say I netted or grossed like 120,000, you could take basically like 40,000 off. And so I would get bumped down into the lower tax bracket because my taxable gross would be 80,000. Because the way the per diem is calculated is how many days of the year you worked outside of your home state, your state of residence. And my state of residence, I work outside of Florida like 99% of the time, so I take full advantage of it.
Hmm.
Do other states tax you for making money in their state?
Not me. It would be the case like if you're owner operator with your own authority, you would have to figure out all because there's a whole variety of little taxes, fuel
Right.
taxes per state, and all sorts of little things that I don't understand. That if you're a company, the nice thing about being a company driver is the company takes care of all the minutia of all that shit. So
Yeah.
yeah, but if you were an owner operator, you would have to worry about all the little things out there.
So
Well,
so
like you,
are you the I guess you're the owner operator meaning I guess you own the truck or the trailer, right? Or is that what you're doing, or you're working for a company?
I'm a company driver, so I drive their
yeah,
truck,
Okay.
and I'm in a W-2 under them. They have great benefits and everything.
right
Yeah,
on.
I
Do
like
you
it
do you
because
have
I don't
to?
have to worry about paying fuel or maintenance. And like if there's a problem, a blowout, I just call the department and they get it all set up. It's for me, I'll get to relax more.
But
Do they
what is it?
do they pay for you a hotel room if you want one every now and then?
Oh yeah, yeah. Compared to work, that was one of the things with Werner. This company is a lot better because it's like you can't get into this company if you have any accidents. So basically, you need a perfect record. You need at least a year experience. So it's a veteran company, and they don't have. So here's one of the distinctions. So Werner is like a training company, so they have to pay out the ass to pay their trainers. They have to pay huge insurance premiums. They actually had a recent thing. There was a recent thing. I think it was like 2 years ago where there was a trainer truck, and the trainee was driving in icy conditions, and then a whole family, they like slipped and slid over the median, and they all died, right? And
Damn.
so the court actually decided against Werner, and the payout was like $100 million. I think particularly because like 3 kids died, so the whole the family got their restitution, and that was really how it was decided. But yeah, so Werner had to pay out $100 million and all that shit. So there's a whole bunch of costs involved in that, which you don't have if you have a veteran company where everybody is operating at a high level. And so
Yeah.
we get a lot of the pay. We have a lot of accessorial pay, bonuses, pays, all sorts of payments, and we get nice hotels with solo rooms. Like one of the things in Werner is, especially when you're a student in or like an orientation, you got to bunk with other people in a room
Right.
in a like a shittier hotel. But
But do you have to change companies a lot, or you generally stick with one company?
I've only changed once. So I think most people, as far as a beginner company is concerned, like they'll look to leave within 1 or 2 years, and that's usually what I would recommend because they don't give you raises at a fast enough rate to make it worth staying with them. You understand? So like, I think one of the reasons I realized, like, I wanted to be more loyal. Yeah, thanks, guy. Run me over.
It
And I stayed there
sounds
like
like
four
you're
and a half
doing great,
years.
Momo.
Yeah,
You're
I mean,
doing
I
a
love
great
doing it.
job,
So,
Momo.
I always I try to be a very professional driver. I have a perfect record, and I want to keep it, on the up and up. You know what I mean? Because that
Hell yeah.
ends up paying. You have a lot more value as a driver when you have all the clean CSA. You got a perfect record. You got all your metrics up. They really love that, so you get rewarded
And,
for it. But
and you're
what was I saying? Hold up.
you're pretty young, right, Momo? Still, so you got a long way to go.
Yeah, I'm 32. That's pretty young,
Right
right?
on. Cheers, man.
Thanks, man.
You're kicking ass
Do,
on the
do,
wild side.
could you carry? Could you, since you're
What'd you
from
say?
Florida, like, can you carry with you or
Yeah.
no?
Right.
Technically, no. I also don't, but I mean, I've talked to other drivers where they say they do, but it's like, if you're OTR specifically and you go to all 48 states, there's issues with like interstate differences and laws and like carry type things. And I know that
Mm.
there was a recent news thing where some guy got busted. Like the DOT found out he had a gun, and I think he got in a lot of trouble for it. So it's like, I would probably, for me, it's not worth it. I know that there's the saying, and I agree with that saying. It's better to be, what is it, judged by 12
In
and carried by
trouble than
6.
dead
Judged by
or
a 12
something
Yeah,
gauge,
like
yeah,
that.
then
yeah,
it's
yeah,
better
yeah,
to be
exactly.
judged by a 12 gauge than not.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But my strategy generally is to like, I know the crime maps of the cities, and I like know time frames, and I just keep myself avoidant. So I stay in safe havens, and I do a lot of really good trip planning, so avoid any sort of trouble and keep myself in good spots all the time.
but
But
but basically, because
yeah,
of states that they could check your truck and you could get in trouble with a company or yourself. I mean, you can get yourself
oh
in
yeah,
trouble if they
I
find
think the
out you're
company
carrying.
policy is they don't want it. Like, I mean, you can ignore the company, but yeah, I think the bigger threat is like if you're in a state that doesn't want you to do it, and let's say you just happen to get pulled over by the DOT in this state, then you can get kind of fucked up with that.
They don't have to have a warrant to search your vehicle or what?
Um, that's actually a good question because the regulation is a little different from like normal cars with search and seizure because you're on an interstate and you're under federal regulation under the Department of Transportation. So like the
Right.
rules are a
Yeah.
little bit different.
Mm.
And it's
Yeah,
like,
but
I don't know all the
It shouldn't
minutia of it.
be.
You know what I mean?
but what
Why
what
should
is
the
I don't
rule be
understand.
any? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep cutting you off, brother.
Go ahead.
But
No,
I'm
that's all
just
right.
saying, why does the rule change just because you're a trucker working for a company? I mean, because that's
I mean, that's a good
basically your
question.
house.
That's good.
That's
I mean, it is
basically
a
your
good question, but
freaking house. You know. Uh, I could get lost down this rabbit hole, guys. For real.
yeah,
No,
the
but it
government
is kind of
overreach,
stupid because I mean you're in a professional, you are a professional, and And usually, it's I'm assuming with your, well, with the company and registering, it's like you guys should be allowed. I mean, it's one of those common sense things. I never looked into the law or anything, but it usually makes sense if someone who is a responsible driver registered with a company, then they should be allowed to carry. But
I
Yeah,
agree.
I
just the
mean,
way
I
you're,
agree. I agree.
yeah, but I
But
understand
it's
different
just the way
Like,
states,
things
different
are.
I
laws.
mean,
Yeah.
if they can pass a background check to get a CDL and work with a really nice company, then you'd think they'd be responsible enough to own a, like a firearm. Like my
Yeah.
choice when I was on the
Exactly.
road was a shotgun, but I preferred a short barreled shotgun myself. But that's neither here nor there.
Well, I've talked to some older guys, and they were like driving in a period where if you were delivering into New York City, you would bring a gun with you every time, and stuff like
Hmm.
that. I don't know. But yeah, it is what it is.
They don't do that now, though, huh? What the
Oh, they
hell
probably.
changed? What happened in New York City, bro? I mean, used to be the land of the free, man. Like the pinnacle of freedom. I don't understand what the fuck happened.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's crazy. Ah, wait, but what was I? I was saying, man, I lost my train of thought on like.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It was like, what was it? There was something about it. But yeah, I mean, Warner's a pretty good, as far as I know, still a pretty good starter company. Swift Night, it's a big one, and they get made fun of. Swing Wide, it's a trailer and all that. Different YouTube channels, but it's just because there's so many. There's literally ever since as particularly after the Swift and Night um, combination, there's just so many of them out there. That's why there's so many videos of them fucking up. But they actually have an owner operator program, and they have their own internal load board for them. Like, it's a pretty impressive company. I mean, there's a reason why they're still going, and they're a big super mega carrier. But
So you'd be like basically a subcontractor responsible for some things, but they're gonna take care of all the logistics, and then you just basically go by their logistics, right?
yeah, I wouldn't know exactly. I know my company also has a small owner operator program where they help you get your authority, but they also integrate you into their like maintenance network and fuel network. So I could do eventually become an owner op within my company, and I don't know how exactly it works, but I could do that. Um, there's a lot of options. That's one of the nice things with trucking, and even if you're not OTR, there's so much variance in positions. You can be local driver, you can be regional. I think regional might be one of the best options for home time because I've heard of the guys who like do 4 days out and then they have like a 3 day weekend basically, which that sounds pretty nice to be honest. Because there's some daily guys who are local, but then they're like working 12-hour days every day or like for 6 days a week or some shit. And it's like, I think ultimately that would be
So
less time at home. Because if
so
you
so
have three
you
days solid at home, you have like solid quality time where you're just resting that whole time and with family.
Yeah,
So there's a lot you
but
can do with it. That's one of the nice things.
not with your family though, right, Momo? Like
What you mean?
somewhere alone you might be in a paradise, but your paradise is at home with your family, right? That's your paradise.
Oh, for me? Well, I mean, for me, I love my family and I'll go see them eventually, but I'm pretty a free spirit. I kind of resolved away from marriage. Uh, I knew this one girl. I thought, I wanted to marry her, but it was like, there's always a question. She helped me resolve away because she kind of like, there's too many threads to go into there, but yeah, it's probably for
Don't
the
get
best
married. It's
for
a
me.
trap.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna get. I know for sure I'm not gonna get married now, and
Yeah, me neither,
I've kind
Momo.
of I figured
Ever.
out. Yeah.
Never
No, I'm
ever.
not gonna. I'm too much of a free spirit
Nice.
because when I think of, when she helped me like realize all the layers of marriage, uh, for me it would be too onerous, and by that I would mean like too heavy of a burden on me. Because then when you really think about it, there's so many like layers of like responsibilities and like uh chronological, like there's lots of like family events that are important that you have to get in tune with. You got to go to this fucking thing, and you got to go to this birthday and this thing,
Right.
and there's so many things. And for me, like just physically and mentally, it would be too draining ultimately. And
Yeah.
there's other
I
aspects to
hear
it
you.
too, like when more ephemeral aspects. But I really enjoy solitude, and I enjoy the peace that I get from being able to kind of read and pray and all that sort of stuff kind of by myself. I've really learned to establish my own peace. And women, especially nowadays, they tend to they really like chaos for some reason. I
Momo,
don't, yeah, what's up?
before we go too far out on the WQ, the women question, are you guys allowed to drive as much as you want, or is there a limit?
No.
Yeah. Am I borging out or are you? I mean, I'll
No,
No,
answer that
I
that's
though.
can hear you
There's
correctly. I
that
so
can
the
hear you correctly.
that's that guy, Momo. Kind of
okay, yeah.
a lot of static.
No, there's a federal regulation for the time, and basically you got 11 hours a day of driving total. There's a 14-hour work window maximum for the day, and then there's 70 hours in an 8-day period, which you can only reset that 70 hours by doing a 34-hour reset. And then every day you want to have like a 10-hour sleeping break to reset that 14-hour work clock. And that's kind of the basic layout. There's some other nuances to it, but
Right. Do you catch a lot lizards, or not really?
no, I've never really seen too many. Um, there was one that might not have been one. She was a cute, like, young 20s girl in Colorado. And she
Cute
asked me for a
lizard.
ride to go up to Cheyenne. And I don't, but I wasn't, I don't know if she was. She might have just been a girl that actually needed the ride, but I couldn't give it to her because I was going south anyway. Um,
Would you give a young girl a ride?
You shouldn't.
John
that's a
back.
good question. Is that it could be dangerous. You don't know her intentions. She might want to do some fucked up shit. Um,
She might try to rip off your
Oh no.
I mean,
GoPros or whatever.
it would really. She would have to have a good aura about her, and it would
You
have
said
to
a
be a short
door?
ride at max. The way you suss out physiognomy, whatever, all that shit. She would really
Momo,
have to seem like a good person,
Momo,
and it would have to be
Momo,
short, like maybe 3 hours max.
I don't think I'd risk my job for no bitch, Momo.
Well,
Sorry.
yeah, for sure. That would generally be like
I think 12 men
99%.
would.
It would be
I think
no.
12 men
Yeah.
would be ready to save a female in distress. I doubt it.
Momo, you gonna be
Yeah.
fired for that?
I
You gonna
told I
be fired?
Oh,
I give
I
her
mean, like, I don't know if you
sorry.
would get. Okay, so the company policy would be you're not supposed to have a ride along. Like, if you have a ride along, it has to be like they need I think for insurance purposes, they need to be registered with the company and they get a little pass and all that shit. And that's
Yeah.
really for insurance purposes. So technically, if you have an unregistered person riding along with you for an extended period, and they find out, they'll fire you.
Oh wow, okay, damn.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Even at no matter what kind of hitchhiker they are, get
Ooh, I got
caught
a
with
question.
it. Like That's another thing about the owner operator. If you're an owner operator and you have a passenger insurance, then you can pick up whoever in the hell you want, basically.
Ooh, I got a question. So, do you usually cook, or do you eat a bunch of goislavs at these mini
What?
cities? You
Yeah,
know,
yeah, I
these
used to
mini cities.
slop.
Do you eat the goislav?
I
Okay.
just for the cooking. I mean, I could figure it out, but it feels like there's just no space in here. And it was already like cooking at home when I was
It's
like in college. I could do some basic stuff, but
Can you
cleaning
like
all
like
the
boil
stuff,
water?
that's really the biggest issue. And then here, it's like I don't even have any way to really clean it well. So it's like I haven't resolved it.
You couldn't
But
carry like
I eat.
if you wanted to like set up get like a table, like a
Yeah, yeah.
one of those gas burners they're trying to ban. Get a few
Hmm.
of those, like a few propane tanks. Because I go
Getting,
camping sometimes, and I have a little setup. I don't know, something like that if you could do, or get like a big old cooler. Put some
but
water
I
or
eat
like
pretty
stuff in
good.
there.
Like I keep track of my macros and I make sure I don't overeat carbohydrates and I keep protein high and I eat a lot. I eat eggs every day and I do fasting. I do different styles of fasting in
Momo,
different patterns. But yeah,
is there
so
mom.
Momo, is there a
yeah, go
toilet
ahead.
sleeping cab?
What'd you say,
Someone has a.
John? What'd you say?
Is there a toilet in the sleeping cab?
No, I mean you could get, and it probably would be. I probably should get one, like an emergency 5 gallon bucket with like some heavy duty. Uh,
Yeah, like a shit bucket
I
from
think I could
Walmart, and like
some heavy
trash
duty
bags in
wait,
case you gotta go.
we
like just
call
just
them
for
honey
emergencies
buckets.
though. But I mean,
You gotta be
otherwise,
nice.
I just piss in the
Wait,
bushes mostly, and I use facilities when I need to.
we call them honey buckets up here, Momo.
Yeah.
Honey buckets? What the fuck? Why? Why do they call that up in buttfuck Alaska?
Don't ask
Well,
me. The natives named it that, not me, homie.
Hey,
At
Momo,
them.
was that a truck parked on the side of the road there?
Yeah, he was on the off ramp. That's pretty common. I don't know if you've seen. I mean, New England is kind of different if you're up kind of DC area and stuff, but around everywhere, it's just there's like, I think they've done like studies where they've calculated how many parking spaces there are and then how many trucks there are, and it's like there's a disparity. So yeah, you see a lot of people parked. You see them parked out there
do people ever try to open your
on
door
the
or
off ramp.
get in your cabin? Here or there, or if you ever stop somewhere.
He
Oh yeah,
didn't.
like,
I don't
well,
think
for me, uh, I'm sure it has
Momo.
happened to some people. I mean, there was a story. There was a guy who was parked in the Nashville Loves, but he was like kind of off to the side in a weird spot, and that guy ended up dead. He was shot. He got shot.
Damn.
Something happened with him. But
What the
I
fuck?
always, I have that avoidance style that I was talking about. So I always think of like a good spots to park in. Like I always look at the reviews of truck stops and try to find a well lit area with other, park nice looking trucks to park with, um, just so that I don't encounter any sort of weird stuff. You know what I mean? Because I do think about that sort of thing.
Yeah, have you ever I guess what's the most how do you say, with the landscape, which state has the most beautiful landscape that you kind of enjoy driving by?
Mm, I mean, I would. So, like overall, California definitely has the best geography. It has pretty diverse. It's got the different mountain ranges, the beach, really nice vistas, the desert. that's just overall. It's the most beautiful state geographically. Unfortunately, it has the most communistic government. Um, but aside from California, I like the Southwest a lot. Probably Utah is my favorite, but all the four corner
Mm-hmm.
states have their own really awesome features. Uh, like northern Arizona, around like where the Grand Canyon is, really awesome. If you go like up US 89 from Flagstaff and you go all the way through
Mm-hmm.
Utah, you can see like these huge red cliffs called the Vermilion Cliffs, and they're like 3,000, 4,000 foot tall red rock cliffs. And it's just that's really awesome. And then if you keep going into Utah, you go along like these huge granite formations called the Grand Staircase National Monument. That whole area is really awesome. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of other really nice spots. The whole Appalachians are really green. They have their own beauty. And there was one. If you're lucky, you can go through the Appalachian areas during the fall when all the colors are right, yellow, orange, uh, brown. That's really beautiful when you get the right color on all those trees. Yeah.
Okay, another question. So, I don't know if it's because of gone trucking.
I think you have a lot of aesthetic. What's your problem?
Oh, man.
Is it me with aesthetic? Checking
It's
one,
really
two.
robotic.
Checking one, two.
Oh,
Hold on, let me switch up the mic.
That can't be me, is it? That ain't me.
I don't know.
not 12. You're good.
No, I think it's 12. Is it better now?
Yeah, you're better now.
Okay.
Yeah, you
All
fixed it.
right. So because of speaking of lot lizards and gone trucking and coast to coast, and I don't know if I have started noticing, but I'm getting recommended a lot of those street driving views going off the red district, daytime, nighttime, right? And I even typed a channel earlier, but everybody on the panel was just spurging out and whacking each other off and just not paying attention to the chat. I wanted like everybody to do the review on this because what so there's like this channel that I saw today, and it was he films, the lizards walking around in some streets of or some hot spots in Arizona. Right. So going back to the question, which state has the best looking lizards, Momo?
Well, you see, I only saw that one girl in Colorado, and whether she was a lizard, not sure. The only other state I've actually in person seen them is West Virginia, and they were very rough looking. But I've seen people online. I think probably California is going to have the best ones, just
Yeah,
by default.
we talked about them one morning, and I think HB pulled up a video of a guy who lost it all over a lot lizard in California.
Yeah, I remember. I've seen some interviews from guys from like that. And I saw some videos. I don't know if it was like a San Diego. I don't know what spot it was, but they were doing like the truck stop. They were like filming the lot, and they were showing some of these girls, and yeah, some of them are really hot for sure. That
So
was
you
in
don't have to
Cali.
confirm
I'm
or
almost
deny, but
100%.
you don't have to confirm or deny, but uh, have you acquired any taste in catching lizards?
Nah, since my only two experiences uh, was that cute girl and the West Virginia rough ones, no, just not at all.
Okay.
And I would say I would never. There's a lot of reasons, but it feels very risky. Like I don't really know Like it seems kind of crazy. I don't know. I've seen other truckers. They can get kind of grimy. So it's like
Yeah, whoever
I'm
was
a pretty
talking, their volume is super low. I don't know if somebody was trying to talk. Go ahead, Momo. I just wanted to let John know.
yeah. So like where other truckers have been, I try to like because I'm pretty clean and I'm very. I've said it before, but I studied microbiology in university, so I'm very aware of medical things. And yeah, it's just the risk proposition is really crazy to me.
You took the health class very seriously. They're
But
called
Oh yeah,
souvenirs,
yeah,
Momo.
Momo has been
yeah,
celibate for a while, correct?
yeah, correct.
Mm.
Hey, John.
What's up, Master
Yep.
Jim?
Hey, when you get the chance, check out the text I sent you for tomorrow's show if you got time, or
Yeah,
whenever.
yeah, I just saw that. Yeah, I
Yep.
will.
Massa Kim.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Massa?
What's up?
Yo.
The gentleman was spot on about Warner. I drove for them briefly.
Oh, really? Cool.
My mother sold her store, and I didn't know I couldn't get a job. I was a college grad. But you're right. Got on board with Warner. They're a training school, just like you mentioned. And it's almost like you got to cut your teeth out on the road, bang up their trucks. Then once you learn this, because there's a lot of people that will not hire you fresh out of CDL school, right? So they serve a very good purpose. Everyone cracks on the Warners and the Swifts and stuff, but no, they're excellent companies because although you don't make a lot of money, well, what do you expect? You don't got the experience, right? So
Yeah.
they serve a very good purpose. So you were spot on everything you said. In fact, I
Mm-hmm.
think you were being
Oh,
overly generous about these companies.
but yeah, but they actually Werner acquired Roadmaster schools. So
Oh.
yeah, they really got into. You can actually do the whole because I went with a different school that was not associated with any company, and I learned on a manual 13 speed Eaton, so I don't have the restriction on my license. But they were not they were associated with my local community college. Um, but yeah, I mean, you can do it like that. And Werner has good. They have a lot of schools in the country since they acquired that one school.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Momo, there's one thing I wanted to say. In fact, I was going to wait for HB's podcast tomorrow. And what I have to say is what people don't realize is over the road truckers become either like cats or like Asians, meaning overly clean, right? Some people take off their shoes when they get in the truck, because that's their home. Is your truck like that, Momo, overly clean?
Yeah, I keep it. So I have some Red Wing boots, and they stay. Like I have a rug here, and it goes all the way to my bed in the center part.
Mm.
And so my boots, they're actually slip-on boots, but they're like solid $300 work boots, and they stay here in the driver's seat and outside. And yeah, I have that partition there. So yeah, it's kind of Japanese in that sense.
Yeah, Red Wing. They're a very good company.
Yes, for sure. I had some Danner boots, and they were good, but these I would say are a little bit better. I like that, and they have these like orthotics inserts that were very good for my feet. So yeah, they've been great.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, do you hear any weird noises like in the forest if you ever stop by like a forest or have you ever seen a knot deer or a skinwalker or one of these orbs kind of flying by or something weird like
Yeah, man.
that?
I've actually been watching a lot of videos about like
Great question.
Dogman, Bigfoot, all that sort of thing,
Oh, let me add
like
aliens. Yeah,
testimonials and stuff.
aliens,
Well,
Bigfoot, or some
I've been seeing
weird.
interviews from like other truckers who had like interactions with that stuff, but thankfully, I have not. I think it's because of my cautious like trip planning, where I'm always thinking about avoiding dangers. That's another element of danger that I was like, I would really rather not have any sort of experience with, especially like Dogman or Bigfoot. It's like, nah, that's like a big And you know,
You
yeah,
know,
I used to not think about that stuff because I lived in Miami my whole life. And when you live in a really urban spot like Miami, you don't think that stuff exists really. It's like, oh, that's not really real. But ever since I really saw the scale of like endless forests and stuff, it's like, well, you know what? There's a reason why the Indians, the Native Americans had a lot of testimony to these sorts of things. There's a lot of weird stuff out here that goes on we don't know about.
so what's the most middle of nowhere, um, I guess a very less traveled route, or what would you say that you have been to or you know of, like where you literally, if you basically if there's a Wendigo that's passing by and you stop your truck and if you get out that you'll never be seen again. Like, what are those type of areas that you have seen or known of or kind of avoid going by?
Well, there's one road that I've only seen like the little signpost for it, and I'll never go on that road. It's called the 666. I think it's around New Mexico and stuff. I'm not gonna ever go on that road. But
Yeah, go ahead.
and then I've gone on some pretty desolate roads. I went on the US 50 through Nevada, Utah, Nevada, and I think actually it has the title of the loneliest road in the US. And there's like because I was going south of Reno, I needed to go into Cali, and I was picking up like south of Salt Lake City, so it didn't make sense to go up to 80, to I-80. And yeah, that road is super desolate. But I think the nice thing about Nevada is like there's no shrubs or trees, so you can just see for miles because it's all barren land and grasses.
Is that the
Um,
road that goes through Death Valley?
I, you know what? I'm not 100% sure, but US 50 is very, very like there was only two towns basically in like a 400-mile stretch, and both those towns were like
Mm,
sub 500 population. They were very so there was a lot
yeah,
of nothing out there. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, that's
And
very
there's
small.
been a lot
400
of other
miles a
spots
lot.
that are pretty middle of nowhere as well. There was a cool road that I went not pretty recently. It goes through. Did you know Nebraska? I know Nebraska people think of flat and they think cornfields, which is true, but on the western half of Nebraska, it's actually all sand dunes, and they're grass stabilized, but they're all sand dunes. And I recently went through, I think it was like Nebraska 2, and I went through all of those sand dunes. That's a pretty cool geolocation. It's like very unique feature in the USA, I think. 'Cause the only other sand dune I know of is the Great Sand Dune in Colorado. It's kind of like the Saharan Desert, little miniature transplant there in Colorado. Wait, there's also White Sands in New Mexico. That's a really cool one too. White Sands, it's next to like an Air Force base in like southern New Mexico. And I think
Hmm.
it's actually the only pure white sand dunes because it's made out of gypsum. And when you go there, it's crazy because you can't see anything like that in the world. It's just pure white sand. And when it's a clear blue sky with the really brilliant sand, it kind of looks crazy. Looks very trippy. It's very cool.
Paste.
Yeah.
Oh, so look, as there's few encounters, and I don't really believe in the supernatural stuff. I think it is a lot of made up shit that maybe people just it's kind of like one of those illusions you kind of end up making in your mind. It's like that phantom arm from people that are amputated or lose a limb. I kind of because there was this in 1980s there was this guy named James something, I forgot his last name. He has an award out, a prize out for $1 million if somebody could prove it, and I don't think till this day it has been. It's on supernatural activity, something that's could be scientifically proven, but it's not out there. But obviously, there's endless tales about supernatural ghosts, Sasquatch, and stuff like that. Whenever I see a Sasquatch, I'm gonna go to the dollar store, get one of those flip phones, and I'm gonna go back to the spot and start recording if I ever catch a Sasquatch.
I
I
don't
do know a
believe in
Sasquatch.
fairy.
Like we
What's a
have a
bunch of
Sasquatch over here,
fairy
you know, that
tale?
that lives out in Alaska, right? But we don't know for sure. I know another
Well,
Sasquatch who has a channel. But the thing
yeah.
is, at Sean Atwood,
Okay.
there was
Are you
this.
calling me a Sasquatch? Wait a minute now.
No, not.
Oh,
I wasn't talking about you. Uh,
okay.
so on Sean
I'm
Atwood,
just trying to
there's
make sure.
no. I'm definitely. I was talking. I mean, I wasn't. I definitely wasn't talking
That's
about you.
okay. I know I look like a Sasquatch. That's okay, guys.
You do have an adorable dog, though. Um,
Thank you. I know I'm an ugly motherfucker. You
right.
know, every now and then I see these old men with long beards and they got these fine young women, like a young woman. And I'm like, damn it, how in the fuck I do that?
Right, right.
Oh, yo, guys,
So
You know what
at
I'm
I'll catch you
saying?
guys.
Sean, oh, let me finish. Let me
I'll catch you
finish.
guys later. I gotta go brush my teeth and stuff. But I'll talk to you guys
Uh,
later.
All right,
Have a good
Momo,
night,
take it
uh,
guys.
easy.
Yep. Take
Yeah,
care.
yeah.
God bless,
Thanks.
man. Take care.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah. So on Sean Atwood, and Stanley's right. We are on that coast to coast. RIP to Art Bell. We are in that territory right now, coming to you
Right
live
on.
from somewhere in the Northeast. This is the late night coast to coast with John Galt and Woody Johnson. So on Sean Atwood, there was this couple who had few devices and radars detecting different forms of energy. Because I can't recall, but there was a whole show on that on the Skinwalkers Ranch. I think that's in New Mexico. They were there. They talked about losing signals, and I don't know some what kind of radio wave that was highly detected over there, the different feelings that we have. I don't really go off of feelings, but they did talk about they used various devices. Years ago, I was kind of interested in this stuff, and I'm mostly listening
Various
all the time.
various
Ye-
devices like bombs or
no,
what?
no, these two are professional. They were Sean Edward is a big channel who kind of goes into all different fields from geopolitics, crime. He's from England. He's an English guy. And
Never
also
heard of.
Sean Atwood is the channel.
I've heard of
It's a
that
very
one.
interesting chat. Right. You can look it up. Sean Atwood. So that was a very good episode on that ranch because they recorded and it detected their experience over there. But I mean, it's I guess this paranormal stuff. I mean, I think most of us really want it to be there, but it isn't. And there's that tingling that people get. The small amount that you feel when you're watching a scary movie and when you're immersed in that situation or in that movie. Yeah, but I don't think there's really anything like that out there.
My worst features are from PTSD nightmares from previous experiences in the past. I still experience them like every night in my dreams, so I can't really sleep, right? So I use alcohol and high strength marijuana to medicate me into being halfway sane. That's basically my life.
Hey, Momo, can you hear me?
What is it, Rashu?
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
going on?
I think Momo
What's up,
logged off.
Rash? Your mic is kind of low. It's like sounds like a car mic, car Bluetooth mic.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. My bad, dude. Is it better now? I'm closer.
Yeah, we could hear you. Just lower than usual.
My bad, my bad. First time on my phone, but yeah, dude. I wanted to ask you. Are you aware of David Politis and Missing 411?
Well, I think I'm sub to his channel, but it's been a while. I forgot everything.
Oh, okay, okay. I heard you were talking about certain
Sean Edward.
cryptid creatures, so I wanted to see
Yeah.
how deep you delved into
Well, I know
the
about
rabbit hole.
the. It's one of the channels that like I know about the what you call it So I know about the stats on the kids, like 350,000 kids that gone missing in America every day. There's a channel specifically that talks about regarding Canadian and American stats. Uh, there's this there's this FBI files on the there's this group of people that I think it's called this it's something related to like a smile or something like that, and they abduct people. FBI has files on that, and and then oh, and also the what you call it, Slender Man. There's some, I think that's related back into, there was this mountain drawings of a figure, and somehow that came into pop culture. There's no evidence of that. Uh, what else? I think that's right on the top of my head when it goes to like paranormal type of stuff.
Okay, yeah. I've heard of those things. I know David Politis. He's a former police detective, and he has like these missing, like these five different observables, I would call it, in a case when somebody goes missing, that each of his cases have in common, and there's thousands of cases, and he
Mm,
documents it, and it's everything from pilots to truckers, which I think would be, something we could talk about here since there's a lot of truckers, to
hmm.
people who have gone hunting, runners, and berry pickers. A lot of berry pickers have gone missing. Like these weird data points where these people go missing, and there's never like dumb people. It's always usually smart, kind of have something going on themselves
Yo,
and everything.
Rashu, his name is David Politis.
Yeah, missing 411, Can-Am missing project. Yeah,
Oh, dude, I'm sub to that channel. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Rashu,
Rashu,
would be.
I
Yeah,
just wanted
that
to chime in real quick before I go to bed. Rashu, yes, I'm very aware of 411 and Politis. I've gone over a lot of the cases he's covered. Very interesting stuff, but we can talk about a little at some point down the line. Very interesting stuff. But yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
it is. I mean, it is. It's not superstitious stuff. It's very more scientific.
Rashu, they abandoned a whole town in South Seldovia. Over there, you can look it up on the map. Seldovia, Alaska, and they abandoned a whole town because of Sasquatch over there or something.
Yeah,
Something
Yeah, and
was doing it
I've
because
heard about
people
those
just
stories.
come
Yeah,
up missing. Yeah.
I've heard
yeah, and
about
the
the
town in
story.
New Jersey, that has sightings of actual first-hand sightings of the Lotus Man or something like that because of his wings.
Yeah,
You guys know
there's
what I'm
Yeah,
that.
talking
that's
about?
That's
interesting. But hold on,
yeah,
hold on, hold on.
that's like
So
Yeah,
so
go
are
ahead,
you
Rashu.
guys aware of the real town newspapers that were unearthing giants back in the late 1800s, and they were writing about them in the newspapers? You can actually Google them and see the news clippings, to
yeah.
be honest. But
Yeah, there's
it's
in
real.
Ohio too. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just
Might
think it's real
might have
interesting.
been.
Good.
Sorry, Russian. I was just gonna say, it might have just been a big native with a big chicken on their head or something that scared some white people or
Yeah, no,
something.
I'm talking
I
about
don't know.
burial grounds, man. It's more than one person, right? They're finding multiple figures.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
In Ohio too. Yeah.
Yeah, that Ohio site is the most prominent, actually. I can't
Hmm.
the name right now, but it was some mound. They called them
Yeah.
mounds, but they were and that it didn't refer to burial mounds. I know mounds is like a common thing when you put
Hmm.
multiple dead bodies into an area. I'm not talking about that in that. It was a compound word that they were using. I can't think of it right now, guys. But yeah, and I'm not a fan.
I I have
Yeah. No,
I
I know
have
what you're talking about.
I have friends that live over there in Seldovia full
Yeah.
time, and even they won't go over there because afraid of coming up missing. That's why
Yeah, they're
they
all the weird people
abandoned.
that live in Ohio, like CT and Savage.
But yeah, the thing
Why
I like.
would the whole town evacuate a nice industrial fishing village? You know, unless there's something crazy going on out there. You know,
Hey, Kimmy Cakes, are you still on the panel?
spooky.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Kimmy.
Hi. I
Hey,
think the all-seeing guy said that he's trying to talk, but his mic is not working.
Oh, okay.
So I just told him to exit and re-enter.
Let me see if I can adjust this mic from this side.
Okay.
Edit mic.
Yeah, but
I'm just
another thing I
cautious
want to.
about this stuff because a lot of people end up dead, like going down this rabbit hole, like mysteriously just end up dead.
Wait, which rabbit hole?
chill, Kimmy.
Like what? Okay.
Can we hear the all seeing guy?
I mean, there's been people who investigated like sightings and landings, and they get military visits, and then they're not here anymore. Like,
Wait, but what specifically rabbit hole are you talking about? Like, what's the main topic of it? That's what I was
just
asking.
exploring the topic that you all are talking on. Like, there's
Oh,
people.
okay, okay. In general. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Sasquatches.
Yeah, I
All
mean,
that.
I would agree with Kimmy, but I would say that us just having a general conversation kind of perpetuates the conspiracy, quote unquote, more and the superstition behind it. But right, those researchers who actually put boots on the ground and go different places, like they get knocks on their doors for sure because it's like, all right, you're actually physically out here connecting dots. You know what I mean? It's a different story.
Another thing is one of the few channels that I interacted with before, he was reading the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it's one of the books of the Bible, and they definitely mention and they talk about giants and that. And Dead Sea Scrolls is also on my audiobook list, which I haven't got to yet. But yeah, he was discussing that topic one night, because these guys were like, one of the Christian heavy kind of based in that, and connecting it towards the reality and stuff. Well, my thing is, I mean, even if there is, it's kind of like this. It's like one of those hoaxes that, on a truck bed full of dinosaur bones that we just have, and that there has been proven indications of finding random bones that are of these animals as we have today. But when they do make up their faces and their structure, it's way bigger than what the animal actually is. Later they find out that it was a bone of, one of the mammals. uh, so that's why I'm kind of a bit skeptic on that. I'm aware of this,
It's good to
but
be
there's
skeptical. It's good to be skeptical. You just got to take note of common stories throughout
right.
the world, right? People who don't have any contact with each other, or at least distant contact, who still perpetuate these stories of a random, hairy, tall man in the woods called different names.
I mean, it's not far-fetched. I just think, like, because I know I've seen declassified documents that talk about people having the ability to heal themselves with the power of their mind, and like intense research done by the CIA. Like, I've seen that stuff.
That's actually real shit that comes
It
out in
is.
modern
It
day
is.
science, but
Yes.
they word it in a different way. They don't
Yeah.
try to make it seem actually what it is. Like they want to deem it like you don't actually have that power, but then they try to still say to a degree mind over matter, like positive thinking gives you more healthy, you'll have a more healthy biome.
I'm gonna email that to John. It's literally a declassified document from the CIA that spells out how people use meditation to literally heal themselves from illness, shrink tumors, all that. And then there
Yeah,
was another.
yeah.
I don't know if anyone remembers Project Stargate.
Yes, I was about to say remote
Mhm.
viewing. I was about to bring that up. But yes, yes, yes.
Hmm.
I didn't even want to
So
John,
it
bring
could
that.
doesn't surprise me that these things could possibly be real. Didn't
John, if you
President
They
get it
Trump
are
from
say that
Kimmy,
too?
could you email that
are
to me
real.
too, John?
The thing is that the Russians are much far ahead on this than we are because they have a different way of thinking than we do. The esoteric to them is not so rudimentary, whereas though, I mean, not rudimentary. That's not the word I was looking for. The esoteric to them is not such a unscientific method of studying the world. They actually look at those things and which we used to, which Tesla and even Einstein and people before music stuff like that, they were actually going into the philosophy of the things that they were studying. And we have gotten away from philosophy, and we're now calling philosophers pseudo people, pseudo scientists. We're thinking that, hey, anything out of observation isn't science, and that's not what science was, because you need to think outside of the box to be able to create experiments, to be able to test for the stuff that you might not see.
Yeah.
Like electricity is not something physically that we can see. I mean, yes, you can see a lightning bolt, but you wouldn't understand it, right? But we had to develop tools to be able to measure these things and be able to see these things and to interpret it into real things that we can teach people. But you have individuals like Tesla who is out here just meditating essentially, and you know, observing birds, figuring out that electric fields come out of the ether, right? The energy can't be created nor destroyed. So where is it coming and going to, right? When
Right.
people say that we're using electricity, yes, we're using it, but where is it coming from?
Right.
It has to come from somewhere, right? So we're pulling it out of literally the back, the back energy of the universe. And we're not acknowledging that in everyday normal science. And I think that's because real science went black after the atom bomb was exploded in whenever the hell that happened, in the 60s, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Quantum physics and string theory became a
Wow.
You got cut off, Rashu. Rashu, you were cut off, I think might be a third world signal. I think.
hear me now
Well,
or no?
I'm trying to send you guys the link right now in the back chat about the Sasquatch. I don't know if you want to check it out.
Can you guys hear me now or no?
Yeah, it's good. It's a good now.
My bad. I just got back to my house, so it's probably just linked up on the
Can
Wi-Fi.
you
Probably
guys
connected.
still hear
Yeah.
me?
Yeah, you're coming
I
into 12 man.
I sent y'all a story in the back chat there. I don't know if anyone wants to get to it. Sorry, when I get buzzed, I start talking a little slow. If y'all want to boot me out, then I'm not offended. I
Nah,
don't
you're
get
good, bro.
offended by shit.
You gotta drink more to balance it out.
Yeah, or maybe do another 420 Bob Marley or something.
Hmm. All right, guys. I gotta return some videotapes. I've been on here longer than I'm supposed to, and I gotta yeah, I gotta harass people now. All
Appreciate
right.
you being here, Woody.
Y'all
Bye.
have a good night.
Take care, brother. Any more brothers from another mother around here? Oh, I got a sister from another mother above me.
Yeah.
How's it going, Kimmy?
What did
It's
you
going,
ask, bro? What
know.
did you ask? I didn't hear you.
I said something in the back chat, and I don't know if anyone wants to go into any of that. That's about Sasquatches and
Oh, let me see.
all that stuff. I'm on board to change topics myself. That's kind of, but every time HB comes up in here, then he's gonna start playing that creepy music and
Yeah.
want to talk about something real creepy. Am I wrong, Kimmy? I'm not wrong.
You're not wrong.
Where do you
Yeah,
live,
we could
Kimmy?
talk about it. I'm not.
I'm in
I'm
New
not.
York.
I'm not a
Right
quote
on.
unquote believer. I'm just. I can't help but pick out patterns in certain things.
Yeah. Well, did you see that link I sent in the back chat? Check it out. It's from the Anchorage Daily Press. If nobody wants to talk about that, then I'm good. Whatever. We can talk about whatever. I really don't go. You know,
I'm gonna send
just
John.
chilling in the backwoods, Kimmy. That's it. Oh, CHP, and there he is. I knew I could summon that motherfucker. What's up, HP?
What's going on, 12th man? Kimmy
Hey, did
K.
you get a chance to look at that link
I
I
did. I'm
sent in
looking
the
at it
back
now.
chat?
I'm looking at it now. I also sent John the one about the CIA document about how people can heal themselves and the different types of consciousness.
That's a
Is it me?
very
Oh,
spiritual.
not here.
That's
Anything.
a very spiritual place over there. Who's got the wreckage with their headphones going on?
Hey, Kimmy, do you know if John is just gonna is he just gonna cut that last live up? Cause I hate that 12-hour lives get.
I mean, I think Portia's been doing a good job doing that, like
Yeah.
extracting them into like 5-minute pieces, etc.
Yeah. No.
Mm-hmm.
She's been on it, but it's like, damn, man. All cause of what, like 10 seconds of a porn video. I'm glad I didn't get to see it. Did you have to see it, Kimmy?
No, I didn't. I missed that one.
Thank
No,
God.
I'm glad I didn't see it, HP, but I heard it was that Jeremy fellow that had a heart on for you guys the other night.
Yeah. Rich,
That's who it was.
I think Richard
According.
like explained it, and I wish he didn't tell me what it was. He said uh it was like three guys jerking each other off, and
Jesus.
yeah, it was
That's
real demonic.
sickening.
Yeah, it was real demonic.
That's greasier than penis tacos, HP.
Yeah, I know. It was crazy.
Should have released one of those. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
How did that video get on the platform?
Somebody cammed up and porn bombed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no.
You know, John is you know, he's making waves out here, so you know.
You said his name was Jeremy, though, right, HP?
I
Or
don't
somebody
know.
did.
Yeah, I
But
don't know.
I'm the different Jeremy, right?
Yeah.
My first name is Jeremy, and I don't care who knows, but I just want to continue to make sure that I don't have anything to do with that motherfucker. HP, okay?
Yeah, nah. I know. You're a proud Alaskan man, outdoorsman, you know. You're nothing like Jeremy. That guy is sick. That guy is sick
I
and
knew that
porn
guy
bombing.
was a fat, lazy piece of shit the first time I seen him. HP, that's what's up.
Oh man. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah, I knew he was I knew he had issues. Think he's like I think he's some sort of. Oh, I think All Seeing Eye is in the back. Okay, let me see All Seeing Eye. I don't know. Oh, there goes P Black. P Black. P Black. P Black.
I'm gonna see if I
I
can post.
told you all the creepy music would start as soon as HP came back up.
You did say that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna post the link to the declassified document that talks about holograms and how people could like heal themselves through meditation and all that. It was interesting because they said like you can take like some swamp water in a cup and project the hologram of the swamp water, and they can use the hologram to see particles in the swamp water that they can't see with the naked eye. It's crazy.
Jesus.
So much out here.
Is that the article that I sent you, Kimmy?
The one you sent me is a little different. It was about something in Australia, I think. No, Alaska. But I don't know what a nati.
Can you go back to that one, please, Kimmy?
Yeah, I don't know what a nati knock is.
Oh, is
It's
that
like
is that a Sasquatch?
I think so.
Almost.
You know, I got a theory on the Sasquatch. I don't believe there is a Sasquatch. I don't think there is a Sasquatch. I think the Sasquatch is actually the white man.
Well,
Come on now, HB. What's up, man?
No, I'm not even trying to be racist, but I think I think it's a metaphor. You know how like you move from Memphis to Alaska?
You think it's like an evolution thing?
No. I think it's more like a metaphor. You know, like I think a lot of white men wish they
HB,
could.
you funny as hell.
No. I think a lot of white men wish they could go to look at 12th Man. He's a white man that grew up in Memphis but moved to Alaska to be in the outdoors. So I think when white guys go searching for the Sasquatch, really they're just searching for themselves. It's a metaphor.
They find
It's
themselves
not
out
really.
there.
It's
Yeah.
not really that, HB. It's like we just want to get away from it all. And
Exactly.
not give a fuck what
you wanna
anybody thinks about us.
you
Who
wanna
gives
be
a
out
fuck?
you wanna be out in nature, in your element.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the metaphor, because you know when I travel all around America, I see a lot of, in real rural areas, you see, Sasquatch sightings or these
Yeah.
signs, and it's
Might
like
just been a big white man out there, maybe.
I think it's real.
At
I
first,
think
I
it's
thought it was just like a legend, like the chupacabra, or what's the one that live in the ocean?
the
Loch
Loch
Ness.
Ness.
Uh,
Loch Ness.
The
No,
Loch
no, no.
Ness.
no, that was in a lake. Loch Ness was in a
Loch
lake,
Ness is in the
guys.
lake, but that's
Oh,
the
okay.
most common one that you talking about, living in water, unless it's mermaid or some shit.
No, it was a Loch Ness, but I thought they lived in oceans because they were so.
No, I live in Lake Loch
it,
Ness.
it was what's the Bible? That woman that got swallowed by a whale, Joan of Arc or something.
I think it was Moby Dick, wasn't it?
Yeah, Moby Dick swallowed Joan of Arc. He put a sword to its brain and escaped the whale's mouth or something like that.
Yeah, I'm the jerk.
HB Woody Johnson thinks you were being racist.
Yeah, no. I mean, I can kind of understand that, but I think it's I just think it's a metaphor. It's not that. I just think the white man is their comfort zone is out in the middle of nature. So the idea of the Sasquatch is really just a metaphor. When they go out in nature to look for Sasquatch,
They think of themselves as big hairy apes.
Yeah,
that's the way I look at it. HB, to me, it's just a big joke.
Look at
Just a
12th
big
Man.
fucking joke.
12th Man kind of looks like the Sasquatch. He grew all his hair out. He's living
Well,
out in
yeah,
nature.
you're right. You're right about that.
He's happy. He's happy. He's in his happy place. Being out there in Alaska, you're probably the happiest you ever been, right?
Hell yeah, you got that right, HB. I am.
See, I think it's all just a metaphor. There is no Sasquatch.
Now all I need is a snuggle bun woman that loves my big beard, and I'll be a happy Sasquatch.
Yep.
Well, HB earlier was talking about the Inuits, so maybe there's some Inuit lady.
Ooh, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what I need right there.
Yeah, nice Inuit lady. Yeah. No, no.
Yeah, and some of her shares in corporation too. 'Cause, like,
Telling you, man, you
if you,
guys just think about it, you guys. I don't think there is a Sasquatch. I'm telling you, it's a metaphor. It's a metaphor.
yeah, it's just bullshit. That's the
Very
way I
poetic.
look at it, HB. Really.
Just,
People can call me whatever they want. I've probably been called worse.
yeah. Me too. Me
Just,
too, man.
just, just don't call me cracker if you're not white, and I won't
Yeah,
call you the N word if you're black.
yeah. Nah, I would
Right?
never. I
I
would
could kill
never
less
call
if
Like,
you that.
anyone calls me that.
only white people can call each other the C word, and only
Okay.
black people can call each other the N word. That's what's up.
And that's
Okay.
that. The rules have been set.
Yeah.
But I won't get offended if you call me a cracker. I know I've always been one.
I don't get offended either if someone calls me the N word. I'll just look around to figure out who they're talking to because I know it's not me.
Yeah,
I know it's not me.
that's because you're a strong, beautiful black woman, Kimmy. You don't get offended easily.
No, I don't. I really don't.
Really, what I'd really like is
I use some N words now. We could do a whole documentary on that, but I'm not that, so I don't really care.
Yeah, Kimmy.
Portia is a strong, beautiful black woman too.
Kimmy
Yes,
K.
But all the
Portia.
shit she puts up with.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Yeah. God bless Portia. God
Hot
bless Kimmy
Potato
Cakes
says
too.
12th man is a very smart man.
Yeah. Nah.
From Hot Potato.
Well, I grew up in Memphis. I better be smart, y'all.
The all-seeing guy says Honky is my favorite for myself.
Yeah.
Well,
What is
that's okay too.
what is the etymology of honky? Where did that originate from?
I don't know.
Let me see if I
I
can
don't
look
know, but we shouldn't let these little racial whatever get to us, you know?
Yeah.
Everyone might slip up and say something they don't really mean or whatever. I mean, we're all
Apparently it comes
sinners,
from
right?
honky tonk.
Oh, the
We're
honky
all
tonk. Yeah, that makes
Which is
sense.
honky tonk.
nightclub
Yeah,
for
I knew that.
It's a nightclub for
I
country
just
music.
wanted her to look it up.
Wikipedia says honky is a derogatory term used to refer to white people, predominantly heard in the United States.
Yeah.
Loveman, are you offended by honky?
No,
Okay. All right.
because I like going to honky tonks too. I bet I could take Kimmy to a honky tonk and teach her to two step.
Maybe. I've been to Zydeco and I like it.
All right,
And
so
we got
what's
the good
a honky
music
tonk
and
is a party?
no,
Yeah,
it's a bar.
Right, like a nighttime club lounge that predominantly plays country music.
And then back in the day, HB, like after you go to the honky tonk, you go to the Waffle House and play the jukebox. We don't get to do any of that shit anymore.
Oh, Nando. Yo, Nando, make sure you subscribe, man. Yo, I'm seeing all my my buddies over here, man. This is crazy. Somebody sent the
That's
bat
awesome.
signal. Somebody sent the bat signal.
NYC Majestic says maybe whites back in the day used to drive around honking at black people.
What?
That might be some etymology.
I wasn't alive back then. I don't know nothing about that shit.
Damn.
If I did, I'd be mad. You can ask my mom, man. I've been anti-racist my whole life, and now I advocate for reparations. I mean, if they can do all this shit for all these illegal immigrants and people that are flying into our country, then why can't we afford reparations, HB? I don't understand that.
Reparations is like a tricky subject because people tell me I wouldn't qualify for reparations because I'm a first generation Black American.
Probably are.
My parents
You're a descendant of slavery, and you can prove it.
From the answer is yes, but
yeah.
My parents
Nando's here.
I don't have an American lineage.
And Kimmy, when you get rich, and we clean all these illegals out of the Row Hotel, and they rebuild all that shit, then, man, we go in there, man. And,
Richard says, send HB and Kimmy $500 for a small reparation payment. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But it
That's
gets tricky.
awesome.
Who deserves reparation? Like, how many generations were your family in America for? If you came from someplace else as a Black person, maybe you don't get a reparation because your family was not American.
That's right.
People say that Barack Obama shouldn't technically get a reparation because his dad is from Africa. He wasn't technically a descendant of slavery, so I don't know.
That's right. Remember, Barack Obama kept bringing all those illegal immigrants in here too, Kimmy.
Nah,
the whole time.
He actually got rid of more.
He deported a lot.
Yeah, he deported a lot of them.
Mm-hmm. But he did it covertly, like it wasn't headline news. You know?
Right.
Yeah, he got rid of a lot of them.
Well, he was doing a better job than this corrupt administration, HB, that's for sure. I wish we had Obama in office again myself right now instead of these two. I don't want to go into that, but because I'll start cussing.
Trust me.
You could cuss. You could cuss.
You don't want Obama back in office.
Wouldn't you rather have him than Joe and Kamala, though? Wouldn't you rather have them?
I mean,
I would.
They're still running things, so.
I think they're just an extension of them, honestly.
Yes, they are. Thank you, HB. I would rather have Trump. What was I going to say?
Well, wouldn't we both?
What was I going to say? Yeah, reparations is tricky because the whole idea that every black American you see just descended from slaves, like that just sounds retarded.
It's not.
No,
it's not retarded.
No. It's retarded to believe that every black American you see is a descendant of slaves like that.
Then how come we can do it for 30, 40, 50 million illegal immigrants and fund all these NGOs and drug cartels?
Okay, buddy. Here's why I tell you why. Because a goddamn spick ain't an American. It's easy to tell. You know these people. How you gonna tell? Come on. Listen, that it's not gonna work.
I could tell.
Look at these spicks and they ain't from here.
I could tell them if they got a valid Social Security card in their wallet, just like ICE looks for. That's what I would look for. You got a valid Social Security number, motherfucker? No? Okay. You're getting locked up.
You know what I would look for?
Hey, what is this on the screen?
I would look for the nearest border. That's what I would look for.
That's what they better look for.
And get them up out of here. But yeah, listen, I don't get into the reparations talk because it's never gonna happen. If that's the case, then let's start having real conversations.
It is gonna happen.
Let's start having real conversations about unicorns and mermaids and fairies.
If we can pay for all these immigrants to have all these late model cars and high dollar hookers
Oh yeah. Aw.
everywhere. Then how come we can't pay for reparations? Why?
It's not about can't. It's about it's a logistical nightmare.
Hmm.
That's
One
the thing.
we're all gonna participate in, right? Like getting these people up out of this country.
Yeah, listen, I agree with you, buddy. Listen. I'm with you. Let's get rid of all the illegals, right?
Well, we don't have to get rid of all of them. If they're obeying the laws and they're contributing to the economy, then they can stay. But if they're a bunch of criminal MS-13 jerk off Mossad, you know, I could go on. If they're one of those, then they got to get the fuck out.
Here's my
That's
thing.
the way I want to do it.
Any illegal that's here and they're not talking about America first, I don't care what your skin color is. If you're not talking about America first, you got to get up out of here. I don't care if you're a so-called black illegal or brown illegal or a white illegal. If you're not talking about America first, you got to get up out of here. Simple as that. You got to go. That's it. That's what I believe.
Believe that. Yeah. Back at you, man. We're on the same page.
Oh yeah.
Please stop with that weird noise.
Oh yeah.
HB, didn't you say you had a lot of this morning in the farm? And hold on. Y'all talk about beautiful black women. Y'all ignored my comment. Why I ain't give HB his praise for being a beautiful, strong black woman? Come on now.
HB isn't a woman. What the?
Listen. I've been messing with HB. Only reason I be messing with HB is because I like him. If I don't like you, I don't say nothing to you. That's how New Yorkers roll. Right or wrong, Kimmy?
That is true.
If I don't like you, I completely ignore you.
You have nothing to say.
I know I should never ask you this, Kimmy, but
Oh yeah. Aw.
Is that Angel?
how old are you, Kimmy?
Oh my gosh. For the world to know. 38.
Uh-oh. Somebody's choosing.
I'm taking though. Just Rob says John's stream is now sponsored by Milwaukee's Best. It sounded like Angel.
Oh yeah.
That's the same trolls calling in and saying the N-word and all that earlier, Kimmy.
No, I think that was somebody else.
Angel. Isn't Angel's not Jeremy, right? They're two different people. Only been with y'all for about a few weeks, so every now and then I get people confused, Kimmy.
I understand.
Except John, you can't. You could tell him from a mile away. Big old tall, pink flamingo looking ass.
Can't argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, Jungle. Like just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds in, Ja Rule get a screen for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? Without on my break, man. I wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that one, Adrian.
Yo, how long did Angel actually sing that song?
Not my type of rap, but I mean, it was alright. You know?
What? You don't know the great Ja Rule? Put it on me, baby? Yeah, yeah.
I like the old school gangster music, like Too Short, Easy E, NWA, all that shit. That's what I listen to when I listen to rap.
Who you listen to? Short Dog?
Hell yeah, man. He's the one that showed me how to get out of the hood, man.
Short Dog helped you get out of the hood?
He showed me how to do it.
Shit.
I didn't say he helped me. Well, he did help me in a way, but
Yeah,
I only
that's the
seen
way I
him in
mean.
concert once. But you know, just if you listen to his music, he's like, man, you got to make your bank and get the fuck out, man. And so that's what I did.
So Short Dog, huh?
Yeah, I know he's been kind of nasty. He's not actually, you know, a lot of his rap isn't family friendly or whatever.
No, not Short Dog. He's definitely family friendly.
Yeah, compared to who?
Well, if you're a family of pimps, he's friendly. He's family friendly.
Pimp C? I don't know who that is. And who else?
Hey, let me ask Kimmy a question. Kimmy, you said you'd never been to Israel, or you have? No, you must not be here at the mic.
Yo, so do you like any rappers in that area, homie?
My name is American Man.
American Man. Okay. You don't answer the homie. That's cool. I'll call you what you want me to call you.
No, I don't answer the homie because I'm not a homie. I'm an American man.
Just don't call me late for dinner. Okay.
But listen, man. You know, I'm from the East Coast, right?
Yeah.
So you know, on the East Coast, I mean, we listen to Short Dog and all that, but you know, it's Big E and Jay-Z and Big L and all those guys. You know, those are the guys we came up on. You know.
Hey, you never could catch up to Western rap, is what you're saying, basically.
I mean, listen, to each their own, man. To each their own. You know, everyone's entitled to their own opinion.
Well, I'm from the West Coast, so originally I was born in Houston, but now I live on the West Coast and in the mountains my whole life, so I identify as West Coast. Do you got a favorite football team?
I'm New York everything.
New York Giants.
I'm New York Giants, New York Yankees, New York Knicks. Don't ever talk to me about the Brooklyn Mets.
New York Jets.
No New York Jets.
What about the Jets? You don't like them?
No Jets.
Buffalo Bills.
Why? Because they suck.
You want to know why I count the Buffalo Bills, Kimmy? Because they are actually the only New York team. If we really want to
Yeah,
get down to
I
brass tacks.
agree.
So
Yeah.
true.
I wonder when the Marxists will get around to calling the Buffalo Bills racist. Remember that's why they took down the Washington Redskins. That's racist. Got to call them the Commanders. And pretty soon they'll come after the Buffalo, right?
I think they'll do that when everything calms down. Right now, they have too much to fight for.
There's
But when
too
there is
much
a shit to
going
fight
on,
for,
right?
they'll go after that.
Sorry,
Hey,
Kimmy.
hey, we should. Yeah, well, not we, but John and HB should do a stream on the woke leftist civil war going on right now.
Ooh,
The Palestinian women and the black women. Oh man, they're at war
really? Why?
because the Palestinian women are like, Kamala supports the death of Palestinians, and black women are like, but she black, so we got to support her. And so they at each other's throat right now.
Well, this is why I believe that black people should mind their business. We're in everybody else's struggle. We have enough of our own struggles.
Kimmy, I agree with you, but I don't make the rules, right? Like this whole black people with allies and all of that. I don't think black people know what ally means, because that whole ally thing they keep saying, it seems to be a one-way street, but they've not realized it yet.
Hey, can people hear me?
No.
We can.
Hey, can you hear me?
No.
Yes, go
Oh,
ahead.
okay, you can hear me. Okay,
No.
Yes, we can.
I think I fixed my mic finally. Yeah, I've been trying for like a half hour to figure out how to talk on here. But hey, how you guys doing? I'm the all-seeing guy. You call me Sean.
What's up, Sean?
Not too much.
What do you got, John?
Hold on. All that hot intro just to say I'm Sean. Come on, buddy. You gotta add something to it.
I thought you were gonna finish the story. I thought I interrupted you. That's why I paused. But yeah, well, I was trying when you were talking about cryptids and UFOs, because I got a real life UFO story. It's freaking crazy.
Go ahead.
Well, man, it's pretty long, but I'll try to condense it. Okay, so it was 2004, and I live in this house, and the Highway 83 is down a steep embankment behind my house, and there's like a opposing lane, 2-lane country road out in front of my house, and I had met this girl recently, and we started to get along real good, and one night we did some ecstasy, or MDMA, if you know what that is, the club drug, but which happens to be the only psychedelic amphetamine, but it really isn't a hallucinogen.
Are those mollies?
Huh?
Are those mollies? What they call mollies?
Yeah. So it's not very hallucinogenic. They call it the only psychedelic amphetamine, but all it does is make lights look brighter and stuff. But anyway, so we're out back smoking cigarettes, and it was in the middle of the night, maybe like 2-3 in the morning, and I see this thing in the air that I can't explain, like right above us. And since I just met her, and I was trying to act cool and whatever else, so she wouldn't think I was a pussy, I was like, well, I'm not going to say anything till she sees it. I'm going to watch her, make sure she sees it, and then I'll start speaking on it. And it started descending straight at us from above. And it was this ball. It was like just a sphere, like white, almost with a tinge of blue. It was almost white, but with a slight blue tinge. And the thing was like the size of a tennis ball. And it just came straight down at us. And she's like, what the fuck is that? And I was like, either aliens or secret government technology. She's like, no, really, what the fuck is that? What is that? And then I repeated myself. It's either aliens or secret government technology. And we're sitting right out back of my house on these steps out in back of my house. And then this thing like got in front of us. Then other things just like it started to appear out of nowhere. And the thing was as bright. It was the size of a tennis ball. All of them, they were exactly the same. They're all the size of a tennis ball and bright as arc welding light. And they were slightly blue, white with like a slight blue tinge. and they would disappear and reappear, and they seemed to go straight through objects like limbs and branches and stuff. And I didn't hear or see anything else. In the way the terrain is, there's no way anyone could have been projecting, like using a, like a projection device to cause an optical illusion or anything. But anyway, so this is 15 minutes we're watching these things undisturbed, and the highways has normal traffic, Highway 83 behind me down an embankment. Then all of a sudden, on the country road in front of my house, identical black SUVs, like must have been 10 or more of them, going both lanes, opposing lanes of the road, identical, started just flying back and forth on the road. And we're like some distance from it. All I could tell is they were identical dark colored SUVs, and it was nighttime. I guess they could have been black, navy blue, whatever. And I know that sounds like the Men in Black, but this is what makes me think I'm leaning towards secret government technology instead of UFOs, because all I know is it defied physics, at least the physics that any normal person knows about. So that pretty much leaves it to either they're aliens, UFOs, or secret government technology. And the fact that it took 15 minutes between us seeing them and these identical SUVs swarming the road in front of my house makes me think either they're experimenting on us, the government, to see how we would react, or maybe to try to catch us on drugs, have us run out for them to help us, like, look, so they could shine lights on our eyes. So I was like, just stay here, chill. We're going to ignore these humans, and these things are more interesting anyway. So we watched these things for 45 minutes, and meanwhile, these swarms of SUVs are swarming down the road in back of us. We're looking towards the highway. And these things, a few of them went all the way across over top of the highway, over to the other side of the highway, over the properties on the other side of the highway. So that meant any car coming up or down 83 could have seen these things too. And these SUVs would have seen us seeing these things because we were right between them and these things, whatever they were. And they started getting behind us, which maybe I didn't like that. So I was like whipping around trying to catch them, and they seemed to sense that I didn't like that. So as soon as they started doing that, and I whipped around trying to follow them and not let them get behind us, they stopped getting behind us. And then they seemed to be playing like games with us. They would like come towards us, disappear, and then reappear going the same trajectory as they were before they disappeared. And one parked itself about 10 feet away from us, still in the air, and they were completely silent. And they were like bright arc welding light, lit up balls of light, and no sound. And it was weird, if they're right next to a tree or something, they wouldn't reflect any light on the tree. So that's basically this. Then they just disappeared after like 45 minutes, and then the SUVs went away too. And that's basically it for that night. But my life got pretty weird ever since then. It's like somebody didn't like me talking about it, which I don't care. I'm talking about it now because if it was an experiment on us by the government, I don't think they should be allowed to do that to people without their consent. So, yeah, that's my crazy UFO story, basically. Is that entertaining?
Well, I have something similar to a UFO story, but not a UFO story.
Okay.
It was actually the government.
Yeah, let's hear it.
You sure you want to hear it?
Yeah, let me go get a beer real quick. I'll be right back. Feel like John.
What's going on? UFOs?
Yeah, that's what it is. Listen, yo, listen.
Go to Area 51, guys. We're gonna go to Area 51.
I'm actually gonna tell you guys a story about how how I saw how gentrification starts, like how they do it.
Oh,
It's
I thought it was
actually pretty.
UFOs.
No.
Okay.
So this was in Brooklyn, probably about 7 years ago, 8 years ago, something like that. Yeah, probably about 7 years ago. And what's that? 6 1/4. There was this, you know, there was this white person, allegedly a crackhead, right? And he just would walk up and down. Nobody would bother him. No one would say anything. So one day I just approached him to have a conversation. And I'm like, hey, it's odd that you just walk up and down and no one sees you, like no one says anything or anything. And within about 2 minutes of that conversation, 4 cop cars rolled up. 4 cop cars just rolled up. I was like, hey, what's the problem here? And I'm like, nothing. I'm just having a conversation with this guy. And they were like, yeah, well, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm just having a conversation with him. You know, he was just here. And never saw the guy again after that.
And that's it. That's the story.
That's it. That's the story.
That's weird. Like, so it seems like maybe that the homeless guy was working with the cops or something. And maybe
No,
they're
he
trying
wasn't working with the cops. He was a cop.
Oh, he was.
That was the reason why, like, within seconds of having a conversation with him, when I asked him, I'm like, hey, it's just weird that you're just walking up and down here. No one says anything. Like, you're just up and down.
Oh, so he was.
And then once the police rolled up, like 2-3 minutes later, I'm like, yeah, that's not a coincidence that you guys just pop up all of a sudden. Like there was no aggressing him. There was literally a conversation.
Yeah, so they had him spying on local, trying to be a low key spy on drug activity or whatever, and report back.
Pretty much,
Like,
much. Like, and that's how gentrification like starts to get in, because you have to get the bad apples out first. Which I'm not necessarily. I mean, I'm not necessarily anti-gentrification. I'm not for it, neither against it. It's just kind of one of those things. But yeah, it's just a weird story. But it was interesting how within seconds there were so many available cop cars to descend upon us, with me just asking him a few questions, to ascend upon us within just minutes of me asking him a few questions.
yeah, that's weird. Yeah, they don't want you to expose their like little undercover sting operations and stuff. They get pissed when people get in the middle of that.
And they were like, and it was funny because when he was talking, he like started getting a little aggressive, and I had backed up, and I'm like, bro, why are you getting aggressive? Like, nobody's threatening you. Calm down. Like, relax. And the next thing you know, just the barrage of cop cars just pull up and whisk him away, never to be seen again.
It's wild. I might have had a chance to participate in gentrification, but I couldn't or wouldn't at the time. It was back like maybe about a year ago when like people's used cars and houses were getting bought for like twice what they were cost brand new and shit like that. And I'd have these people calling trying to buy my house is not listed for sale. I have nowhere else to go. I have no like living family or anything. So have no place to move to. So these people were like calling, hey, you interested in selling your house? Like text calls and all this shit. And it was probably one of these companies like hedge funds like BlackRock or something. And that's what they do. Or China does it through these companies even. And they buy out entire suburban blocks and turn it into something different, whatever they want. But I probably had a chance to sell my house for twice what I bought it for, but I just had nowhere to go. So I'm like, the house isn't for sale. And that was it. Who knows what they would have done to it if I let them buy it.
Yeah. Did anyone see the Modern Family episode on gentrification? It wasn't loud. It was very subtle the way they did it. It's actually pretty. Oh man, it was pretty good.
Is that an old 70s TV show or 80s?
No. Modern Family is a modern TV show. Probably like 15, 20 years, maybe.
Oh, okay. That's a lot of why a lot of people don't like Donald Trump. They thought he gentrified New York City, which he might have, but
Donald Trump did not gentrify. Donald Trump came nowhere near gentrification. Donald Trump beautified New York City.
Yeah, I think he built all his stuff in areas that were not predominantly residential anyway, right?
I mean, I'm sure there was residents around, but he definitely didn't gentrify like New York City. He most of his stuff is in areas where business was already booming and things were growing. It was never this like he started this gentrification thing. So no, it was never any of that.
A lot of gentrification does seem to improve areas and beautify them, but for the people who previously lived there that could no longer afford to live there, that's the problem they see in it.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? I'm in North Carolina, and this is the part that no one talks about. I'm watching gentrification going on right now, and this is going to be hard for a lot of people to believe. It's not just black people that get gentrified. Poor people get gentrified.
Exactly. You might as well all be the same skin color if you're below a certain income level, or Well, I lived in 2 Philadelphia ghettos, and I'm a white guy, and I was like in 98% black neighborhoods.
But at that point, it's not about skin color. It's actually about economic and class.
Right.
And that's the thing. It's class. You're poor. You're in the poor class. You have to go. I don't care where you go or what you do, but go, because there's millions for me to make here.
I guess I entrified instead of gentrified. The reason I'm a white guy, ended up living in about 90 to 95% black neighborhoods, because I could get the best deal and the size of a place for cheap there. It was in Philadelphia, and it's probably different now, a lot different, because this was in the mid-90s, but I lived a block north on 32nd Street, 32nd and Spring Garden. Spring Garden's a main street, and that's called the Village of Mantua. And like Drexel's campus is basically ends at Spring Garden, and I was the block on the other side. So I was the nicest part on the edge of a pretty bad hood. And there's like video driving tours on YouTube, people driving through Mantua, and it's crazy. It's like looks like Detroit or Chicago or something, south side of Chicago. And I lived at 42nd in Baltimore, and that's kind of the same deal with Penn's campus, like right on the edge where the hood starts. And I don't think I could have done that recently, but back in the mid-90s, it was livable. I mean, it was doable. That was way before all this Marxist crazy racialism started, like the Marxist type stuff instead of class. It's like race now, like identity politics, like trying to pit races against each other, and like you're all oppressors because you're this color, and you're all victims because you're that color, and blah blah blah, all that crap.
I'll tell you what I love to see. Like, there's random spots I'll drive by, and you'll see a brand new HOA built, and then just a guy in his house, well, a family in their house, and it's just all fenced off, and they just have their land, and they were like, yeah, I'm not selling. Move on. And like, I see that in plenty of spots where there's just brand new HOAs built, and then just a family in their house, and they're chilling.
That's great. Yeah, that's great. They break up the monotony and don't let this commie type consolidation happen, like take over a whole area, ruin it.
Yep.
Did you say you live in North Carolina?
Yeah.
I was watching this guy, Nick something on YouTube. He's a real estate guy that drives through all kinds of places, good and bad, early in the morning so he can get away with it. But there's a place called Greensville or Greensburg, either North or South Carolina. and it looked like he said it was one of the most desirable, nice, semi-affordable places to live. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Well, I know there's a Greensboro, North Carolina, and then there's a Greenville, South Carolina.
I think it might be Greensville, South Carolina, or something.
Well, I know like there are certain places in North Carolina that like I just have no need to go because it doesn't benefit me in any way. I have no business there. I don't go places I don't have any business. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't either.
So like, but yeah, I think Greensboro, North Carolina is like half and half. It's half not desirable and half desirable. It's weird down here because it's not like New York. I'm from New York. In New York, everything is separated. You know your desirables from your undesirables.
Yeah.
Down here, like in the South, it's kind of hard. Like you could tell your desirables from your undesirables, but the separation is not so pronounced as it is in New York.
Yeah, New York's got like Spanish Harlem, Chinatown, like all the different enclaves. And
well, it's segregated.
Yeah. But not in a bad way, really, because that makes it easier for people to avoid problems, you know, like,
well,
okay.
well, hold on. Here's the thing. We've grown up our whole life knowing segregation is bad. So to say not in a bad way, it doesn't really add up.
Yeah, well, I mean, it just makes it easier.
Segregated.
It makes it easier to know where you're at, where you're going, and beforehand. You don't just run into it by accident. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not good at like getting along with different types of people, or you're afraid, or
it doesn't. Well, it's not. I mean, it's not that simple. There's no sign like, "Hey, we're segregated here. You're going into the Spanish neighborhood." Like, you can just walk a few blocks, looking around, being like, "Oh, this is beautiful," and then walk a couple blocks and be like, "Oh, this is starting to get weird."
Yeah, Philly's like that too, but less clear cut and delineated than New York. It's more murky, and it's like it was like north, south, west, east Philly, and like all the rappers from Philly, I could tell what part of Philadelphia, north, south, east, or west, by the type of crimes they would rap about. Like the most serious back in the mid '90s, North Philly probably still was like the most serious, crazy, like capital murder, like all kinds of crazy ass crimes, and West Philly is like the second most criminal. But then there was hardcore criminality in South Philly because of the mafia back then was still hanging on. Did you hear about that mafioso from Philadelphia, the Scarfa guy? He looked like he was all coked up. He was funny looking, man. He looked wired.
I've never seen. Well, it's funny, right? Philadelphia. I've never seen a nice part of Philadelphia.
Oh, the nice parts in this. Yeah. In the city, go ahead.
Yeah, to me, every time I've been in Philadelphia, I'm just like, oh, this all looks like shit. I mean, yeah, honestly, right? Pennsylvania kind of itself, I'm just like, oh God. Like I remember my sister and I, when we were driving back or to, I don't know, to south to New York. Either to or from the south, or to New York, or to the south from New York. We stopped at it like once or twice, maybe in Pennsylvania, but probably once. And all I just remember is like, God damn, like this. And that wasn't my only time. Like I've been in Philadelphia a few times, and all I'm thinking is every time I'm like in Pennsylvania, aside from where like my family live, you know what? Let me chill. And so like, yeah, it just always looks It's just always like Like what is going on here?
You mean boring or
no, like just not so developed. Like just I don't know. It to me it has like this like underdeveloped, like impoverished kind of stain on it.
Well, yeah, it is. It isn't very. There's a lot of open country kind of areas in like the cities are Philadelphia and Pittsburgh are the big cities, and Harrisburg is the capital right in the middle, but it's tiny as hell compared to Philadelphia or Pittsburgh. It's like not even a third the size of either Philadelphia or Pittsburgh, so it's weird. It's the capital, and I live real near Harrisburg. I used to live in Harrisburg, but it's like, yeah, but it's got the same like crime problems per capita as like Philadelphia or Pittsburgh, because it's like high population density area, and but yeah, there's that, and then the rest of Pennsylvania is pretty much, they call it Pennsyltucky because it's a lot of it's pretty rural, but a lot of it's pretty, like visually pretty looking.
Well, yeah, I know that because I like have yeah. But it's just like, I don't know. It's something weird about Pennsylvania where it's like it's a little too dreary for me.
Yeah, and in Philly, the only nice parts are right around Center City, like right around Independence Hall and the Liberty Bell. Like there's Rittenhouse Square, and that's the nice area in Center City.
Did you say Rittenhouse Square?
Yeah.
Is that where Kyle's from?
No, it has nothing to do with Kyle Rittenhouse. That's where the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier for the Revolutionary War is. It's all that, because that's where America started, basically. It was the Independence Hall was one of America's first, like, centers of government. Like, they moved it around a few times when it was, like, 13 colonies. But I used to drive horse and carriage tours around there. You probably have those in New York City. Still do, probably. But, like, we'd drive around Independence Hall in those neighborhoods, and I'd tell the people in the carriage the stories of all the colonial stuff and all that.
Oh, do you want to hear a fun horse and carriage story about New York City?
Yeah, sure.
I did a job in Columbus Circle. This guy paid $4 million, either 4 or 14 million for a studio, probably 14, for a studio overlooking Central Park. You know, didn't have a kitchen. It had a kitchenette. And you want to know what the joy of that was? You pay 4 to 14 million for a studio. You step outside your building, and you step into horse shit because there's a bunch of horse and carriage riders around. I mean, isn't like that? That's the New York City multi-million-dollar experience. How nice is that, huh?
It's better than human shit. Now they got human shit everywhere.
I mean, is it though? Because I don't like. First of all, if I'm leaving my building, so if I'm leaving my $4 to $14 million building, right?
Yo, yeah, that's true.
Like,
you don't expect
it. I at least has $5,000 shoes on.
yeah.
I don't want to be around horse shit. Like, I just got to be honest, right? Like,
yeah. They had boot scrapers still out from colonial days out in front of the houses in the colonial sections near Independence Hall, Philadelphia. And those boot scrapers beside the door was from the days where the transportation was horses. So people would scrape the shit off their boots before they went in the house. And they'd have these little things sticking out of the ground just for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's understandable in horse days, but like,
yeah.
Fucking 2021, like, come on.
Yeah, I've cleaned a bunch of stables, shoveled a bunch of horse shit. That doesn't even bother me because they're vegetarians. It doesn't really smell that bad. I mean, you get used to it, but you can't get used to the smell of human shit. If I had to shovel human shit the amount that I had to shovel horse shit, I wouldn't be able to do it. It'd be throwing up and stuff.
You know what? You're right. You are correct about the horse shit and them being vegetarian.
I don't know how healthcare workers do it. My friend's a nurse, and I'm like, I could not do that. I'd be gagging and like dry heaving if I smelled like I could not clean up other people's shit with them, like seeing it and smell it close enough to smell it or anything, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like the smell of human shit is terrible. Like just even regular cleaning water that like humans use. It's fucking disgusting.
Right. There's a freaking thing this back in Philadelphia story. I have crazy stories from Philadelphia in the mid-90s when I lived there. But there used to be this lady. You can find her play on YouTube. Her name is Kathy Chang. Her real name is Kathy Chang. She called herself Kathy Change. And she's this eccentric Chinese woman from a wealthy family. Her family helped build the University of Pennsylvania, like the older generations of her family. And she was like this peace activist that she had mental problems too. And she would march up and down the streets. And this is pretty ghetto where I lived. And this Easter egg multicolored spandex leotard, like a ballet dancer outfit with these giant banners she made herself, these huge flags, big poles with these flags with a bunch of embroidered patches of little pictures of pot leaves and peace signs on them, like a quilted blanket or something. And she'd be doing this Tai Chi walking, waving these flags like Tai Chi while walking. And she always had this crazy ass look in her eyes. And then, but she brought like levity to the scene because I could hear gunshots like blocks away from me almost every night. And there was some menacing looking characters around there. So this lady breezing through kind of made it seem like, it's not so bad. Like she's still around. You know, they didn't like predate her or cannibalize her or anything yet. And
you want to know why? You want to know why?
Because she's crazy and they're like, what the fuck?
They're like, yo, this lady, I don't want her to start going postal. We're going to leave her alone. Like,
yeah. On that note, one day, and I appreciated this lady. One day she caught me looking at her out of the top window and she did a private little Tai Chi dance for me. Like she caught me and looked up at me and started waving her flags doing Tai Chi. But one day she walked onto she predicted the first Iraq War Desert Storm like 10 years before it happened. She'd write and submit stuff to the Philadelphia Inquirer, the major newspaper. And they let her dance naked on the art museum steps. I used to work at the Philadelphia Museum of Art, and they'd let her dance naked doing this Tai Chi on the steps. And one day she went to the University of Pennsylvania's campus, doused herself with gasoline and lit herself on fire and died. And so that was the end of her.
But how crazy is she really?
Yeah,
again,
she was crazy. She was crazy, but smart. One of those crazy smart people, you know, like because she was right about the Iraq War, and the paper printed her shit finally after she burned herself to death. They kept denying it while she was alive. And as soon as she burned herself to death, they're like acted like they appreciated her the whole time and didn't think she was crazy and thought she was this beautiful soul and was so like brilliant, all this stuff. And she was pretty smart. Like she did predict a bunch of shit, but yeah, it was crazy. And it seemed dark. It seemed more menacing when she was gone. Like it seemed scary to live there, really, because there wasn't that little blip of like distraction from the criminal element there. You know, like.
Yeah, man. I always ask, how crazy are people? Sometimes, one man's crazy. Another man's message, you know?
Yep. Crazy people, crazy world. Crazy, man. We all better get, even people who like it normal better start, they're going to finally have to start getting used to crazy because of just what's happened since 2020. I mean, like, with how many millions of invaders we have in this country and the reason they're being brought here and all that, it's to change your people's lives on purpose to the point they won't even recognize them anymore unless we can slow it down. It's still inevitable. I mean, we're going to get them out of here, but that's not going to be easy. It's going to take a long time. It's going to be violent. It's going to be, all these people are going to oppose doing it, and it's going to cause all kinds of shit. But what the hell are we supposed to do? Not just let them, like, if there's any legal pathway to getting the hell out, we got to do it as fast and as many of them as possible.
Well,
lives.
A lot of them are going to end up going to war for citizenship.
Yeah. Have you heard of this guy, J.J. Carroll?
No, never heard of them.
Okay, you can watch videos of him on YouTube, but he used to be this high-level ex-border patrol guy, and after he retired, he started this. Long after he retired, this 2020 letting all the invaders come in started, and so he's studying it. He knew a lot about the process down there, and it was totally broken. So he started to follow where were they going from the border, into interior America. And so he went to Chicago, where a lot of them were being funneled up to, and he got meetings with on the south side of Chicago, where all the horrific shootings every freaking day happen. And he talked to the respected black leaders there. This is an all black area. I'm not talking politicians you see on TV. They're not respected. They're the ones that destroy Chicago. I mean, the actual people trust who you don't know who they are. But anyway, they let him interview these people and them and all that. And they're basically telling them, pastors are telling them this, adults, teens. They say, we're going to war with the Venezuelans because they're bringing so many Venezuelans there. And that area of Chicago is so poor. And they're giving Venezuelans all the jobs, all the accommodations, rolling out the red carpet. They have warming buses. You know how cold it gets in Chicago? They have warming buses running 24/7, buses running for illegal immigrants to sit in and eat their food and be climate controlled during the heat of the summer, the cold of the winter. And people who aren't immigrants, who are American citizens, residents nearby, veterans, anyone that lives there, actually Americans, they knock on the door and they're like, "Get away! You can't come in here. It's for immigrants." So they're these people are pissed, and they're just ruining the Venezuelans, are ruining their whole area, and they're gangsters. So they're not going to put up with it. And the sad thing, it's going to get really violent, as though it's not violent enough already, because both sides have, the government's going to provide armaments to these invaders, and the Chicago gangs already have drum machine guns and everything. So I don't know. That's the plan. It's going to set off some point here pretty soon, and it's going to be crazy when it happens. I'm going to get another beer. I'll be right back.
Only the strong survive, right? That's the name of the game. Only the strong survive. Everyone's got YouTube fatigue tonight, huh?
Yeah, I don't know if we're the only people on here still, or what. It seems like it. I don't know.
Yeah, everyone's got YouTube fatigue.
Another guy besides J.J. Carroll, you should, and this is I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, but it's consider it education or what's really happening that's not being told to us. Good sources like J.J. Carroll, and then there's Michael Yon. Michael Yon is one of the youngest people to ever become a Green Beret. And then ever since he was out of military service, he's been a war correspondent all over the world. So he's an expert on war. And he gets interviewed, and he's like, this is war upon America. Which it is. I agree. It's an invasion, and it's meant to basically change our country forever in a way which is the opposite of what any American citizen wants. And basically replace us. And it's meant to get violent. It's basically meant it's a power grab by the globalist power, unelected power structure. They just cause chaos in countries, weaken them that way, and then they seize more control, power, less rights for people. And so, 9/11 was a mini version of it. It's going to be worse and bigger than 9/11.
Well, it can't not get violent.
Right.
Right. It's absolutely going to get violent. Everyone's going to have to see where it goes. That's pretty much how that worked out.
I mean, it's worth the violence to get them out of here, because look at the violence they're committing in here. Like, I mean, every other day you hear some like chick in the suburbs getting like gang raped and beheaded, or like a teenage girl or something like that, and it's some guy that's been in jail like 5 times and released already, you know, from El Salvador or wherever, you know. This is nuts, man. And these people, their parents still vote Democrat, which is insane. People don't put shit together.
Well, because they're so concerned with feeling like they're doing the right thing.
Oh, man. People are dumb, man. The most people, masses are asses, because, I don't know, how could you be doing the right thing if you can see patterns, and especially if you have kids alive already, or you plan to have kids. It's like, Jesus, look how fast it's getting screwed up. It's not going to be better at this rate for your kids unless you do the opposite or vote for the opposite. Not that Republicans are all great anyway, because there's those rhinos, you know, Republicans in name only. I mean, all I know is I'm going to vote for Donald Trump, because his 4 years were like a sense of relief for me. And I was like, he did a pretty good job in retrospect. And I felt better in those 4 years, felt more prosperous, less problems than before or after.
Well, I actually think Donald Trump is sent to be the calm before the storm.
Yeah, even if it's a reprieve, buying us some more time to get prepared for absolute insanity, that's welcome. I think it's going to get much worse than it is now. If Kamala gets in, man, Jesus, it'll be like double the chaos. It'll be like the next leg down, you know?
Yeah. All I know is Donald Trump is going to win again.
I hope so. He won last time.
I don't think Donald Trump. Here's the problem. I don't think Donald Trump's going to win for the right reasons. That's the problem.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. Yeah, they have the ear of the unelected people that we're not supposed to know about. Both sides do, because those people want to win no matter what happens. You know, like you ever hear Smedley Butler's old saying, "All wars are bankers' wars." That's true. Like, all disasters and horrible shit are bankers, or those people, unelected power players. You know, that they set it up and know enough beforehand to profit no matter what happens. One side or the other wins, doesn't matter. They still make the same amount of money. It's just everybody else loses.
And that's pretty much what it is. All war the bankers' wars. That's a fact. But, you know, everyone thinks that it's always about something else, you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, they think stupid shit. It's the divide and conquer also coming down from the top, from those unelected power players up there. Divide and conquer, whether it's black against white, male against female, straight against gay, like get people talking about all this shit to the point they don't pay attention to anything else. You know, like they don't know anything about geopolitics, what's going on, and even domestic threats to our country internally. It's like they're too concerned about like their identity, and I'm a gay, trans, black, Caucasian, freckled, what, you know, like, it's like, what the That's basically communism. It's exactly what Karl Marx did with classism, like the proletariats and the bourgeoisie, which meant the workers and the landowners, or like the richer people. And they just switched that to races and genders and stuff.
Well, sir, what do you have against gay, black, trans, Latino, Jewish, white, Asian, trans people?
I don't have anything against anyone that's different.
All in one.
Yeah, what I have something against is the fact that this issue is being used to divide people and people can't recognize it, and it's working. I hate that it's working. It's stupid. Because I mean, I don't know, like this. I started seeing some lady that used to work a government bureaucracy job where they get all that training and like tolerance and diversity and all that. She started accusing me like you're homophobic and stuff like that. You hate. I was like, no, I don't. Where'd you get an idea like that? And in this bar in front of people, and it was like, look, man, I believe anyone. I don't care. It's their personal lives. They're allowed to love whoever they want to love. I just don't want their life forced down my throat. It's none of my business. And that's how I feel. Like I accept whatever people do. It's their business as long as it doesn't harm me. And but I don't want to have to see it. Like I don't think children should have to see naked, gay, elderly men riding in circles around in bicycles in front of them, but their parents subject their own children to that. There's pictures and film of parents holding their toddlers up with their arms outstretched towards in front of these naked old men riding bikes around in circles at the gay pride parades in like San Francisco. It's like these parents are brainwashed. It's like, what the hell are they doing? This is the craziest shit I've ever seen. Like I never thought at all that we'd get even close to this. Like even right before 2020, I was like, oh man, this is gonna be terrible. I don't think it was gonna get like this.
It's gotten out of hand fast, but apparently people are okay with it.
I think a lot of people they're not okay with it. They just don't pay any attention. They don't know about it. They don't learn about anything. They just stay in their lane, go to work, go to bed, go to, like just do the 9 to 5, try to enjoy their family for 2 hours before they fall asleep and do it the next day and don't have time. And they just have the TV on with all the propaganda spewing out subconsciously. They're getting that. They're thinking they're learning what's going on in the world, but they're not. It's like doing the opposite. It's making them like think the wrong way.
Well, yeah, I remember. I do believe that many Americans are stupid, but I heard a guy say something which was quite true. They said, "Look, most Americans are just trying to live and feed their family and just sort of get by, and like they don't have the time to understand the complexities of the Donbass region."
Exactly.
And so what happens is they become content with just tell me who's good and who's bad.
Yeah.
And we can move on from there. And so they just want, tell me who's good, tell me who's bad, right? Like they're not gonna look for the nuance. They're not gonna understand. They're not looking to understand the complexities.
Yeah, it's true, and that's by design. I mean, the whole system's set up to make sure people are just barely scraping by and spending all their time doing so they don't find out deeper levels of what's going on. Like, because I mean, it's the right thing to do, to be foremost concerned with your own house over your head and your family and all that, and you barely have time to do that in between making money to like provide for yourself and them. So there's like no time for the average person. And shit, I'm lucky. Like, not lucky I had family die, but I inherited a chunk of money a while ago, and it gave me time to not have to work as much and really research and catch up on a lot of shit that, I mean, I delved into the internet and I was like, I couldn't believe it. Was almost getting the blinders ripped off. It's like, I might as well have met the alien god or something like that, because I was like, what the hell? Because I always had that thing, JFK, we're not hearing the truth about that. 9/11, we're not hearing the truth about that. It's like everything is like that.
exactly the way it is. Everything's the truth. Like, you know, listen, there's a lot of stuff that's kept from the American people. The American people think that they're different from China and Russia, and they don't understand. You're just as propagandized, or maybe even more, and you don't realize it.
Yeah. I mean, a big overarching theme that really pisses me off and freaks me out is that basically I think we're being taken to basically communism. And people think that sounds ridiculous because, America can never be communist. But I mean, the New World Order, people used to hear that term, think that was conspiracy theory, but the New World Order is basically communism. That's what the globalists that control the New World Order want. They want all the world to run like China does. And China's communist. And that's what they want for us. And then you have people like Kamala Harris, whose family were Marxists. And I file Marxists, socialists, Leninists, all under communist. And you can even hear it in the stuff she says, like all this stuff like these people had to start down here, so we got to take from the people up there and give it to them so they can be. Communism is just no one can have better shit. Like, it's just take everyone everything a lot and bring them down to the level of everyone with a little and bring them all together down to another level, and everyone just their life sucks and there's no one with more stuff to be entrepreneurs or provide more. You can't compete with the government, then it's not legal. So, like, yeah, that's it.
Well, that's the problem I have with communism. Hey, I have a question. If we're giving to everyone and we're taking from someone, do you realize that at some point there's not going to be anything to give because people are not going to be working, the innovators?
Yeah.
So, like, what? Like, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's why all communist societies ever have had giant, massive famines or genocides where millions of people died. I mean, it's unbelievable. You watch mainstream TV and the History Channel, you can see like 5 times a day some show about Hitler and the Third Reich and all that. And you learn. I graduated in '92 from high school. I'm 51, and we learned about how bad Hitler was and all that. But they didn't mention Stalin or Mao. And I'm like, what the fuck? If you're like talking about bad guys, Stalin killed twice as many people as Hitler did, and Mao killed like quadruple as many as Hitler and Stalin put together. Those are communists. And there's Pol Pot. I mean, every communist fucking system ever created genocided their population in the like tens of thousands to millions, had massive famines and killed people that way. And it's like, why does anyone want that shit? It's amazing.
Because Americans are arrogant enough to think they could do it better.
Some of the most patriotic people I've seen in America are people who weren't even born here, who escaped from Cuba or Vietnam or Yugoslavia or Russia or China even. Like, there's people who do not like communism and they came here to get away with it. Now they're getting fed it straight back to them along with the rest of us. And they're like, what the fuck? They're really pissed because they know what it's like already. And they can't believe we can't see it because people think I'm nuts when I talk about this stuff. But I'm like, I think it's obvious. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, I agree. But, nothing we could do. Might be too far gone. So, where is everybody? I'm getting ready to get out of here.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I must have been a repellent. Drove everybody away. But it's been nice talking to you. What's your name again? Man from Brooklyn or what?
American Man.
American Man, okay. I like New York, though, man. I miss the way New York used to be, man. You don't live there anymore, but do you still have family? Go up there a lot still, or?
Yes, I still have family down there.
Can you still have a good? Can you still have a good time there? Is it totally fucked where you can't even escape this new crap that's going on, or?
Ask that question again.
Can you go up there and enjoy yourself still, or is it so fucked to the point that you can't even escape knowing your way around there, like the crap that's going on? Because they've fucking destroyed New York, in my opinion. I don't want to go up. I used to love going there as a tourist. I wouldn't fucking go there as a tourist if someone paid me now anymore.
So I can't tell you what it's like right now. I know when I go there, I could still enjoy myself, but I'm also with family and we do things. So, yeah, I couldn't tell you about the migrant crisis and how they fucked it aside of what I've seen on video.
Yeah. Oh, you know how to avoid the areas and stuff where that's happening. That's good. It's not so bad you can't avoid it.
Well,
but, man, my parents used to take me to New York when I was a kid, like in the late 70s, early 80s, and they wanted me to learn the other side of life. They'd walk around with me in Times Square, back when Times Square had XXX porno movies showing, and I'd walk around with my mom and dad in there. It was part of every time we go to New York. We go to Chinatown, we go to Times Square, go up in the Statue of Liberty, go on top of the World Trade Center. I've been on top of the World Trade Center like fucking 12 times in my life, looking out the binoculars they have up there. You look over the city and all that. I went on a field trip for school once, even on top of the World Trade Center. It's crazy, man.
I've been on top of the World Trade Center once. But also, but it's also when you're from New York, tourist stuff is not something you do,
Right. Yeah.
I only started doing tourist stuff later in life.
Yeah, we were tourists. The only time I experienced New York raw with like a young person should, there was twice or three times I had friends that went to school up there, and I'd go and hang out with them, and we'd go to raves, and if you know what those are, like these dance clubs and all that. And then
I know.
I went to Birdland in Harlem. It was a jazz club named after the saxophonist Charlie Parker in the bebop era of jazz. They call him Charlie Yardbird Parker. And they still had his restaurant there, like club, called Birdland at the time. I went there and ate, just sad, went there. They had pretty decent food and all that. But, yeah.
That's what it is. Well, listen, man, I'm going to get going.
All right.
Well,
have a good night.
You
nice
as well.
To talk to you.
Sure, I'll talk to you again.
Yep. All right, man. Bye, panel. Bye, American Man. Have a good night.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Ben's going to prison, y'all. I'm busy on Ava's stream. Yeah. So okay. What happened to the super? Yeah. Okay. John's not here. Okay. So I can't figure out what happened if John accidentally just started this stream without super chats enabled or whatever. I mean, he's known to do some weird things, you know. He started one stream on that 3D, 3D mode, so he might have accidentally turned off super chats when he started the stream. But if he did get demonetized for real, he can appeal that as long as we didn't get a strike. So we can still stream live streams. That's good. If he got a strike, we can't stream anymore. We can only post videos, and that's going to be like a 2-week delay. So you don't want that. So we're good. We're good for now. Super chats ain't the end of the world. Okay. Yes, Momo, prison because he didn't pay child support. He's a real N-word. Ben Thorpe is the N-word of the whole white race. I don't fucking know what's going on. Okay. Anyhow, you can go to Ava's stream if you want to check up on it. He won't get monetized for porn bomb. Yeah. I mean, he already got he's not getting ad revenues for this stuff because he keeps even with the, I think if we keep playing the content that's copyrighted and even playing that, what's that? Damn, fucking sleepy as hell. What's that damn thing? Yeah, the Ja Rule shit. That could fucking get you demonetized too, because cover songs, doing covers of songs that are copyrighted is also a no-no in YouTube land. Okay, so you can't even do covers of songs that are owned by corporations. So you can't do that either. So anyway, yeah. So every all this stuff builds up, right? If you keep getting keep getting a bad social credit score on YouTube, yeah, you'll eventually hit a roadblock. But hey, I mean, I was surprised we got monetization at 500 subs. So I think that's really great. We got a lot of views that pushed John over the limit that we could get monetization early. So not a big deal. We'll get it back. Don't worry. We're getting popular now. So, I mean, John's going to do what John does. He doesn't give a fuck, right? He's the honey badger. He doesn't care. We can swear here. We can use F slurs, N bombs. Yeah, we don't care. Yo, Mike from Boston, is that really you, or is this a porn bomber again?
That's me, man. That's me.
Yeah, because you turned on your cam, so I assumed it was you. So
that's me, man.
Yeah,
I'm down here in Mississippi, man. Down here in Mississippi.
You're still on the same case?
No. I mean, I live in Mississippi now, man.
What?
Yeah, I live in Mississippi now, man. I moved from Boston, man.
Holy crap! Oh,
yeah.
So you just took cases in California and you're back in. So your real living situation is in Mississippi. All right.
Yeah, well, I lived in LA for 8 years, and then I was in Massachusetts for 2 years.
You got sick of that, huh?
No, I mean, no. LA was my favorite place I ever lived, man. I'd go back there, but it's turned to shit, man. It's all
really.
Fucking, I mean, well, it's so
real crap.
Expensive.
It's real crap now.
It's really expensive there now. Not worth it. I can live down here for I got a house down here, no mortgage on it. For the house would have cost me up in Mass or in California, the house I got here would have been $2 million. What's up?
Right.
On market,
yeah, it's way overpriced.
Yeah, it's mad overpriced, man. It's crazy, but we came down here. My wife's family, she inherited a whole bunch of land down here, so we.
Ooh.
Yeah, she had 500 acres of land or some shit like that. Yeah, so we're all set down here, man. It's hot as fuck. It's so hot down here. I'm telling you, man.
Oh, that's the only problem, huh? The humidity.
Yeah,
it's the humidity that's the problem.
And the bugs too, man. The amount of bugs that are down here, that shit is.
The bugs!
I'm telling you, man. Like if there was no music in the background right now, all you would hear is just the screeching of crickets and all these other fucking weird ass bugs you find down here. I had to have
Oh
my
That's
yeah,
the
for
fact.
sure, for
That's the fact,
sure.
bro. That's a
Yeah,
fact.
dude, it's fucking, it's, dude. I don't know how people down here take it. I can't wait for the summer to be over so that shit, those fucking things can die out. You know, all them weird ass bugs and shit down here. But
Yeah.
it's cool. Other than that, that's my only complaint is the heat and the bugs and shit. But it's cool. Other than that, I can make just as much money down here as I did in L.A. or in Massachusetts, and the cost of living is like nothing.
Right. Yeah, you keep more of your money. That's right.
Yeah, exactly. You keep much more of your money, and shit is just way cheaper. Gas down here, man, compared to California. In California, I was paying $5 a gallon for gas. Here, it's like, it's like,
Man, it's still above 4. It's never coming down.
yeah. Do you live in Cali?
Yeah, I live in Cali. I'm stuck in this hellhole.
What part of Cali are you in?
Oh, I travel between the north and south though, so I'm usually in the Bay Area, or I'm in like LA area, yeah, or I'm
Yeah.
or I'm in the Imperial Valley, or I'm in the boonies somewhere, yeah. That
Yeah,
depends on family.
I used to go. I went up to right outside San Francisco a couple of times to work cases up there. Like I had a couple of cases in Oakland. I was staying
Yeah.
out in where I always got a hotel in this little town right outside San Francisco. It was called
Millbrae.
I forget the name, but it's like west. If you just go west, like from Oakland and San Francisco, one of those like small towns out there. But I had a case one time in Vallejo. You know where Vallejo is?
Yep, Vallejo. Yep.
So and it's kind of shitty there, right?
Oh, it's shitty for real. That
So
is bad.
I was doing surveillance in like a bad neighborhood there one time, and it was like I've been working for like almost 24 hours straight. So I fell asleep in my car during the surveillance, and I wake up, and there's 5 cops outside my car window with their guns drawn, pointed at me and shit. And I was like, "Yo, I was like, what the fuck is going on here?" So they take me out of the car, they put me in handcuffs, and they say, "Oh, we got a call that there was some sort of domestic issue you were involved in, or someone called your car and said there was domestic problems." So they took me back and they kept the handcuffs on me. I was explaining to them, I was like, I'm a PI, I'm just here doing surveillance. They searched my car, all this shit, and they were just dicks, like they had the handcuffs on mad tight and shit. And but it was crazy. I woke up literally to banging on my window by the dude's flashlight, and they all had fucking guns drawn and shit. It was crazy. So yeah, man, yeah, that's good. I mean, hey, it is what it is, man. That's good enough for me. If you can do the other ones like that, then we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But where is
HB? You
HB?
got any questions? No, HB's not here, man.
Yeah, I've been trying to get in touch with him. He's probably passed out or something like that from all that driving.
Yep.
I wanted to talk to John also about the next show that we were going to do, but I guess I could talk to you as well. I was going to do a segment on. I was going to do 2 things. I was going to do show some more of that. I don't know if you saw that clip that I played last time of like the camera that could see real far. Did you see that shit?
Yep, I saw that shit. Yep.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna show a couple of crazy cases where I've got people from mad far away, and I'm gonna do a part on the crazy people that call me, like all the crackpots. When in my industry, you get called by the people that are legitimately insane. They have all these stories about that the government's following them, and that they have implants planted in their brain by the government. I got a call just this week by this female, and she had the craziest story. Man, she literally sent me X-rays and CT scans of her body where she pointed out, she's like, see, this is where they implanted the sac in my shoulder blade that can track me, and all this. She'd gone to all these lengths to and she's like, yeah, I just got out of the mental hospital because my husband thinks I'm crazy, and I'm like, yeah, I think he's probably right. Like, you know, like I like, and she sent me text messages. I'd put up the text messages and show them some of the stuff this woman said, man. Like, but people wouldn't even believe some of the stuff people have said to me over the years. Like, you know, all the crazy people. They just think like, because you know, the cops will tell them, you know, we don't have time for your bullshit. You're crazy. So they call a PI thinking that we'll listen to them. We listen to them, we hear them out, but like, you know, obviously we got to tell them like, no, you should probably call your psychiatrist. Like, really, what you need to do.
Oh shit.
But yeah, no, I think we could have it would be entertaining if I put up some of the images and shit this woman sent me. You know, like and just her story, man.
Yeah.
It's so elaborate. Like, but I got a bunch of ideas like for some shit that I could show. You know, from that people would probably want to see from like actual cases that I worked. I could show some of the footage.
Man, you know, if you got some real cases where someone was actually an MK Ultra victim, that would be awesome.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, that's what this woman said that she was. She said that she had been she said that she'd been trafficked here from England in 2007. Since she was living in England, that's where she was from. She had an English accent and everything on the phone, and she said that her husband worked for, and I checked it out. The crazy part is part of her story checked out because like her husband was he worked for one of those big medical companies, like, and he sold the patent to like some big, I forget what the name of the company was, but I checked it out. It was legitimate. Like her husband was part of some big, you know, he had sold a patent and made millions of dollars off of it. So that part of her story checked out. But she was like, I don't know if you've read about MK Ultra, and like that's when I started to be like, all right, now you're starting to sound crazy. She said that she got brought over here and she got, you know, they drugged her and they took her to a mental hospital, and like while she was under, you know, like the drugs or whatever, they started doing implants. They like put one in her shoulder, and then this. And my bad, I got a call, but
all right.
no, it's all good.
Uh-oh.
She said that she kept having to go in, and she showed me a scan of her nose, of like her face, and she said behind her nose there was a transmitter or something like that like would activate her brain or something like that.
NSA is calling MFP right now, bro.
Anyways, man, yeah, it'll be that shit'll be entertaining, I think, for people to hear about.
Oh yeah, I like this. This is gonna be great. Oh. All right, they got MFP, guys. You see that? That shit was real. MK Ultra is real. This shit's real. This. Rashu, where are you? Come on, get on here.
I'm here, bruh.
Oh yeah, you're here. Great. Oh man, what do you think of that? I think this is gonna be interesting. We got a real case of MK Ultra potentially, man. Oh shit!
Hold on, I had to go offline for a second. But what do you mean by a real case of MK Ultra? What's going on?
So MFB, one of his old clients was claiming that she got implanted, and her husband.
Oh yeah. I heard that.
Some big project. So I think this is a potential because, like, I know like people that work in high places. You know, they would to keep them like within the program. They would say like, well, you better get your spouse in our little experiment here, otherwise we're gonna start killing like your family and shit. You know what I mean?
Yo, all right, man. Yeah. So I'm not trying to be too crazy with it, right? I'm not trying to be too crazy with it because this is the thing. We can go down rabbit holes all day.
Oh yeah, for real.
The main thing of these agencies, these special ops and you know, CIA type of deals, it's plausible deniability. Right? So you can make any individual seem like they're a crazy person,
Right.
and implicate their spouses and family behind them if you add the right circumstances. And this has happened so many times. And Charles Manson is a great example of it, because if you actually delve into his history and you see that every time he's gotten locked up, somebody from the CIA has gotten him out. You gotta wonder why that is.
So you know, a lot of the hippie movement was co-opted, right? A lot
Oh
of it was like,
yes, that was a
because they
communist movement.
yeah,
Yes.
they basically unleashed LSD into the population, and they did
Well,
experiments with people.
hold
They
on,
could
hold
try
on.
to
But
see.
why did they? Well, hold on. Before you even go that far, why did they start experimenting with LSD? The music makes it so.
See, yeah.
No,
That's
but
music's perfect for this shit.
it was because the Germans had hyped up all their soldiers with fucking methamphetamines go
Right.
into, you know, to do the World War II thing, right?
Right.
So they started experimenting off of what drugs could alter the human mind, and now you have biohumans, where they're trying to create biological warfare with human beings, basically humans who can be bionic humans, supermen, right? Who
So
can
you know,
pretty much heal themselves.
hey,
Go ahead.
Rashu, did you watch the X-Files and Dark Angel, those two series?
Yes, I watch I watched X-Files so many times. That's one
Yeah,
of
how
my
about
favorite
Dark
shows.
Angel? It was basically the same thing. Like they had
What
super
season?
souls.
Hold on. What
No,
season?
Dark Angel was only like a couple seasons, I think, before it got canceled. But it had Jessica
Yeah, it
Alba.
probably was some of the last seasons, because I don't remember that.
So it was basically like there was a program to train kids and drug them up and do intense training to make them into spies and super soldiers. So a lot of the old sci-fi in the 90s went through that stuff, you know. So X-Files are definitely the main driver.
So I actually,
yeah.
no, you're right. No. Shows like X-Files depict in a sci-fi way what's actually going on, right?
Mhm.
Because and I've had this conversation before, right? And somebody probably on here will probably heard me say this before. But when magicians when magicians do magic on you, they have to tell you what they're about to do before they do it.
That's right.
Right? So a lot of movies that come out and media narratives that are spun in a certain way, it's because they're preparing you for a planned event, right? And we talk about it in the markets, right? We can see the patterns. It's the same, like you say it all the time. These same patterns are recreated on all levels, macro, micro, you know, large scale, right? It's a real thing, bro.
Yep.
But the thing is that people deem these things as superstitious.
Yeah,
right?
they'll chalk it up to like, oh, it's you know, that's why
It's a conspiracy. It's superstition. It's
yeah,
all this other
some people
bullshit.
were talking about deja vu yesterday in the stream, and they were saying like, is it real? Is it not real? And you know, there's like a lot of synchronicity, deja vu, things like that, you know. But there's
Well, the
patterns.
thing is like, yes. And the thing is that yes, it's real. Like, all right. So let's break it down in a real rudimentary level, right? If somebody was to ask me if I believed in the Bible right now, I would tell them yes. But then I would ask them, do you believe that I follow it? Like, do I believe that it's real in the sense of that's how things just went down? I'm gonna tell them no. But it exists. It's a real book. People believe it. If you offend people so much, they'll probably cuss you out over it, or probably smack you, or do whatever they do because of it, right? So is it not real? You know, ideas are real to people.
Right.
Again, energy can't be created nor destroyed. right? So you're talking about bringing stuff up from the invisible to the physical.
Yes.
So even ideas that people don't see, that people might not deem real to them, that does not mean that it's not real. But I'm going too far.
No, I think you're exactly right, because that's what metaphysics is about. You take the
But
thoughts and you
metaphysics is
manifest.
pseudoscience in the
Oh, that
quote
it
unquote
was. Oh yeah,
ideological world,
yeah.
right?
But it's
Because we went away from
philosophical.
philosophical
Yeah.
thought.
Yes, we went away from
We can't
philosophy and we
think
went into
anymore.
materialism. Yes, we went into
Yes.
materialism. Yeah.
Yes, my God.
So
Thank you,
that's why.
Get Crack.
So the thing is that, like, the reason you do materialism is because it's more manageable. Because
No,
if you give
because materialism comes out of the non-physical.
yeah, but
Once you
it's
start
manageable.
believing that things aren't non-physical anymore, and it's just physical, then your science will be based off of just the physical. The reality is that you had thinkers back in the day like Newton, like Edison. Well, not even Edison. Nah,
No, you mean
take Edison
Tesla.
out of the equation.
Yeah,
But
Tesla
Tesla,
definitely.
yes,
Yeah.
who were thinking outside of the box, right? Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. So where is energy coming from? How are we using energy? Right? We're creating a non-material thing into a material thing, right? So that energy has to be stored somewhere. In modern days, not stored in the consensual sense, guys. Just listening. I'm trying to be very general here, and I've been drinking a few beers.
Well, the thing
But
when I say, because the thing is, when I say repeatable, it's basically because with science and materialism and rational thought now, you can control the power in a more regulatory way. It's like a management tool, because if you give people metaphysical, philosophical tools, it's uncontrollable, because people can get very powerful and you can't stop them. You know what I mean? The powers that be don't like that. They want to be able to control and manage the power flow, like a nuclear reactor.
yeah,
If it's an
yeah. That's
uncontrolled
why you
chain
have
reaction, it's
that's
like
the
gonna
whole
go
reason why
insanity.
top
Yeah.
security clearances exist, bro. That's the whole reason why. It's
Mhm.
because the people, because think about it. Think about it like this. In the 1920s to 50s,
Mhm.
you had people really doing real physics in their garages,
Yes, that's right.
experimenting, right? So if you came up with a novel idea, the government really had no control over it, right? So what happened is that, pretty much after we set off the atom bomb, right?
Yep.
We found out a lot of things about physics, and certain people built detectors to find if anybody else was doing this in the world. So people who were backyard patenters and inventors, right? Those people were getting found for certain novel events, even things that didn't have anything to do with gravity or anything like that. I'm talking about, it could just be hydrogen motors that's taking, that's being more efficient than oil driven and gas driven motors, right? And that's stopping the whole industry, right? Even the more efficient than electric, because they actually really are, right? So you had people who died behind that, like what's his name? Billy Myers, I think his name is, or something like that. Like we were talking about early, Kimmy Cakes, they just end up inventing these things and then they end up getting deleted, right? So you have examples of these things, but Patrick Bet David did a video on the patents, this patent law that came out around 1950, 1960, that basically stopped people from doing what I'm talking about here, basically experimenting on these types of devices in their houses. Hold on, I'm gonna try to find it real quick. Let me shut up, but you guys can talk.
Yeah, so I want to circle back to what you and Momo were talking in chat today. So you guys mentioned the Russians and shit like that, and I think that's very important because during the Soviet Union, yeah, they were pretty advanced in mathematical research, but that's true what Momo said, that they also looked into more esoteric research, which, you know, a lot of it stemmed from what the Nazis were doing when they were doing research into UFOs and Tibet
Yeah,
and all that crap. So that's why the Soviets were,
but
yeah, they were.
it didn't just
Mm,
come from the Nazis. That's the whole thing, right? Because we gotta understand that whole side of the world, they're very religious, right?
mm.
Where when we came over here, we were very quote unquote scientific, basing things off of what we could physically prove, right? So
Yeah,
it
the
wasn't,
Europeans were definitely more open for it because you know about
yeah.
mesmer? That's where we get the word mesmerizing. So
Mm-hmm.
like the Europeans, like, yeah, they did a lot of more esoteric work a lot longer than we did, because they had people like Mesmer, who was like looking into fields of energy and making pools of energy and trying to see if it like can induce people's
Exactly.
psychology. There were probably others too that I don't
Yeah,
know about.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Hold on. So just to go back to what I was saying, I found what it was called. It's called the Invention Secrecy Act of 1951. Right, and there's currently 6,000 patents that are hidden from the public. But that is what I'm talking about. That is when things started to go dark as far as public information on certain things. Like before this, they were talking about gravity machines. Like I'm pretty sure everybody was familiar with the Jetsons and that cartoon and how they predicted things to go. Like it was common for people to talk about manipulating gravity in these magazines. But yeah, nowadays it's all pseudoscience and nobody's talking about it. It's because it's been put behind these walls on these search engines and it's gone black, because who knows where that technology is actually gone now, right?
Yep. I think one of these days I should probably play some clips from Jeffrey Mishlov's channel. So Jeffrey Mishlove is a
Oh yeah, that's my
parapsychologist.
guy. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, you know
I'm a
about him?
yes, I'm subscribed to Jeffrey.
Oh
Old
yeah,
ass
so
bald guy.
yeah,
I
old
got a
ass bald
YouTube
dude.
guy
Yeah,
from
he does a lot of
25.
shit. Yeah, and there's this dude on there called Grimes, Pierre Grimes, and he's a Platonist. He did some Buddhism before too, so he's actually a Zen Buddhist master, but he still goes back to Plato. So a lot of what Plato said, you know, he believes in wholeheartedly. So he yeah, that's gonna be interesting to bring some of that stuff up. So we can do some Platonic thought. So if we want to do, like, you know, Philosopher's Stone and all that type of stuff, we could delve into that someday.
I mean, isn't it a rumor that what Plato was taught in Egypt? Was it
Yeah,
Plato
a
or
lot of the
who was
stuff
that?
came
I
from the
think it was Plato.
Babylonians, Sumerians, and Egyptians, and it distilled into the ancient Greek thought. Yeah, many of it. Yeah, so they went over there to learn from the priests. You know, they went to the
Yeah, man.
priests in Luxor. They went to Luxor, like John keeps talking about. He went through Luxor, but you know, I went there too. I went to the temples, man. Like, anything in the temples anymore? No, they stripped them all. They all took all the good shit, bruh. All that good shit is probably like stored
No, they
away,
got
like
every
like
they
like
got every
Momo. Oh
See, that's
shit.
the
Yo,
thing, right? We can't even go into the
no, but
we can't even go into the Vatican, bro.
Yeah,
the
the
whole
Vatican.
Hellenistic period, it was actually centered around Egypt because Alexandria was in Egypt.
Correct.
So yeah,
Correct.
all of that, all of those guys, Ptolemy, even Origen, the churchman, Saint Clement,
Yep.
Ptolemy. Wait, did I say Ptolemy?
Yeah, you said
Plotinus,
Ptolemy.
all these major
Aquinas.
figures.
Yeah.
Yes, it all was centered around Alexandria, Egypt. Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
I don't know if you guys have you read any of Plotinus's works. Those are important to read.
Nah, I haven't. I just wanted to
Should
make
look
a
into it.
quick point
But
right quick.
have
Maybe not.
any of you heard of Eric Dollard? Has anybody heard of him? This is a name.
Nope.
He's on YouTube. Hello?
Yeah, hello? Yeah, I'm looking him up right now.
He's very interesting. He's a very interesting guy. He worked for RCA, and he was like a savant type.
RCA, yeah. RCA is a good company back in the day.
Well, I mean, good is it's RCA was tightly associated with the Navy, and they did a lot of work to kind of capture all of the work from Tesla and works from like the other one, Proteus Steinmetz, that little. He was also a super genius of the electrical era, along with Tesla. But the guy who headed RCA, he was actually a small hat. He had a lot of power.
Man,
but yeah,
I
Eric
really
Dollard
want
is very
to
interesting
get
because
into
he kind of
the
he studied all of those
MH370
guys, Heavy Side, and all
shit
those guys.
with you guys because it's
Hey, go
just
ahead, Ron.
crazy. But nah,
What's that,
dude,
Rush
you got
Dude?
it. I think you got a delay, so just go ahead and talk now.
Oh, there's a
Okay,
delay?
I didn't want to.
Okay.
I didn't want to run over what you were saying, but yeah. But look up Eric Dollard. He's got very interesting lectures. He's very eccentric because he's like he's a savant like Tesla. Tesla also had the eccentricities. Like he became homeless in New York City, kind of had pigeons and stuff.
He had a pigeon. He was in love with a pigeon.
Well, it's like him and
Nah, he was sending messages with the pigeon. People, you know how
That's
people
you
used
know
to
that's
send
what
messages
Mike
messenger
on
Tyson does,
pigeons.
man.
It's really cool. Messenger pigeons is really cool.
Mike
Yeah.
Tyson.
That's why Mike Tyson, man. Yeah, man. Mike Tyson is a smart motherfucker, man.
Bro,
That's all I
a
gotta
lot
say
of
about
Oh
geniuses
yeah. He does have
weird.
pigeons, doesn't he?
Yeah, Mike Tyson is a genius.
God damn, is it me with the delay or is it yo?
Oh man, is it you
might be
then,
me.
Rashu? Oh, you better log out and come back in then.
All right, hold on.
Oh, and yeah, he's eccentric. Like, Newton. Wait, yeah, Newton and Tesla. I think they were both celibate. I think Newton might have been celibate his entire life. I'm not sure on Tesla, but I know they had very long periods.
Yeah, Tesla was pretty much celibate towards the end. Yeah.
And I know Newton was an alchemist, and he also researched a lot of esoteric topics.
Bro, these guys were fucking virgins, bro. Tesla,
for sure. Yeah.
Tesla never had any kids or anything like that. Like he never was around women or anything like that. No.
Well, he had a lot of women friends.
Newton wasn't either.
Yeah.
Newton was a virgin, bro. These guys were virgins.
Well, yeah, I know Newton for sure because I had more familiar with his total history. But I knew Tesla had a lot of celibacy, but I wasn't 100% certain if he had because I know Newton expressed because it was explicitly known. He expressed that he had never had sexual interactions. Go ahead.
Hey, bro, I'm not going to argue with you because none of us had a camera on us back then to watch the game. or
not MFP. You gotta get MFP on this.
Yeah. But from what I heard, man, the guy was a damn virgin, bro. And it seemed like he was just because of how much he was a loner. Like his best friends was
Yeah,
birds, man.
yeah, for sure, for
And
sure.
he
No, I,
dealt with people just to get funding for ideas that he. To be honest with you,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
well,
mean,
I
but
think
the,
for a
yeah.
lot of the people who are savants like that, and especially with their eccentricities, like I think they find it burdensome to do the interactions, sexual interactions, and I think it actually helps them kind of ascend intellectually because they can just focus all of their energies on research and on thought instead of all that stuff.
I don't even think that, man. I just think that these certain processes become natural to certain people, right? Like me myself, I think I'm a fucking idiot, right? But I have an ability to be able to pick up on patterns in a certain way that where when I say them, people are like, "Oh, you're crazy." One example I will use, and this might sound anecdotal, but this has been multiple examples over time, but this is just one. When I was getting out of high school, right, I saw where the world was going, and then, hey, get cracked. This is just market understanding. At the end of the day, I saw that everybody was going into legalizing marijuana, and I wanted to become a cannabinologist at Oaksterdam University out there in California. And I told my moms, I was like, "Hey, listen, it costs $10,000 a year to go here versus costing whatever the fuck university cost at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be done in a year and a half or some shit, and I can go off and be making over 100K. It's 2011, right? They thought I was crazy, didn't want to invest, right? So
Yep,
made
that's
other
it.
choices. And what happened? That whole market boomed,
That's
right?
right.
And it's funny because one of the guys who was working with my father, his brother-in-law was a lawyer, and the damn lawyer said that, "Hey, I'm retiring because I'm about to buy into this weed business."
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And I was like, "Bro, I was sitting here trying to tell you guys that I saw it the entire time. I
No, they
saw
won't
where
believe
everything."
it. That's why.
You
That's
don't
why
believe it. Don't
yeah,
believe it.
empiricists.
That's why you just gotta keep it to
Yeah,
yourself
that's why.
and just fucking do
Yeah,
it yourself.
yeah. You just do it because empiricists is right about that. If you want to make money or whatever, you will get the money. But the people that won't get
Hey,
money, they won't.
same it's the same thing with Bitcoin, bro. I'm
Yep.
sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, if I didn't tell my parents to buy Apple stock, whatever, they wouldn't have done it. And it's just like, my dad was always a doubting Thomas. Doubt. And it's just like people like that, like my dad, if it wasn't for me or my mom, would be broke, homeless. Because he doesn't, people don't tap into the
Dude,
nature of things and see the future.
yeah.
They won't be
My
able to.
dad my dad doesn't my dad doesn't believe in investing at all, bro.
Yeah.
At all, man. And I'm like, what are
Yeah.
you I don't know, man.
Yeah, some people they won't get it. That God hasn't graced them like Empiricist says. From a Buddhist perspective, it's
My
because you don't have the merit. That's what the Buddhists would call merit. You didn't earn merit, so your level is very low. So that means you don't see things very clearly, because you accumulate way too much karma. So yeah.
my thing is this, right? You raise a child to be better than what you are. And when your child's now an adult who's virtually successful, why wouldn't you listen to them? Especially when there's been other instances in the past where you haven't listened to them and it's just like been up. At what point do you just saying like, fuck you, I don't respect you? But yeah. But nah, man, that weed play, that Bitcoin play, you know what I mean? I got
Yeah.
my mom into Bitcoin early, and then She got into a bind, Nate, and then she had to cash out. And to me, hey, I'd rather cash out on federal notes.
Federal notes. Yeah, you know now we went through the whole law. They don't belong to you anyway.
Well, I already knew that, right?
Yeah,
but
I think most of us knew that. Yeah.
The thing is this, right? When you are not having these conversations on the daily basis, you'll forget the minute points that might make sense to somebody who's not already an investor. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like trying to talk to an average day person, you'll kind of forget the little ins and outs. You know what I mean? Like for example, people will forget that Bitcoin is divisible into like 100 million Satoshi, right? Or 100,000, something like that, right? But when you think 100,000 Satoshis, right? So when you think about the 21 million price and it's 65,000, people are saying, "Oh, it's 65,000." That shit just lost 10 trillion of 6 trillion of volume, right? That's enough to crash a market. And it's like, but bro, it only moved 3%. And it's like 3% is a natural S&P movement. Like if they have like a major sell-off, right? It's just the asset price different. So it's like you're equating it as a much more, which is true, but you're dealing with a much more higher volume of people and liquidity, right? So it's different when you're looking at it, but people cannot deassociate it with one another.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's look at this comment here. Investing is essentially gambling. Correct. That's true. But the thing is, insurance companies essentially gamble on you. Insurance companies do the same thing. So you have life insurance, you have your home insurance. They're gambling that you won't have any problems. They're gambling. Everything is gambling. Business is gambling.
Correct. No,
life is gambling, right? Do you know what's going to happen tomorrow?
It's
oh,
not.
It's not. I think everything is gambling to me. That's my point of view.
Bro, hold on. You got any?
It's just how you manage risk. It's how you manage risk. That's a difference.
Well, yeah, because it's all about your choices, right?
Exactly. So that's
you
the
got
only
any
difference between a
long
winner
positions?
and a loser. I have long positions.
Any long positions?
Yeah, Palantir is one of them. Yeah.
Bro, you guys, man, I got to talk to you about that. But hold on.
Oh, okay. You got some
on your
Palantir
long
scoop?
positions. On your long positions, have you truly lost any money, bro?
No.
Exactly.
No.
The only time you really lose money is when you like trading and trying to risk money.
That's true. Yeah. Overall, that's true for most people.
So does that guy
just
have
put
a
money into the
righteous
market,
muffin position?
What's that, Momo?
Was that guy? Did he take the righteous muffin position?
That's funny.
See,
That's
this
a
is the
weird
problem.
ass name. Righteous Muffin is so fucking weird.
The problem is like that's the problem because
What's
people
up, bro?
always look. People
What's
always
happening?
look at before the crash. They're like, okay, people invest before. Okay, that's why I'm starting my courses here because I'm trying to prevent you from doing that mistake. Okay, so don't worry, hot potato. If you stick with this channel, you'll learn the game.
Nah, and that's what I'm
motherfuckers
saying.
about their money over here.
Hold on. People only want to invest when the price start going up.
See,
and
that's
the wrong
true.
time to invest.
Yeah, that's true.
You buy, you buy high, you sell low. That's how it works.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you buy high and sell low. Exactly. Yeah, sure.
Hey, get correct.
Yeah.
Right. So listen, it's a company today, right? I just go on Yahoo News and I see AST Scientific Corporation just launched a satellite and their fucking stock.
I've watched that stock before. I've watched it many times. Yep.
Well,
I like that stock.
Tell me why I helped put that satellite in the fucking air.
Oh, you were part of it?
Yes. Yeah,
Oh shit.
I built harnesses
Oh, that's
and
cool.
a couple of
Yeah,
for
that's
that.
cool.
But what I'm saying is that I had no idea of the launch. I didn't know. I should have
Oh,
bought.
you got insider scoop.
I would have been up like
You could have
50%.
bought the stock before the. Oh my god.
Yes,
Like,
bro. Yes,
oh
I would have
damn
been
it,
up 50%
Rashu.
right now.
Oh,
But I just saw it on Yahoo News this morning. I was like,
too
"Man,
late.
what the
Fuck.
fuck, bro?"
You had insider information. You take advantage of it.
Yes. But you see how this stuff works. You don't really know. I mean,
Yeah. I mean,
you know,
that's one of the companies I definitely watch from time to time. Yeah.
yeah, I work. Yeah, I'm literally doing all
Oh
of their wiring.
man, you had
Literally.
insider. Oh my god, bruh. Shit.
Yeah, bro, that would have been a crazy
Shit.
move if I would
It's
have
like
told
up
y'all
50%
a
today.
couple
What the
days
fuck,
ago.
bro? It's up 50% today. What the heck are you
I know.
doing, Rashu?
I
Ah,
know,
that's
dude. I
easy
know.
money for you.
I was so mad. I was so mad when I seen that shit, bro.
Oh
Man,
man, yeah, I watch it all the time, because I'm like, hey, damn, this chart looks good all the time here.
hey, bro, it wasn't even on my radar until they start asking me to do some projects for them, and I'm like, okay. But yeah, dude. Oh my god.
God damn it.
47%.
Whatever, Rush, you forget about it. There's plenty of fish in the sea.
Nah, that's a part of the game. I mean, you're not gonna catch everything, right?
You're not gonna catch everything, but when you have insider information, you definitely catch it.
So, hey, bro. So let's talk about this Nvidia, man. Let's
Yeah.
talk about this Nvidia, man.
Right.
Because
What's up?
the support line is not strong, bro.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing where it's at right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, we got earnings and we got
that's why my parents' position is closed out. I'm willing to take a little bit more risk, but I've sold a good portion myself. But my parents are all out because in 2 weeks you make 10% for anybody in a retirement position. That's great money. Like, you beat the S&P already in 1 month, then you should quit. Take your gains, get the fuck out. But for younger people who have more risk tolerance, you should sell a good chunk like today and Tuesday, and and you could keep a little bit for the rest of next week. But yeah, you're right, Rashu. It's not very strong up here.
No, it's not. I don't see the trend line staying where it's at.
Yeah.
I see
I don't think so.
way more sell off back to like 90. Well, not 90, maybe like 100 or something.
Yeah,
but we got at least a $20 sell off, bro.
Because the thing is that when the volatility is very high, like it is, because you see it drop really quick, but it jumped back really quick.
You
That's
see
not good.
you see how much it dropped. I mean, how much that candle wick was. That candle wick was pretty.
Yeah. It's
So is
very
the price
strong.
of eggs and bacon about to drop again, or is it gonna stay high?
Oh no, it's gonna stay high.
Nah,
The food
that shit ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about, man. Them niggas,
because when
they
the problem is,
manipulating prices.
Yeah, so when companies get like very strong inflation like we had during COVID, they'll keep the prices up as long as they can. They'll shrink the packages. They'll do all this game and stuff because that's the problem with inflation. Once it happens, you can't go back. So even though
the price is not going down after that, right?
so even though even though the price going up every year has slowed, it's still going up. Okay, it's the rate of change. You know what I mean? So even though it's only went up $1 instead of
Everything is
$20.
$5. Yeah, I remember.
Yes,
remember 99-cent bag of chips. Y'all remember?
Oh yeah, you
99
can't buy
cent bag
any
of
of that
chips?
shit no more. That's a waste of money. To me, you're buying bags of air.
Yeah, I remember.
Fuck
Bro.
that shit.
I remember.
Fuck that shit. Ain't.
But that's kind of what
I
we're
remember when a
talking
jumbo
about.
jack was 99-cent, nigga.
It's more so like shrinkflation, bro. Everything.
It's shrinkflation. That's what they call it. That's right.
And the price is staying the same, right?
And they give you less.
They give you less shit. Yeah. Yep.
Isn't it illegal to give out
They
financial
give you like
advice?
half the bag instead of 75% of the bag.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, bro. That's exactly what it is. It could be 25% of the bag. Shit.
Okay, hot potato. It's not illegal to give financial advice if I give a safe harbor statement. So every time if I give like an actual stock pick or whatever, I have to give a legal boilerplate. I give a legal boilerplate.
Bro, we didn't give out no financial advice. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we didn't. Yeah,
we were just talking.
Yeah, I mean this.
Hold on, bro. You
Yeah,
don't need
that's
to
it. We were just talking.
this
Yeah.
guy. We were just talking. We didn't say
Well,
you
the
should
thing-
do anything or
well, the
any.
thing-
We didn't imply
no.
anything. We were just talking about
But-
what was happening.
yeah. Yeah, because if
Yeah,
you're
but
not a
it's on
licensed
somebody
financial
else.
advisor,
If they make a decision, nigga, that's on them.
That's on you.
Yeah, but
If
for
you
legal
decide to
purposes,
take
for legal
vaccine
purposes,
based off of what was going
Your
on.
decision,
but you
nigga,
know,
is your decision.
we got
It don't
lawyers.
matter who swayed
Yeah,
you, who tried to talk you into it, nigga. If you made that decision, nigga, that's your fault, nigga.
But the thing is like for John's sanity and to make sure the channel doesn't get like messed up, it's like every time I give an actual like advice, I have to give a safe harbor statement.
Bro. Hold on.
They make a decision, bro. It's not
Hey,
on you.
correct,
That's them. They're a grown ass fucking adult.
Get correct.
Mm.
Usually you'll hear disclaimers on channels where you just have one individual talking to YouTube or to the camera, and they're using nouns and pronouns like you should or whatever, he should or whatever, right? So you're kind of implying somebody outside of yourself. We're having a conversation here just talking about markets and talking about what things did today and whatnot. We're not implying anything as far as like what you should do or what you shouldn't do. We haven't talked about any trades. We haven't talked about anything. So I don't think that that's merit to be classified as, to having to disclaim yourself, sir.
Oh yeah, I mean, but it's like it's good practice to do it anyway. If I say something very specific like this or that, but yeah, it's good
That's
practice.
your opinion.
Yo, during your
morning
shows, yeah. But how I just brought it up just now, nah.
Mm-hmm.
You was just talking about-
exactly. Yeah,
He was
for
just-
here, no, you don't need it. No, but if I said something specific, I'll have to say that.
Yeah, I get.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck hot potato, Sagna. Is that imperial?
No, hot potato's been grilling on John for a while, so we got a strong community of chatters again.
That's what's up. That's a new name.
Rafi, you had mentioned Politis and 411. Have you seen a lot of that?
Yeah, David Politis. Yeah, I watch him every day, bro.
Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, I've probably seen hundreds of his videos. I haven't seen any of his documentaries.
Oh, you haven't?
His case is very interesting, and also not docs or anything or the books.
You're bugging out. Hold on.
Yeah, yeah.
You say you haven't?
Yeah, my connection.
Hello?
He's gone, huh? Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, he was breaking up pretty bad, but I did want to hear what he said. He said he couldn't hear. He hasn't seen any of Dave Politis documentaries. All right, I'm gonna try to pick it up from there when we get back. But yeah, with this Tesla situation, have you guys heard of the Radcliffe in New York City that he was trying to?
Yep, I heard that. Yep, I think it was like was it?
Yeah, it was
something like that.
What happened?
Hello?
Our boy Momo, he cut out for a second. Momo, are you back? Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Is it coming through? My connection's not too great here, but okay, yeah. I've seen like hundreds of the videos. A lot of the cases are very interesting. I do want to get into his books and documentaries, but it's just there's a lot of interesting, serious aspects to all of it. The heat map, like the conservation around national parks. A lot of the cases have so many peculiar details. missing shoes, or like the body kind of
Hell yeah.
seemingly ends up in a certain position that's not physically possible.
Hold
It
it,
makes no sense.
hold it closed
How
next
they
to the
were
body.
lying there. Yeah. So it's really weird stuff. It's very interesting to get into. Sure.
Yeah, and a lot of the national parks don't want to talk about them. Like you try to get into the cases with them, and
yeah.
they do not want to. Yeah. It's a
Well, I
wild
remember
situation.
he was trying to get like specific information on like lists, and they started to shut him down. And like, it's very peculiar stuff.
Hey man, listen.
I mean,
there's a
obviously it means that
case-
they're aware of a lot of the stuff, and they know something that others don't know, and they don't want to know. They don't want to release whatever they know. You know.
Well, that's literally the issue, right? We know that there's anomalous things happening throughout the world, but we're not trying to talk about them because the world will seem more mystical than what it probably is, right? There's a fact that there are certain magnetic
Yes.
anomalies in the world where it has certain effects on people and instrumentation in certain areas, right? We can't describe that, right? But that
gets into that thing we touched on earlier, where they want to establish very strongly the dogmatic materialism, right? And they don't want to let any information out that contradicts that.
Right. Because then you would be a free thinker. Right. Because you can just literally bring up ideas. First of all, where do ideas come from? What is consciousness? Jesus, this music.
Just
But
thoughts.
what is consciousness, right? Where does it come from?
Spirit.
Are our brains all right. Are our brains linked up on this Wi-Fi type of network? Just to generally speak it. One of the reasons why I say that is because you had some monkeys, I forget what country it was in, isolated monkeys who learned how to fish using tools. And then spontaneously some other monkeys, outside of them started using tools to fish. Right? So are these ideas like just in the the
ether, right? The ether.
The ether, right? The
Yep,
ether
the ether,
of
yep.
energy,
Well,
because energy can be
that's
created
very
nor
interesting,
destroyed.
because essentially the luminiferous ether, it's supposed to be debunked pseudoscience, right? Because we're supposed to believe in the quantum particle physics. Everything is just little particles. But is that really the case? That's not the case.
Which the ether doesn't deny, but they try to throw you off to the quantum. Yes, but I agree. But the ether doesn't deny the quantum. The ether is just saying where's energy coming from, bro? I use different methods every day to generate energy, but where is it coming from? We want to say that it's coming from a battery, but a battery is just storing energy.
Mm-hmm.
What is matter?
Well, then,
matter is trapped.
That's one
energy.
of the things.
An atom is trapped energy. It is trapped energy, and it's fucking making bonds, magnetic bonds with other like particles, and it's creating mass.
Mm-hmm.
But what is energy? Where's energy coming from, guys? It's coming from the ether.
Yeah, and counter space. I mean, it's funny because
music,
the Einsteinian,
man.
the Einsteinian equation, right, has the relation between mass and light. So, I mean, isn't it logical that
but
mass and light
mass
are very
mass
tightly
attracts
related? That's how you get the energy from the atomic.
Exactly.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what I just said, bro, mass is trapped energy.
Mm-hmm.
It's trapped. It's trapped by the magnetic attraction of certain bonds and covalent bonds, right?
Correct. Strong force, electroweak
Yes,
force,
yes,
stuff like
yes,
that.
yes, 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 yes,
Correct,
yes, yes,
correct,
yes.
correct.
We're talking about gluons and nuons, right?
Gluons and nuons, right?
Yes,
Quarks.
yes, yes,
Yep,
yes. You know what I'm talking about, sir. I
I know
know
what you're
you're
talking about.
smart. I'm not
Yeah.
trying to break it down that deep, but you know I know what the
Well, yeah,
fuck.
I mean the thing about the strict quantum and strict atomism is that it's incomplete, and that's why they have this like dark matter, dark energy shit.
Right. Correct.
And that's
correct.
really it's because they have the incompleteness. It's really that the ether and counter space really explains and it really substantiates everything. It
But the thing
gives
is
real
that,
substance to it.
but bro, the reason, one of the reasons
Yeah, go
why
ahead.
this is playing in the background right now is because maybe that's the fucking conspiracy right there, bro.
Oh, Mo got
Like,
killed.
maybe
Oh,
they're
Momo got
monitoring
killed, bro.
Momo.
Yeah, he left. He lost his connection. It's the gluons got him, man.
Gluon, black matter, dark matter.
The dark matter got him. Yeah. But hey, you know, the funny thing is, like, without those strong forces, we're basically like empty space, right? Most of us is empty. And if without those strong forces, if you push on a wall or push on a table or sit in a chair, you would just fall right through.
Whoa,
Because
hey,
it's just like two
correct, you're correct.
interlacing like pieces of nothing going through each other.
Get
Yeah.
correct. Get correct. Are we ever actually touching anything?
Good question. I don't think so.
No, we're not. We're always
Yeah, we're not.
repelling. The Casimir
Right.
effect.
That's right.
This
That's
is
right.
how
You are correct.
This is how geckos can climb on walls, right? It's called the Casimir effect. I think that's what it's called. But yeah. But basically, since the atoms of our being, we're repelling. We're never actually touching anything. It might seem like we're touching something. We're not. The atoms are repelling from whatever
That's
we're
right.
touching.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. So if you think about these things like that, you look at the world a lot deeper.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of going back to basic principles, right? This is first principles type stuff. Yeah, a lot of people don't think about it. They take things for granted, right? They don't think like, why does this happen? Why does that happen?
Dude, there's probably 1% of the world that is even talking like how we talk.
That's fine with me, man. Everybody else can do whatever the hell they want.
Well, think
Less
about
competition.
Like, look at John the other day talking to those people in New York. Everybody kind of had the same script, right?
Right.
They at least could follow and get along with each other if they all met each other up at the same time, right? Versus to individuals like us, we would all be different. We will all have our own perspective if John asks us those questions out there on those streets, right?
Yeah.
We are people who are able to think, and they are not. And that's the difference between people like Tesla back in those days who were able to say, every time I think about this person, they call me or they write me a letter. In his day, write me a letter, right? Is there some sort of significance to this? Could I potentially think of a way to test this? Right? You would think abstractly, just like how John talks about all the time. And John is very
right.
good at doing it. John is always able to figure out how he can make money. And I'm like, bro, I don't think like that all the time. I be thinking other different ways, right? But we all can learn off of these things, right? But it's more so like a social collective money versus to not just capitalize on stuff. You see what I'm saying? It's a different mindset. It's more so psychological. What John does. John deals with the people. He's able to manipulate people to get money. You feel me? Not everybody's good at doing that. Not
Right.
everybody's able to do that.
No, they won't. Yeah, I'm not that type of person. Yeah, and John's
No, I'm
definitely
not
like
neither. I tell too much truth.
Yeah.
Like John's able to not talk about himself. I can't. I talk about myself all the time. Like I tell you the truth about who I am. John's able to be John without telling you who he is. You feel me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a different breed, man. That's John for you.
Nah, I meet people. I've met people like him before. I just never
To that level, though, I think John is a special. He came from a super lab, man, and Tuskegee experiment or some shit. He's a fucking superhuman.
Yeah, man. John's
Before
a
I go,
legend.
Hey, Mo. No, you're still Borgin, Mo. Your connection's not good still. Oh, bro. Oh shit.
Not good. Yeah, my bad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, say it right now, bro. Say it right now.
Damn. Yeah, I think he's
Yeah, he
it's not good.
sounded decent when he said
Yeah,
something. Left.
no, it's not consistent Wi-Fi right now or cellular signal. No. That's why the call-in line is so important to have, for this reason.
Yeah.
That stupid U.S. internet piece of shit. The way they standardized cellular service, right? They did the 5G here. They implemented I don't know what they did. There was a whole standard for the 5G. They used the MIMO antennas and this and that, but yeah, it's done by committee. A lot of the standards, the IEEE standards. So
yeah.
And I don't think those companies,
and it's all like a private committee, bro.
Exactly. And the thing is, those companies try to push certain standards just because it benefits them, not because it benefits the overall network quality.
A monopoly.
It's a monopoly. Exactly.
Yeah. I don't like it.
I don't like it either. Yeah. I mean, we were supposed to replace Wi-Fi with WiMAX. That never happened. WiMAX is way better than Wi-Fi.
Hold on. WiMAX. I ain't never heard of that. Tell me about that.
It's a standard. Yeah, it's supposed to be a standard. WiMAX.
What's WiMAX? What's the difference?
It was supposed
there?
it's supposed to be between cellular and Wi-Fi. You know what I mean? So it was supposed to gradually replace Wi-Fi and be closer to cellular, but that never happened.
And what you're saying is like connecting the towers.
Well,
so you have more coverage.
Yeah, basically, like a lot of your
like
mobile data.
Connect to your Wi-Fi towers ever.
Yeah, exactly. So you can use your cellular service more like Wi-Fi. It would have a better connection, better signals. So if you were in an area that had good like cellular service, it could be treated as Wi-Fi, and you would be connected as if you were in your home, not like as it is now.
Essentially, you'll be using less data.
Yeah, it'll be like a more improved hotspot, So if you can use like your look at the IRL streams with Grace Thorpe and all that. It's like every time they move, it just gets blocky and the quality goes down and shit. And that shouldn't be happening. If we had WiMAX, like if you're driving in the city, it shouldn't happen. So if you're in a rural place, of course that will happen. But if you're in the city, like you saw John, even just doing his scooter, he just goes really fast and all his connection gets garbled up. It's just this is retarded.
I get that. When I'm driving home, when I'm driving home, I'm like literally like by DC, coming up past DC, going towards Baltimore, and like on this one spot every time I notice that if I'm watching something live, which is not, pre-recorded, those, because when you watch something that's already been recorded, they'll give you like an extra 2 minutes or so already pre-recorded, right? But if you're watching something live and you go through the certain area, I always notice that the data cuts out.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It just doesn't have enough data exposure to feed a live stream at the time. But as soon as I
Right.
cut around the fucking corner, it's fine. Right.
Yeah. Yep.
So I see that in certain areas. It all depends on where you are, the
Yeah.
density of
It's really the
people.
it's really the MIMO
trees.
stuff because the MIMO stuff we did is not very good like the Japanese. So when you get into places with a lot of skyscrapers, tall buildings, it introduces a lot of reflection. It'll start canceling out your signal. And yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah, I
the
know
that's
that. I'm
annoying.
talking about like we're not around buildings. But yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know what you're
Yeah,
talking
so when you do movement and there's a lot of like let's say you're moving and then all of a sudden you hit an area where there's another car passing you by, it could theoretically just start cutting off your signal because the signal just bounced off like somebody's car and goes right into your spot and they'll just completely wipe it out. Yeah, it's crazy how bad it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Opena, that's what I'm talking about latency, right? Because I'm talking about being on a dense traffic highway, you know what I mean? Going through trees and whatnot definitely will start blocking signals. So yeah, I'm aware. But yeah, man.
Yeah, that's good. We got people here that know about MIMO. That's good. See, we got a good audience here. The people know this shit. I have a MIMO textbook somewhere. I put it in the garage somewhere. I have so many old textbooks I kept. Fucking shit.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. I still got a whole bunch of old encyclopedias from the early
Yeah.
90s.
Yeah, you gotta save them before the internet starts wiping out information.
Yeah,
You'll be
man.
like,
I'm not
oh
ever
shit.
throw them joints away. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, I hate how everything is an ebook now and whatever. They can just delete and change content. It's just like, fuck you guys. Fuck your subscriptions. Fuck all this shit.
Man, do you want to go there too? I mean, because we see it, you see it with you know what they're doing to the media stuff nowadays. But not only that, Wikipedia is the perfect example.
Oh yeah, Wikipedia, yeah.
You know, daily people will edit things, right? Depending on what side of not even what side of the aisle, but I'm just saying, you know, what information might be out there that day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm not even trying to make it a left or a right thing, but yeah.
No, it's not a left or right thing. It's just a powers that be type thing where there's a lot of information that they're like, time to delete it.
Tesla. Look at Tesla. Do they call him a pseudoscientist here? Let's look at this article. Do they call him a pseudoscientist, or do they call his stuff? Because if they don't call it pseudoscience, they probably call it not experimental, unproven.
Yeah.
Or some shit like that. Like some and shit.
Hey, Rashu, have you ever watched that movie The Prestige? Like that,
No, I don't.
that's the Prestige had like Nikola Tesla cameo in there. So it was a movie about a magician. I mean it was a Nolan movie. So it was one of his early movies, so you should watch it. The Prestige. Let me look it up. It had Hugh Jackman in it.
I'm about to look it up on YouTube right now.
Yeah, you'll like that movie. I'm sure you will. It has a magician. It has Tesla. What's not to like?
Hey, get correct. You got a lot of hold on. Yeah, you got a lot of information, my bro. But you talking about this 2006 joint?
Yeah. And you got Scarlett Johansson. So can't go wrong with that. Yeah.
But nah, man, nah. I'm the same way, bro. I know a lot of random ass shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how it should be. I like learning stuff. That's my thing.
I mean, do you want to talk about the deep state?
Oh yeah, let's go. Let's go for it. Might as well. What do you think?
Man,
You gotta have something. You gotta have something, man.
I do, but I mean, I'm kind of more privy to just picking up where the first George W. Bush, his whole thing where he got involved, but it was going on before that. I'm not too familiar with the Eisenhower and
Okay.
and the fucking, JFK got killed behind it. Like
Yeah, I mean, I
that
think
whole story. I've listened to it, but I haven't like committed it to memory. It's kind of like the files hasn't been released, so
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of, it's up to like people's interpretations. You know. So yeah, but my opinion on the deep state is, yeah, fucking George W. Bush pretty much helped us sign our lives over,
Mm-hmm.
to pretty much create a rogue government within the government,
Yeah.
do whatever they wanted. And I think that a lot of our, a lot of the money that we can't account for is going to funding other things, which would be illegal
So
things like child trafficking and
so you just
drugs.
reminded me something, Rashu, because there was a conference in the Bay Area. It was called the Secret Space Conference, and there were people talking about the breakaway society. Do you know about that stuff? Where there's like supposedly some elite people that broke away already. They already live off the Earth. This is real conspiracy shit. It's like they already have lunar bases or whatever, and they're just biding their time, using what we do now here to build up technology that they can use up there. You think that's true?
I've heard of it, bro, and I don't really think. Well, again, it goes back to my Bible thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
It exists for a reason. Is it true or not? Who knows? It could be made up in people's head, but still, somebody thinks that it's real, right?
Right.
So if I think that it's a real thing, no, I'm gonna tell you no.
Mm.
But it's something to that shit because, hey, I've heard stories. I've heard many stories that are similar for people who don't know them, who don't know each other over time, who are in military, credible, out of military, who still seem credible because they're just normal people who have had the same similar events happen to them. And they've all seen different degrees of what these things were capable of, right? So some people might see it craft, some people might see whatever, but then one person might be saying that, hey, this craft was taking bodies from an earthquake that happened in Malaysia, right? We have all these compromised bodies and they're just fucking taking them. What the hell is that? Right?
It's an alien.
No. It wasn't.
Are you
They
a gray Ava, or are you one of those
Nah, they
tall
weren't
Nordic
saying it was.
aliens?
Oh, Ava. Oh, I didn't even see her. What's
Oh,
up,
you
Ava?
didn't even see
Bro,
her.
y'all are driving me fucking crazy. Not
I was
actually,
looking at the chat.
Okay.
dude, because you guys say these like intriguing things.
Yeah.
then don't add any evidence whatsoever. It's like you're just throwing
You
out
want
like, fiction
evidence,
plot
Ava?
lines.
We'll get
You're just throwing
killed.
out fiction plot lines. Like, convince me. Like,
No,
let's
I'm
make
not gonna
this.
convince anyone. I don't want to get murdered by a damn like we got so
Yo,
many people that got
the thing is like the thing
Ava's a
is like
non-believer.
these stories are so out there that people like me and Get Cracked are not going to try to convince you because
Okay, then
it's
why are
like
you even saying it? You're just like
because I asked Get Cracked if he heard of these things, and he showed some things, and we agreed to know about them. So we had a
that's
conversation
the audience.
about
The audience demand, though. Like, I
No,
want to
that's
know.
fine. You don't need to get.
You want me to
Like,
read
this is
all
what
these
the audience
CIA
wants.
reports, Ava?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
look at
yeah.
the
This
CIA
shit's
report.
boring.
Like, how many?
There's,
Like,
yeah,
how many?
yeah. Look at these
I could
CIA
read all this stuff, and you just be like, "Oh, this is not real." Look at this, the homunculus. Like,
if
If you think that I would
if
say
you
it's not
if you
real,
want to
then
know, hey Ava, if you want to know something specific, just ask me something specific, and I probably
wait,
can
I have
find
something
out. For you.
specific to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Conscious energy grid. Hemisphere.
Ava, what's up with your mic? Are you talking right now?
Yeah.
It's really low now.
God damn it! Okay, give me a minute. I have to go take
All
the
right,
trash
right.
out.
So,
All
hey,
right.
Get Cracked.
What's up? What's
Get
up?
Cracked. So let's just look at this little thing right here, right now, right?
Right here, yeah.
So, if we knew that there was a conscious energy grid as the public, do you think that people wouldn't make technology to interface with that?
Yeah. Yeah. I would. You think they would? No.
Well, it's in the CIA.
Yeah, I don't think they can do it though. They'll be like, "Nah, they ain't real."
I don't know about that, bro. I don't know about
really?
that because magnetic frequencies do affect brain waves, right?
That's why I was talking about Mesmer. Some guy in the
Yeah.
17th century, some French dude, was doing this shit that the CIA is doing right now, probably.
Well, the thing is that
Here you go. Yeah, Mesmer. Mesmer did all this shit. This guy, this dude. That's where mesmerizing comes from. He called it animal magnetism. There's a natural energy transference occurring between all animate and inanimate objects. And now we got this thing. What the heck?
exactly. But where
Oh,
did we learn?
shit.
Where did we learn this from? Russians.
Oh no! Oh shit! No! Don't.
The Russians and the Germans, bro.
Where did they learn it? From the Tibetan monks?
Maybe, but
Maybe.
the thing is that they had that esoteric type of perspective.
Well, that's
on-
why they used the swastikas, because a lot of the swastikas was an ancient symbolism, and Buddhism and Hindus still use swastikas as a religious symbol. So.
Yeah. No, it's just symbolism. It doesn't mean the Nazi.
Yeah, it doesn't. But symbolism is powerful. That's what it is, because they wanted to harness the symbol because they knew it had a powerful, effect on the mind, right?
Right, but what is that effect, right?
Yeah, you can bring out low-level energy, high-level energy, whatever the heck you want.
Are we as Americans not studying those things because we're seeing them as quote unquote metaphysical versus too physical?
Right.
When we deal in metaphysical things all the time. And does this not look like a Merkaba? If you really look at it.
What even is this? What are we looking at?
CIA documents.
But like of what? Like what is?
This is what Kimmy Cakes gave in the back chat some hours ago. So she has to come here to explain why.
Get correct. Get correct. Google a Merkaba right quick.
So how you spell that?
I'm about to spell it for you. Go to Google.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to waste my time with.
Oh, this is the gateway thing.
MERK,
Okay.
ABA or some shit
Perception.
like that.
Those aspects of the universe. Yeah, dude, I feel like the CIA, they went through a phase where they were in all this kooky,
Oh,
ridiculous
okay.
shit.
I see what you're saying.
They wouldn't
If you
approve
turn
anything.
Yeah,
it
but it
up,
was real.
it looks like the Merkaba.
Anything that is actually like some like super secret, like amazing knowledge that's profound and significant, they're not going to release it to the public. They're not going to approve it to
They
be
did.
released.
No, because they don't care anymore. Because it's old tech. This stuff has already been researched and done with. They got better shit now.
What do you think they have now?
Oh man, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. I don't think. If you knew the shit they
MH370. Look up images, bro. Just go to images.
Oh, just you want the images? All right. Let me look at Bing.
I don't need the lore behind
I like Bing. Bing has the best images.
But yeah, MH370 video will show you what we got so far. The problem is that, man, if people recorded what we have, you wouldn't even think it was real. Because you've never seen it before. Dude, why are you doing all that work? Jesus Christ.
No, because Bing is the best. I gotta go to Bing.
They bringing up all these damn crazy ass pictures of it. Jesus. There we go. Just look at the piece of jewelry. Golly. Oh, go down. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Which one? Which one? This one?
The hard diagram. Yeah. Just.
This one.
No. Yeah.
This one. You like this one better? All right. Oh,
No,
man.
not that one. Not that one. Two
Oh,
images.
not that one.
2 images to the left.
Okay, this one, right? This one, right?
Yeah, go to that one. Now go to the other picture.
Damn it.
Go to the picture that you were just at. Back at the original page. All right, you get the general dimensions here, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Now go back to what's that? Go back.
Oh, you want this one? You want this one?
Yeah, right there. Oh. Now think about this as the left furthest point. Look at it from that dimension. You can kind of see the same shit.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
If you kind of turned it up on its axis.
Correct. Yeah, I see. If we turn this into a 3D image, yeah, it'll look like that. Yeah. Yeah, cool.
But why is this an ancient image?
Yeah, because no, Rashu, we can't talk about that no more. We're gonna get killed here. I'm not gonna talk about Kabbalah. I'm not gonna talk about Kabbalah or any of that shit right now. No. We're gonna get hurt.
I know, we don't got
all this small hat shit. Nah. I'm paranoid.
Why does everybody build pyramids and?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Who knows, man? I think civilization is a lot more complex than just religion.
Ava got scared. She ran off. See, I told you they don't want the truth, man. That's why I said like that. Like the other people were like, "Oh yeah."
The conversation is probably.
Nah. They're scared now. This music, all this shit. Nah, they're scared. They're scared.
Yeah, the X-Files music.
Yeah, nah, bruh. Do. Yeah, they ain't gonna happen.
Hey, they don't want to know that the first 3 seasons of X-Files was actually based off of true stories.
Ava, we were monetized at 500 subs, but today somebody porn bombed, and the theory is either the porn bombing got us demonetized or John just forgot to turn on super chats for this stream. Until John wakes the fuck up, we won't know.
John said I'm so high right now. Right.
Yeah. John was like, "Be right back." Yeah, you ain't coming back, John. You know you ain't coming back. You need me to run the late night show. Didn't John get a strike before? I don't know. I don't think he did. But who knows? I mean, he got demonetized for playing. Someone played the 600-pound life shit. So the TLC, which is owned by Warner's Brothers, struck that portion. So, but we took that down. So I don't know if it resets or not after a while. Ava, fuck, I'm trying to get some kush. Yeah, Ava, you got to get high if you want to understand what the hell we're saying.
Hey man, that like I said, that MH370, bro. That shit's real.
Yeah. That stuff really, that was such an interesting time. There's so many
I
interesting
showed you the
things
video,
that
right?
happen. Yep, you showed the video, and that's why you remember when people were theorizing it got sent to some Micronesian island somewhere, a base, because we had a base.
Yeah,
The
it
U.S.
was
had a base. It was Diego something. It was something Diego.
Yes, yeah. Out there, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it was out
But
in
they
the
found
Indian
debris.
Ocean.
They actually found debris from the wreckage.
Mm.
In I think on that side of Africa or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
In the Valde, it's called the Valde. That what it's called, man. But you're right, it's something with a D.
Yeah.
But yeah, they found debris over there. And it was like that wasn't the flight craft that they was on. Like the currents from the sea wouldn't have brought debris down from there. So it was like all indicative that when what happened on the video, it was, I'm not gonna say because it's gonna sound wild, but it was it ended up there.
Yeah, it's strange. All that stuff is strange. Oh, man, what the heck? We got everybody in here now. We got OPC Don. We got this and what the heck? Okay, guys. I don't know what you guys are talking about in the chat. Do whatever the heck you guys want. Have you found Atlantis? I don't know. Stanley just wants to know if Ava can cook moussaka or something. Moussaka is basically like Turkish lasagna, Greek lasagna. You can have that if you want. Ava, can you cook that for him? Stanley needs to know. Oh my god.
Yo, what's your plays for the morning though, bro?
Play what for the morning?
Nah, as far as like stocks.
Oh, what's the play? No, I'm gonna be out of my plays mostly. Tomorrow is option expiration for the month. Something might happen tomorrow, so we'll see. So watch around, I think 7 o'clock my time. So basically 10 o'clock Eastern. They'll release the what they call it, the economic, not what they call that, the University of Michigan survey. Okay. So the University of Michigan does a survey of people, and they ask people, where do you think inflation is going to be? And the Fed likes this survey because they like where people think inflation is going to be. So actually the perception of inflation is more important than the actual inflation, right?
Yeah.
So it's a lot of economics is just psychology. If people think inflation is going to go up, then it will go up.
I know.
If you get my meaning, which is what we said right here.
That's why you buy it. That's why you sell the hype and buy the dip.
Correct. So that's why exactly like we were talking about, like the perception, the idea makes reality. Right? You were saying about the Bible. It doesn't matter if it was actually happened or didn't happen. The idea of it, if people believe it, then it makes it real. Right?
Exactly. Yep.
So that's why they care about perceptions. expectations more than actual reality. What is reality? Reality is just your perception, probably, right? I mean,
No,
that's what that's
reality
yeah.
is all your perception, right?
Oh
Because
no, we're gonna go back to Plato's cave. Oh
yeah,
boy, here we
exactly.
go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What do you know? What's outside of the cave, right? You just see
Yeah,
the
what's
light.
outside the cave? Nothing's outside the cave except some dirty dishes that Ben didn't clean up.
Listen, does the tree fall in the forest if you're not there observing? Right? You haven't heard that
Yep.
quote?
No, I haven't.
Never heard
That's a
that?
Zen Buddhist like meditation program. Yeah, they'll say that. Contemplate on it.
So yeah, it's the same thing with the double split experiment to a degree, right? When you observe a particle versus when you don't.
Mm-hmm. Correct. No, Momo, I haven't heard of Judy Wood. What do you recommend here? Any books? Some books?
Yeah, I've heard of Judy Wood.
Okay.
Sister Judy.
Man. Yeah, I guess some people just ain't gonna be accepting of this stuff. It's too much. It's too
What,
much.
as far as what were you talking about?
Yeah. I think it's too philosophical for most people. People don't really learn philosophy, Rashu. You're exactly right about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've become a society that thinks philosophy is pseudoscience.
Yeah. And the funny thing is that's what PhD means. PhD means you're a doctorate of philosophy. It's so damn funny, right? You still keep the name philosophy in your degrees, but you don't actually study philosophy.
Well, they get used to the acronym more than the actual definition.
Right, exactly. Too bad.
It's funny because we actually realize that people who have sound minds realize that with COVID, right? The scientists who actually worked on this stuff, invented mRNA science, were silenced. You know what I mean? They were called pseudoscientists. And it became to the point where it was like, all right, are we, people who actually have a scientific mind, who aren't appealing to authority, you got to ask yourself, hey, am I actually doing real science right now? You know what I mean? Or am I just listening to other people who are telling me that, hey, this is how I should think? You shouldn't think like that, bro. You should listen to all information and come up with your own evaluation.
Yep. That's right. And like a lot of the advances, people like two people will come up with the same discovery around the same time. That's why you were talking about the monkeys and shit. That happens. Like Tesla found his discovery of like AC power transmission through a dream. And the person that did the periodic table, like the Russian scientist Mendeleev, it came in a dream too. So
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
Actually,
if we were to have a dream today and say that it was, I'm not talking about no Terrence Howard shit, Jesus Christ.
Terrence
I'm just
Howard.
saying, like, you know what I mean? It's funny, but I'm trying to be serious about this.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not talking about no Terrence Howard shit because these people were building off of already established foundations. Like Tesla wasn't, but he proved his ideas through his experiments, right? So that's one thing. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I did. Who knows, bro? That's what I'm saying. We don't even understand the brain. We don't understand consciousness.
Yeah, we
anything.
still don't. We still don't. Very little.
So, who
Very
knows?
little.
These
Because,
ideas could be floating out in the ether, and people could be tuning into them.
and that's because we've become so materialistic. The only way we want to understand the mind and the psyche is through like the physical brain, and that's a very limited view. I mean, it's just like monkeys just poking through your computer, right? Like I just give a monkey a computer and you'll just bash the thing open and try to figure out like what the fuck is it? A CPU, this and the RAM. It's like, right? That's what you're doing when you open up the brain and start poking at
He
it.
wouldn't even know that, but yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. We're just trying to reverse engineer the brain, and you're like, well, you couldn't even get to the hardware level. You're not even at the software level. And not even at the software level, you don't even know that there's a Wi-Fi and there's a network stack.
Your average person try to reverse engineer a fucking fish. Like, you're not gonna know how to do any of that shit. You're not gonna know where to start, what to call anything. Like, you're gonna be clueless, bro.
We don't understand the brain nor homelessness. Homelessness, yeah. Homelessness is something else.
Yeah.
Homelessness, yeah.
I think we do understand homelessness. We're just trying not to.
Are you talking about? Is this a dig at Ben Thorpe and Grace Thorpe, Stanley? We don't understand the brain.
Nah, I think he's just making a joke.
All right. I don't know this. What the heck? Hippolyte Pixie discovered it first. Oh, okay. Heck, shit. Oh shit. Is that true?
I mean, what's the name? Tesla was more so trying to focus on DC power.
Well,
that's why he was using the
well, because he was working under Edison, right? And then he just figured out that, like, hey, bruh.
No. He was using the ether. They actually made a whole show on the History Channel about this, right?
Oh man, no, bro.
I know the History Channel, bro. But a good physicist on there, Travis Taylor, he figured it out, but he was able to power a light bulb up just by placing it in the ground through a Tesla coil that he made. But Tesla was saying that he could scale that up because the energy is all throughout Earth, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's what he was trying to do. Yeah,
it's probably alternating current. Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, it's like a lot of people have thought this thing again and again and again. That's why it's always repeating.
This is not new technology, guys.
Yeah,
this
nothing's new. Yeah,
old stuff that we're still using to this day, and that's why they don't want newer stuff to come out.
Oh, of course
There's
not.
a guy. There's a guy who I know who created something in his garage where they detected gravity waves off of it, and it sent authorities to
him. Oh shit. Oh shit. That ain't cool, bro.
Instantly. So they have ways of detecting if you're trying to do this, man. For real.
Yeah, that's not good. That's really not good, bro.
I'm not talking about this Tesla Ray thing. I'm talking about something else.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even want to talk about start talking about HARP and all that other stuff. Once you start talking about HARP,
HARP is clear to talk about. HARP is clear to talk about. You can talk about HARP.
Okay, scalar waves, HARP. All right, cool.
No, scalar waves is something different. Scalar waves is kind of what I was just talking about.
Yeah, I mean, but they're all interrelated, you know, the concepts and whatever, because because a lot of it is just about like, okay, we're looking at extreme low
You're dealing with
frequencies.
high power radars.
Yeah,
right?
high powered and very low
radars.
frequency. Yeah.
Yeah, high power radars can do stuff in the atmosphere. Yeah. And more than that too, yeah. Yeah, man.
Can weed high be reverse engineered? Oh, a weed high? Yeah, maybe. If you want me to tell you some stocks to buy, sure. They're researching a lot in shrooms now, Rashu. There's a lot of shroom
I know.
companies.
You know, Johns Hopkins right down the street from me.
Yep. Yeah, they are. And Peter Thiel is in one of those companies, at least maybe two of the companies researching on shrooms. Man. So that's another thing we might talk about in the stock pick channels and shit.
I was a study child at Johns Hopkins for ADHD.
So what? Yeah, you mentioned that before. So what does that mean? What does that entail? Like you had ADHD, and they were like, "Can you come in the lab and we study you?"
I got diagnosed, and I don't know. My mom, she worked at hospitals and shit like that. And she always went out her way to like try to give me the best attention, and yeah, man. I don't know. For whatever reason, we started going to Johns Hopkins, and like it was like a study. Like every 3 months or something like that, I would have to go there and get an MRI, take tests and surveys and shit like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it probably was some study they were doing on us. I don't know.
Interesting.
But it was probably like a year.
Yeah, so that's why I'm curious about this, because like that's why I was talking about the indigo kids earlier, right? So you probably were one, and that's why they selected you for study. And
no, that could be possible, right? Because I could be on the spectrum. Who knows?
Yeah.
But
and there was also another thing that schools did, like I don't know if they do much anymore, like GATE, like the gifted and talented education. So if you got selected into that, that's also a way of them to keep track of you. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of like that's what it is. They'll keep tabs on people that are gifted. Yeah.
Well, not even. I wouldn't. Well, whatever. It could be a number of those things, right?
Yeah.
But Dr. Gary Nolan has actually came out, and he's gotten more into this side of things, right? He's tenured. He has a bunch of different patents and businesses spun up. He's a millionaire. Like he's good. So he delved into this science, and he has found people who's had experiences throughout their lives, and he has noticed a certain brain density in a certain area of the brain with these people who have had certain experiences throughout their lives. And he actually, I believe he already published a paper about it. But yeah, so it is something to it. I don't know.
Yeah. Yep. I think so.
And you know, I've told you, I've seen some weird shit too. I think I've at least mentioned it in the chat.
Yeah. Anyway, looks like chat. Man, the chat is going crazy with all kinds of random shit I can't keep track of. In any case, yeah. I think we need Nina to come on here to do something with esoteric stuff because I really am now more intrigued about the whole.
I don't know if she would want to talk about it, though. You want me to ask her?
No, yeah, you should ask her because I think this is good, really interesting, especially this stuff here. This Merkaba, this is great. This is great. Because I've read a little bit about the Kabbalah and the Zohar and stuff like that. I had like a couple of Zohar books from the library. I read a little bit, but this looks more intriguing to me.
What's funny is like we were just kind of talking about this today.
Yeah.
She already told me about the like, you know, her situation. And I was like, you told me this before. She was like, oh. But it's funny that we're talking about it now. You brought her up. That's funny.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's by chance. I never believe that.
Coincidence, man.
There's no coincidences. Yeah, that's nothing. That's bullshit. Everything happens for reasons.
Yeah. Music involved.
Yeah.
No, I'm about to get the hell up out of here, bro. Jesus Christ.
We still got 20 something viewers, man. Like there's still people interested in listening to this shit. Come on, man. Otherwise I gotta change everything up and be like, hey, Ava, come back here. We're safe now. We don't need to talk about this no more.
I mean, we ain't gotta talk about this Merkaba though. We can switch it up. We're really trying to prove what? A cabal. Not a cabal, but
I don't remember.
So the underworld.
It was deep state. I think you were doing deep state stuff for a while, and then we went into this.
Candace Owens did the video, you know.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that whole thing. I think that's what. Yeah. With the whole JPL, yeah, and that stuff. Yeah. Okay. That's well known in the conspiracy circles, right?
Yeah, it is.
It's not new shit. Maybe it's new to some people.
She went a little overboard with it.
Yeah, well, right. Jack Parsons, like that's well known. Yeah, Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard. Yeah,
they didn't start it either. So.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I think it's a lot of that stuff is just to really distract people. That's why the same thing with the UFO disclosures, right? When they start disclosing stuff like that in public, I'm just like, here we go.
Yes, it's for some other agenda. And what I'm saying is like a lot of the shit is our own technology, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just playing it up to be some other shit.
Mm-hmm.
But there's another element to it, too.
There's another element, huh? Yeah, are we gonna try to do alchemy? Are we gonna transmute something?
What's your definition of transmute?
Oh yeah, that's always the question. Yeah, that's always the big question, I think.
You ever heard of the Philadelphia experiment?
Yeah, I heard that. I really like that story. I think that's very curious. Very curious.
We already looked up Salvatore Paez, right?
Did we? You just mentioned it. I don't think we looked it up.
Nah, you brought it up on screen because
Oh,
you
I
brought up
did.
the initial
Oh,
map.
okay. Let me see. I might have. I don't remember. We do so many long streams now, man. My God. It's gonna be so hard just to figure out anything.
They streamed.
Everything is so long. I might have. That does sound familiar. This damn music.
Nah, but yeah. Again, basically, all I'm saying is there are events that who just said something. There are events that coincide with patents.
Uh-huh. Okay. So did we talk about him yet? I don't remember. It's like someone reading my chapter titles and going to the next chapter. Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes. Yeah, everything's open. Cam, yeah. It's like fuck. Everything's open out here. That's why we have the internet. Read the first
But yeah,
paragraph.
this guy's done.
Hmm?
You said what?
Oh, nothing.
Yeah,
Which guy?
Salvatore Pius in America. What?
Mhm.
You got
Yeah,
Salvatore
nothing.
Pius is an
Yeah.
American aerospace engineer and inventor, currently working for the United States Space Force. He is formerly worked at Naval Air Station, Patuxent River. His patent applications for the U.S. Navy attracted attention for their potential energy production applications, but also doubt about their feasibility and speculation that they may be scams, pseudoscience, or disinformation intended to mislead the United States adversaries.
Mm.
Told you.
Yeah, I mean, I like this. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff.
These people will be looked at like
Yeah, I think we discussed the patent before too. I remember you were talking about the patent. So when I pulled up everything, it was about the patent. And
There's not just a single patent. There's a bunch of
yeah,
patents.
yeah, it was just only the patent that we pulled up
And
one
it
of
was
them, and we
posted
had the
in
emails. Yeah, we had the emails too. We had and this was in another stream. Yeah, we already covered a lot of this stuff already. So if you guys want to learn about this,
Yeah.
we'll have to clip it out. I don't even know, maybe that stream like got put in private. Who knows?
We
But
talked
yeah.
about this before.
Yeah, if you guys want to know, I mean, like
I
Cam
don't
wants
know,
us
but
to
we
like
talked
talk.
about
Yeah, Cam wants us to like go more in depth and get us all into trouble and shit. it's like, oh, I know this stuff. I know. I was like, oh, bro, we're not.
Just the guy.
Yeah,
Just the guy, bro. Because he got a few videos on YouTube.
Oh yeah, we already come. No,
Just a
no, we don't
few.
need to that.
Yeah,
So hey guys, so if you guys want to go deep dive into
no,
this
tell
rabbit hole,
yeah.
that rabbit hole, like yeah, we're not gonna do that because I don't want you guys to start learning this stuff and create like demons and tulpas and all kinds of shit. All right, because this is what's gonna happen because you guys are not disciplined enough to do this correctly, and you're gonna create bad stuff. All right, you're gonna really manifest some real shit. So don't. We're not here to do that. Okay, guys. But you can read it. It's out in the open. It's on the internet. You have books too. I have a lot of old books. I'm pretty sure you can find them used.
Yeah. Just look the shit up for yourself.
Yeah. But learning this stuff, yeah, you're gonna go down a path. That's why we have to have Nina here. Yeah, once you get Nina up here, she would explain more because she actually practiced a lot of magic. So you don't want to be doing this stuff, okay? There's about 1,500 suspicious patents you have to make time to read. I think it's a good thing that we don't fully disclose these things and make it easy for people to digest. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of warlocks and witches everywhere. Harp is 25-year-old news. Yeah, 25-year-old news that people still don't know today, Cam. Right? If I said harp and people will be like, "What's harp? Is that a musical instrument?" Oh, fucking hell. That's the problem. Everyone really thinks people already know this shit. They don't.
Nah, heartburn. That's a known thing. Right
That's a
now.
known thing, but not a lot of people do know what it's actually for.
The thing is like people know about it, so it's probably not being used for what we think it's being.
Yeah,
like they probably do have other uses for it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But I'm trying to tell you, like, they have high power laser systems, like in specific areas, but you have to put them in certain areas because you need to generate power for them. You have to have the space. Yeah.
Hey, so this reminded me of something. Rashu, you know about like star fortresses? Like star forts. I think they're called star forts.
Star fort.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I ever heard of that one, man.
Yeah, I think that's another conspiracy.
What's that?
It's let me see. Let me find a
It's
place.
a star fort.
Yeah, star fort. The oldest star forts. Like that. Star forts in America. I mean, I think because a lot of the star fort ideas, like, because if you look up normal star forts, people would just talk about the European ones that they built in modern times, but there were ancient ones, and I think the conspiracy side was like,
so a star fort
they were built
like
by some more ancient civilization.
That you're saying, like, okay, kind of like,
let me see.
Or whatever the hell.
Yeah. Oh, you know about that, right? Tepe. Yeah. Man, I can't pronounce that.
Yeah, I mean, you got more than that too. I mean, that was just the first one that came to my head, but yeah, you got more than that.
And there's a lot of them in Ukraine too, right? In Ukraine and a lot of other places too. The ancient, so there's a lot of old ass stuff, and I think the oldest one they found in Serbia, some type of Galepi Tepe type shit,
And they're always discovering older and older shit.
Yeah, older
and
older shit. Yeah, Gobekli Tepe, exactly. And oh my god,
Who
when you look at
knows
this
how
stuff, you're like,
old?
what the heck is going on?
Yeah, man. I mean, they're questioning, how old mankind is all the
Oh,
time.
of course,
Right?
all the time. Yeah, all the time. Because we've been here before, right? We've done this, been there, done that type shit. Like civilization rise and falls all the time, and you don't even really know
I don't
how
know, man.
long
I'm just
things.
taking in the information as it comes.
Yeah, this stuff is really old. 9,500 BC at least. So there was like, what the heck? Like there is civilization, man, way older.
Yeah, man. I think the evidence might not be directly in our face because of the way we might be measuring it.
Mm-hmm.
But once we figure out a new way to measure it, things might change.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got to be open about those things. I just think that if you're closed-minded about it, you just
Yeah, you won't. Yeah, a lot of people, they'd rather be comfortable in the
you're sheep.
ignorance.
Just like everything else, man. With with what we talk about here, everybody, shit. I don't want to be a landlord, but I definitely want to streamline some sort of business and make that shit as comfortable and as easy as possible. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Certain personality of people, man, you can deal with that type of stuff.
Yeah, I mean the Star Force stuff is also like something this other guy. You heard of this dude's channel called Dutch Sense? Like he tries to predict all the earthquakes that's gonna happen. So yeah, he
Oh
goes.
yeah. I heard of this guy. I
Yeah.
don't follow him or nothing like that, but I heard of him.
Yeah, he keeps saying he gets banned and shit like that all the time, but I wonder like if he's just like a grifter or whatever. But a lot of his predictions, like make more sense, especially when you understand scalar waves and things like that. You're like, yeah, your theories make a lot of sense.
How does he relate to scalar waves?
Well, because he thinks earthquakes are it's just basically like some wave that travels through like the core and into the magma and all that of because so what happens is when you have a deep earthquake, like an earthquake that happens deep into the core, towards the core, like it starts a chain reaction of like it's rippling through the earth like at a slow rate,
like water, right?
Mm-hmm. Like water. He shows that analogy all the time. Yes.
Yeah. Tsunami could be an after effect of the wave.
Yeah. So because the earth is like
and that
consisting
goes
of
back
plasma.
to the ether.
Yeah, because the earth is made of plasma, right? So a lot of it's like you got the magma. So it's not really liquid, it's not solid. So you have this strange effect where like if you get a deep earthquake, and usually the deep earthquakes start in New Zealand around that area. So when you see the Pacific like shake in that a part of the world and it's really deep, so you have a high magnitude but it's really deep, you don't feel it on the surface, right? But it starts a chain reaction where it just like creates a shallower earthquake later on, because that deep earthquake would ripple around the earth. By the time that wave gets to California or like Europe, right, it's a shallow wave and it's just like, oh, you get a magnitude higher of so yeah, I don't know, man. I looked at that, I'm like, oh shit, you're onto something.
If if we're not counting the fact that there is a quote unquote ether that exists, then wouldn't we not acknowledge a lot of things that could be going on around us? A lot of anomalies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you can't not, but you can still use the information that you know about the real world and make things that that function. It just won't be as efficient.
Yeah, you're right.
Right? I can make more money off of less efficiency versus to people having high efficiency and being able to put a single device in their home that never needs to be serviced that can just pull energy out of the ether.
Right. Yeah, you're right. That's right. That's probably how it is at this point.
Well, think about it. I think who JP Morgan invested in Tesla
Yeah.
to try to get the AC system completed, on a scalable type of thing. And
Yeah.
he didn't want to do the AC system because he knew about a more efficient system. But the more efficient system was more self-sufficient. Right?
Yeah,
So
you had a Westinghouse too. You got to have Westinghouse was also involved in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Westinghouse. I mean, Westinghouse doesn't do anything anymore, but yeah, that's like RCA, Westinghouse, RCA, yeah. Those
I
were
mean,
the
the
old,
story is what matters the most, man. In JP Morgan, we can tell, the difference between JP Morgan and a Westinghouse all day.
Yeah.
Right? So the bigger name in the story is JP Morgan.
Well, JP Morgan saved America at one point. Like, America was about to go into insolvency, and JP Morgan single-handedly bailed them out. So yeah, JP Morgan's a big figure in American history that people don't really look at too much.
Nah, they don't talk about it at all.
Yeah, they don't talk about it at all, actually. They talk about George Washington, Abraham Lincoln all the time, but what about JP Morgan?
I don't know, man. They don't want us knowing who is controlling the world because the
Yeah,
money
exactly.
controls the world.
Yeah. And yeah, come on. Like General Electric, US Steel, like all these old companies that used to be big, powerful ones in the US, like, bruh.
Hey, I live outside of Baltimore, man. Bethlehem still used to import it.
Oh, yeah, Bethlehem was a big one, especially after World War II, right? That was like shit. All the chips were made by them.
And they fucking sent all of that shit to China.
Yeah. And US Steel is getting bought out by Japan, so I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Yeah, so a lot of our companies are all gone now. They're all gone.
Yeah, that's the thing that people didn't understand about Trump. Trump was trying to bring all that stuff back, at least create balance. But
yeah, Cam's right. JP canceled his Titanic ticket. Oh, JP knew. Insider trading. God damn it, Rashu. Why didn't you get that ASTS stock? Oh, damn, you could have told us too. We could have all got bought and been rich. We could have bought options on it or some shit.
I know, dude. I was fucking slacking.
Oh, fuck. Oh, you're slacking, bro. You're slacking.
I was so slacking on that.
Ah,
47%. Jesus Christ.
Oh man, options. If we had options, it would have been like probably 1,000% in one day. Like what
Yeah,
the fuck? For a sure thing too. When you knew the insider.
yeah. I didn't know though, bro. I really didn't know, bro.
Oh, help us out a bit, man. Don't do these late night streams no more. You gotta keep your brain focused on the task here. Oh shit.
Yeah, man, that was crazy, bro. I seen
Yeah.
that on Yahoo Finance. I was pissed.
Yeah, you're pissed. I'll bet. Yeah. A lot of times you don't notice anything when you're working, though. You know what I mean? You work on this, you work on
No, that's
that,
the
you work on so many
problem.
projects. Yeah, you're working on so many projects, right? They just keep you busy, and you're like, "What the fuck? I'm doing this, I'm doing that." Yeah. Yeah, you don't have
Nah,
time to
I
really.
literally got something else coming up for them right now. Like I had a guy asking me about it yesterday, and today I seen the fucking news, and I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And I know the satellite they talking about because I built a cable for it 3 months ago.
Oh, it's tough. I mean, a lot of the reasons why I left the industry, I just retired. I said, fuck it. I just have enough money for stocks. A lot of it was because of Trump, because we had a lot of contracts with Chinese companies. And once I saw Trump get elected and started like antagonizing China, I was like, uh-oh, I don't think this is going to last long. So I said, like, all right, I'm just going to wrap shit up. I'm just going to say, bye-bye, guys. I'm done with you guys. And that's it. I left. And then, a year later, I think my whole group got laid off. I guess I should have just kept on going until I got laid off, but I was like, "Hey, I ain't wasting time."
Yo, that's why, man. That's why not because of Trump, like what you said, but
Yeah.
I left NASA, working for the government. It was through SAIC, but we were at NASA, so you're pretty much renting out space there. And they were losing the contract, and Joe Biden was sending money to Ukraine, and I was like, damn, we losing this contract right now. Joe Biden sending money to Ukraine. I don't really know who's about to pick up this contract. I need to start looking for jobs, right? Everybody else is like, yo, we good. We of course we're gonna get a contract picked up, blah blah blah. And I'm like, man, yo, they gonna start defunding this project. You feel me?
Yeah.
And sure enough, bro, I found a job like right after Thanksgiving, and another company picked us up, and they was like holding off on like giving me an offer up until damn near Christmas. So it wasn't until like December
Wow.
something got an offer. So I was like, I already took another job at that point, right? But when they offered me, when they gave me an offer, it was for like 22% more, 21% more. So the number
Yeah.
I gave the job that I was going to, I was like, bro, I can stay here and make this, or y'all can match me. So they pretty much matched me. And I just went with them because it was a private company, but I'm still working as a private company, but getting contracts for the government. You feel me?
Yeah.
So it's a lot more safe. But hey, about a month later, a lot of my coworkers was calling me, bro. Like, yo, we lost funding. We got until this month to get up out of here. you was right, man. Like, is your job hiring X, Y, Z? I'm like, damn, like,
Yeah,
nah.
yeah. Yep.
It was just,
Yeah, that's how it is.
bro,
Yeah.
I couldn't, bro, I'm always listening to daily market stuff every day, right? But in real time, I saw, hey, we sending way too much money overseas. And this program that we're working on right now, it's a need, but it's not really a need. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
gotta weigh the shit and just say, hey, we could get cut. So if you can get cut, hey, you might as well do what's best in your, what's best for you, and just start looking for jobs before you
Yeah, a
get.
lot of people don't do that. They got to be proactive about like, hey, you got to smell the fucking wind, man. Like,
No, yeah, you got to
Yeah.
be aware of it. You just got to
Yep.
be aware of it. Yeah.
Yeah, people don't do that. And a lot of times you got to practice your interview and just in case, like, you gotta want to get a better career, because like many times you get stuck in a company that won't take you anywhere anymore, and that's just how it works. Oh,
Yeah.
yep. So yep, you're right. People don't look at the big picture. So a lot of the political stuff, when I saw Trump doing, he was doing sanctions on certain companies, I see where he was getting at. He was gonna attack like Huawei, which stole technology from Canada. Nortel Networks used to be a big company in Canada. They're nothing anymore. I think they went bankrupt. Like, Huawei took all their shit. So that's why they had 5G in China like way early, because they just took all that technology and just oh shit. Oh my god. Anyway, yeah. Funny times.
Yeah, the whole Huawei thing was crazy.
Yeah, so we had contracts with Huawei, we had contracts with some other ones, and those are big fat contracts, but it was just like, oh, Trump's gonna clamp down. He's gonna be like, nope, no chips can be sent to China anymore. And look what happened. That's what he did. Tariff, ban. That's it, over. So if you didn't have a lot of domestic customers and you were relying on Chinese expansion of their networks,
Well,
you're
I
gonna get
don't
hit.
blame him for that, bro.
No, he's right in doing that. But you
Yeah.
gotta watch out for yourself too. If your company is too tied in with that for growth, yeah, forget it. You gotta move on to something else.
And you just can't trust these fucking communists.
No, you can't. They trusted him way too long,
And
far too long, actually.
the fact that the Chinese own all this property close to fucking United States bases, it's fucking mind-boggling.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely 100% on the national security list, I bet. But we're just not talking about it openly.
Yep.
Like, stop playing. And all the marijuana farms that they got.
Yeah, I mean, there's a concerted effort to legalize right now, so it makes sense. It's time to dope people up, get them doped up.
Nah, I mean, they already sent a bio warfare agent here in the form of fentanyl.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that's an opium war. Opium War Part 2. You know the Chinese to never forgive, never forget. They remember what Whitey did to them, so they'll get back at Whitey for sure. Yeah, don't piss off the yellow man.
Hold on, I'm about to go on mute right quick. Hold on.
All right. See you guys. See ya. Don't send more home videos of HB gay OF. Okay, cool. Yeah, they are sneaky, that's for sure. And my mom always complains about the damn Chinese. Us Vietnamese, we know the Chinese. They sneaky for sure. Oh man, they are. They are. They're our small hats. Like, don't worry about the small hats. Worry about the Chinese. All right, let's do a little stock update. So I looked at Bitcoin. So today, you remember I said, like, hey, there's a question. I said, is Bitcoin about to drop? You know, it was touching this
Yeah,
cyan
it is.
line.
Yeah.
So, but it recovered. And I'm like, well. That's an interesting thing. Because if it can hold that line into next week, we'll see what Jerome Powell says, because Bitcoin's kind of a leading indicator to me, so ahead of the Nasdaq, and Nasdaq ahead of everyone else. So if Bitcoin does
So,
well,
all right, man. So I think it's about to go down a little bit more, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But outside of the chart right now, I miss the days when Bitcoin wasn't correlated to the financial market as much, man.
Yeah, the problem is
Really,
because Rashu, they made the futures market.
I
Once
know,
they did the futures
I know,
market, it's over.
I know,
It's
I
tied to
know,
it. Yeah.
I know. The
Yeah.
ETFs and all that shit. I
Yeah,
know.
ETFs make it worse too. Yep.
Yep. But whatever, it's fine. It's doing what it's supposed to do, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to line up the fiat currency with Bitcoin, and they're trying to create it as a hedge. And now you see the news. You see the chart reflecting the news.
Yeah.
And you see the buys and the sells. You see how much they're buying, right? You see the density. You see this, how much they're selling, right? They're creating liquidity in the market, right?
Yep. Yeah, and I like this range that it keeps doing, which is basically the old top of 2021.
Yeah.
If this range holds, like,
go back right quick. That's a good marker. You see that? Where is that? 20.
Yes, this was like
2022.
November 2021 and
that's 2021.
March 2021. Yep.
Okay.
And this was the SBF, like FTX blow up.
But you know what that was right there. That was just market hype. You see those
Yep.
hard sells? Look at those candles. Look at those candles right there to the left. Those were hard sells because of the news. I guarantee you. But that's how that shit works, bro. Bitcoin just moves that much because you're dealing with a global network with way more liquidity. Well, scarcity, should I say.
Yeah, and like it was happened right towards the end of the year too.
What's the name? Liquidity, but scarce asset. So this is like you burning. This is go back. This is like when people are selling. This is like you burning the dollar right here. It's like you're liquidating the dollar, right? You're literally physically burning it. You're taking it out of circulation, right? And then it's like, oh no, but we can rebuy it.
Yeah. This was like.
I might be a terrible way of describing.
Well, I mean, I really like this whole dip during like the COVID thing. You see this?
That's a huge one.
Yeah, and it's like when you look at gold, it's like the same shit. That was how it was, because at that time
I
it was.
bought that dip right there too.
Yeah, so you see, that's why when you get a liquidity crunch, everybody sells everything to get to dollars. Yeah, that's what happens. So even gold, you think like, oh, gold safe haven, this and that, blah blah blah. Gold ain't shit, bitch. Like if people have a crisis, they're going to the dollar because that's how they
So,
pay their debt.
so did you know if we split up all 21 million Bitcoin evenly across the world, across everybody in the world, it would be like 300,000 Bitcoin?
Oh, really? Interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah. So if you think about it like that, right? If you think about the people who have over 300,000 Bitcoin, let's say a million Satoshis, right? A million Satoshis. Hold on. I said that completely wrong. 300. If everything was divided in the world for all 21 million Bitcoin to be evenly divided for people, it would be 300,000 Satoshis, not Bitcoin. So that's individual units,
Mhm.
right? So essentially, if we back, essentially 300,000 Satoshis is around $150, $200, right? A million Satoshis is around $680, right? So in the future, if we try to back 1-to-1 a dollar, if one Bitcoin is one Bitcoin, a Satoshi could be $1, right? Equivalent.
Yeah.
I mean, at least some sort of 50 cents, a cent. But I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but I would think that it would be 1-to-1 to $1. And
Yeah,
that's what
eventually. Yeah.
the United States is banking on right now, basically.
Yeah, that's why a lot of things like you have to change your paradigm, because there's always going to be a paradigm shift. And that shift will come when there's a crisis. So that's why earlier in the streams we were talking about this today, the Basel III endgame, because John went on DC and he saw this billboard saying like, "Oh, we got to stop this because it's going to end like
Yeah, I
black
saw that.
home ownership." Yeah, you saw that. And so I think a crisis will happen because they're going to do something wrong with the financial plumbing. They're going to make a mistake somewhere. It's going to cause a problem, and that might be where things will happen.
They're already indicating that they're doing shit wrong for the past 4 years, bro. It's just how long can they keep up with the facade? It's the same thing
Yes,
with the liquor
you're right,
line.
because that's one theory that they already screwed up. Now they're just biding their time to try to stop it from
Bro.
imploding.
No retail investors making money right now, bro. It's all people who have money because they're able to, capitalize off of a lot of capital and liquidity and put it into certain areas and make trades and utilize AI and shit.
So you're basically saying that
Even guys like you, you do this shit every day. The everyday person was making more money under Trump just by letting money sit in an account.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Instead of moving it around, right?
Yeah, I mean, I
They
think,
get 3%
because a lot of people got caught off guard with like with the 2021 thing. A lot of idiots, like, they stayed long up
Think
here.
about it. If we lived in not in the perfect world, but in just like a capitalism world, if we just invested our money into fucking companies that was doing work, we would make money.
Yeah.
but it's being manipulated.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I mean, that's why I kind of feel bad because because I already made my thing, right? Because yeah, this is where I bought my parents bought their Apple, like right here, right? It's in this shit. It's like
Hold on,
point
what's
after all the splits, it was like
what's
ar-
that? $1? Hold on, what's that?
yeah. So when my parents bought it, it was like $13 a share, but after all the
Oh
splits, it's
man,
equivalent to like
13.
it was like 20 cents basically after you
That's
take into account the splits. So like yeah, they sold it up here somewhere. I guess they could have kept it longer and could have went up here, but you know
bro.
it didn't
I
matter.
I got I got crypto wins like that a bunch of
Yeah,
times.
yeah.
The
I
thing
mean
is
this.
like I didn't have fucking 5,000 to spend in it to make it worth
Yes,
a million
yes,
or
that's
something.
what it was. My parents literally bought $5,000 worth of Apple stock, and you know that shit grew like a lot. 5,000 was
Yeah,
enough, man. But
yeah. Would do it.
so for me, when I was in grad school, you know, I got a salary and whatever. I just threw whatever little money I had, and I was like, let's buy Tesla. So I think I bought Tesla around here or some shit. And I sold a chunk up here,
What was it back then?
and I rebought it here, and I sold a chunk up here or something, and I was done. Yeah,
Oh man, that's good.
yeah. And then like AMD was another one. Like I bought it down here when it was like worth nothing. I sold it when it was 30. I guess I could have kept it and went longer to like 170 or whatever the hell, but whatever. That's good enough for me. Yeah. So
I got
yeah, a lot of
I got a stock called Gush
Gush.
that I ran up like that. It's an oil stock. Yep, right there. Yep.
Oh, that ETF you did Gush
Yeah,
like
man.
this shit. Hey, you should do
I
this. You
bought
should
that
do.
shit at the bottom.
Oh man, if you like Gush, you should do Oil U. Oil U is 3 times. Gush is only 2 times. It's like, so if you really believe in oil, yeah, you could buy this and maybe it'll
Nah, I
fly up to
don't,
here.
bro. I just bought
Oh,
that
you
shit
don't?
when
Okay.
on that 2019 dip. I was just
Yeah.
shopping for what was on a
Yeah,
dip.
yeah.
And Gush was at a high dip. You look at that motherfucker.
Man, oil is like, oh man, I don't know. Oil might really pop. Oh god damn it. But it's so manipulated though. God damn
Nah, it
oil.
is, man.
Man,
That's why
fucking oil.
I've divested from a lot of shit, bro. I've
Yeah.
sold a lot of shit. I got into Nvidia before the stock split, before June 7th, literally that week. So,
Yeah.
you know, I'm right back breaking even, pretty much.
So another stock that you like, if you like Nvidia, is like SMCI. So
yeah, I got SMC.
man, I was like, I bought it down here somewhere, and when it went up to here, I was like, oh, it's cool, whatever. And you know, I was thinking of getting back in here, and then it started running away. And I was like, what the fuck?
Hold on. Did you get out? Or
Yeah,
you
I didn't stay in. I was like,
just
oh, this is
bought?
good
All
enough.
right.
Yeah, I was like, this is
Yeah,
good enough. Right?
yeah.
From
I
here to
didn't
here
buy.
is like, but
Yeah,
if I
I
kept like
bought
I
in.
went, I was like, what the hell is going to 1,000? Oh, what the? You guys are crazy.
Yeah, I bought in, and I saw it sell off, and I was kind of questioning it, but I just held it, and I saw it run up. So yeah.
Well, you
I
know,
just kept.
I think this dip is pretty good, but the problem is like we're getting too close to the election and fall, and I'm like, I think
Nah,
it'll jump to here.
I really think everything is going to sell off before
Yeah.
election.
So there's a tip. There's a tip for you guys. So I mentioned in chat. It's like sell Rosh Hashanah. So you know HB was making fun of like Rosh Hashanah, like that's the Jewish New Year. So that's a tip because like it's a well-known thing in the stock market to sell the Jewish New Year, Rosh Hashanah, and buy back in Yom Kippur. Okay, so that's the thing. But I think too many people know that.
And
So
when is
now,
Rosh Hashanah?
it's usually the end of September because they use a lunar calendar. It changes. It's not exactly the end of September, but usually it's the end of September. Yeah. So I'll mention it later, okay? So don't worry about it. I'll mention it to you guys.
But nah, I gotta get the hell up out of here soon, bro.
All right. Don't worry, Rushy. You can leave. I mean, someone will come up here. Maybe.
But nah, let's finish talking about this chart right here.
Yeah. So, yeah,
these candles, man. These candles they're not looking good.
They're not looking good because it's too violent. So basically, this reaction here is just a reaction to this. It'll basically go 50% of this down leg. So it'll probably hit here, right here, because this was the last significant red candle here. It'll get up to here and it'll drop again. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like one. Yeah. It's always like A, B, C. There's always a A, B, and C. That's what's gonna happen. So it's gonna drop again. It'll probably like hit back here or something, and that's when you buy it. Yeah, back to 350 maybe. Yeah, probably.
That's SMCI. Yeah.
Yep. And this is your ASTS. It's like this is going wacko, so I don't know what this is gonna do. Oh man, yeah. I've been watching this stock for like a long time. Yeah, it was like once this earnings hit in May, I was like, holy shit, this thing is just gonna get juiced. So it went from $2 to 30 something. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that candle is crazy right there. Look at all that volume.
Yeah, that's way too much volume. That's like serious buying. It's just like crazy.
That's definitely insider trading right there.
That's insider. It's basically insider multiplied up by short sellers because all the short sellers are like short, and they keep trying to short it and they keep getting burnt, and that just adds to the fuel. Another stock you should look at is this one. This TMC is like nickel. Like nickel mining, yeah. So they do underwater mining. So they start off with nickel and they might expand to other things. So that might be interesting.
Jesus Christ! Look at this chart, man.
It's yeah. So that's why every
this
time
is a KY. What's his name? What's Chicago? What's my guy scalping off the top? This is type of chart right here.
Yeah, this is type of chart he would like. Yeah, but
MSD,
you know. Yeah, I mean, I think when if you accumulate at $1, when it keeps hitting that 80 cents $1 area, you buy, and then eventually this thing will resolve and will shoot past $2. If it finally breaks $2, it's gonna fly. Yeah, but we have to wait for some news to happen. So some federal government thing will give them a contract or something, and that's what's gonna happen. Especially if you keep fighting China all day, you're gonna need places.
Scary. That's the scary one.
The other one is like the EV, like like this kind of like EV taxis, where they do airplane type of like helicopter type shit. So there's also these type of stocks, which I don't know. I don't really trust them, but maybe one of them will be successful. So that's your penny stock update. That's their penny stock update.
For what?
Because the thing is, like, if you have a retirement account, you have an IRA account, I fully recommend having small positions in penny stocks, because if you start your IRA early, like those few thousands might end up to be hundreds of thousands in 10 years, you know, if one of them flies. You just need one of them to be success-ful.
Yeah, but that's way more risky.
It is. But the thing is, it's tax-free. It's tax-free. That's why you want to do it in the IRA. You know what I mean? So if you're young and you start your IRA early, that's the way. That's why I need to. This is something I wasn't taught. This is what Peter Thiel did. He put his PayPal stuff all into an IRA account, and he's getting billions back and getting tax-free when he retires, right? And it's just like, what the fuck?
Well, I mean, he made the right bet, but yeah, if you're going to have an IRA account or whatever, Go. Don't be as risky as you can be. Is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Always try to make as most money, but still try to save and invest your own money on your own time for sure.
Yeah, it's always a hard thing to think about. Yeah, everyone has their own situation in life.
Yeah, but
That's why being a
fuck,
financial advisor is really tough.
even if you can
Yeah.
save $20 a week, do it. I forget what it is, $20 a week or something. Still like a few $1,000s. I mean, a few $1,000s a year. A few thousand and something odd dollars a year. Some shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I'm about to get the hell up out of here.
Cam the King keeps saying like, "Hey, you keep that, but you're still here."
Man, I was trying to support you, dog.
Oh
yeah,
yeah, thanks, man. Thanks, man. Yeah. You gotta go to work, right? Come on, you gotta. Yeah, if you gotta go, you gotta go, man.
Yeah.
I ain't got work. I'll just be here until HB comes back.
Yeah, I gotta get your fucking contact so you can teach me how I can work from home as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. We'll get to that.
All right, bro.
Yeah,
Or at
talk to
least- or at
Nina.
least you-
Talk to Nina
or at
for
least
me.
you- Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, you were trying. Hold on. You were trying to get up, bro. Just give me your
Well,
contact.
I mean, what happened was like I was expecting a Discord to be made for our show and stuff like that, but I don't know. Everything got messed up with the whole drama stuff. I don't know what the heck. I was like, what the heck is going on now?
Hey,
What?
I'm gonna put my email in the back.
Oh, all right. I think you sent me your email. I have your email. You emailed me before. Remember?
Well, you got it again.
Okay, I'll get it again. Yeah. I'll
Text
email
me.
you. Yeah. I'll get you. All right, man. All right, I'll see you, man. Okay, chat. Let's see what we got here. Who's left? Ava ran away. Can't do the creepy music stuff. Scares the women. Give a fuck. I don't got time for this shit. I'm just gonna stay here until HB gets back or something. I don't know what the heck. John's probably knocked the heck out. We won't be able to answer the question of super chats. Yeah, the drama has made this channel gay, reserved a backseat till it's heterosexual again. Oh yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. So this is another penny stock I'm looking at. EXK. I mentioned it before. It's a silver mining stock. It got trashed pretty bad. And the only question I have about it, do I trust silver and gold to not break down and complete its little action here? Because gold looks pretty good, but that doesn't mean much. Silver is recovering, but still it's looking kind of weak. So not really convinced in anything. I think that will really depend on what Jerome Powell says next week too. So don't hold your breath on that. Now let's look at something else. What other things? Oil I've looked at. Yeah, still in a range. We don't know. I think 777 is bullish on Chevron, so he thinks oil's going up. I think oil's is going up. Ryan thinks oil will drop back to 60. I think that would happen if Biden tried to dump a bunch of oil into the market to push it down for elections. That's a possibility. That's why I don't like oil. gets too manipulated. Let's look at bonds. Bonds still rolling around in this area. See? It's not breaking out of the 100 area. So this is the TLT, the 30-year bond ETF. So if it breaks out here, and there's a lot of demand for bonds, is it a good thing or a bad thing will depend on the reason why. So I think 777 mentioned in chat, and you know that's something you have to think about, because Fed cutting rates theoretically should temporarily juice up the markets. But if the reason that the Fed cut the rates was because of an economic issue, a real financial crisis, then it doesn't matter. Stocks will go down, and you should just all be in bonds. So that's why I told Blacks to get his Treasury Direct account ready. So we never know. We'll never really know, but it might be a good time just to buy bonds. Yeah, we'll see. A lot of things we don't really know, huh? Let's see what else. What else? What other things to look at? Anything happening in the overnight market? Oh yeah, Mexico. Mexico is also very nice. I really like it if you can get a good price. So this is the ETF for Mexico, EWW. So it had a nice drop it dropped with the US market because of the dollar, but and this drop right here is because of the election. So they had a presidential election, which was like, okay, I'm watching it now. So it's dropping to here. If you can get it at a good price, it doesn't matter who's president in the US. We're doing nearshoring. We're definitely not going to be supporting China much. Both parties now have kind of strengthened their position on China. So yeah, let me see. The Hong Kong market, yeah, it's still stuck. Yeah, I traded the Hong Kong market from around here to here, and then here to here. It's making a higher low, it looks like. I think China was gonna try to stimulate their economy a lot harder, so that'll juice up their stock market temporarily. So I wouldn't be like a long-term investor in China, but as a trade, it might be interesting. But you have elections to go through. So even though both parties are anti-China, you know, Trump is more of a loudmouth on being anti-China than the Democrats are. So that might be a risky trade because we're getting too close to election time. Let's see, weed. People asked about weed stocks. Yeah. Canadian weed is kind of up in the air. I don't know. This is like the ETF for US weed stocks, MSOS. Tough to say. Really tough. It's only good for a trade. None of these things are really good for investments, in my opinion. Yeah. The other one is lithium stocks. Lithium stocks look very cheap right now. Dirt cheap, actually. Many of them have gotten beaten the hell up. I mean, this thing used to be $21. Now it's $2. This is a Brazilian one. It used to be 40. I sold up here around here, yeah. I was like in here 13 and I sold up here around 40. Because once I saw this happen, this weakness creep in, like once you got this last recovery to near 40, you're like, fuck this, I'm out. And then the next week it was like bam, 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 down, down, down. And they're like, oh hell no, I'm not coming back. I'm gonna wait for it to all shake out. So here, now we're at $8. Do I want to buy this and try again and see if like, yeah, I don't know. That's an election thing too. If Trump wins, maybe you're not gonna have this Green New Deal type stuff. Hard to say. Another one, Paramount. Paramount, right? You like Star Trek? Here's Paramount. This this company keeps trying to get merged with somebody else. So they keep trying to say, "Oh, I'm gonna get merged. I'm gonna get bought out." Yeah, I traded this 10 to 17. I got out. 10 to 14. I got out. I haven't tried it again here, but it keeps trying to get support at 10. Oh man, this company's terrible. Yeah, forget it. Maybe I won't recommend it. It's not worth it. If you're just hoping for a buyout, it's probably not going to get a good deal. This is Warner Brothers. Yeah, you see this? Yeah, also very terrible. So all these media company stocks, they're pretty shit. I don't see anything good about these charts. Let's look at Disney. Disney, yep, same thing. Look at that. Yeah. Man, it used to be at 120, and now it's like freaking $80. I don't even think Disney pays a dividend. So what's the point of owning it then, even for a dividend? Yeah, there's no dividend, right? This thing doesn't even have a damn dividend. Oh, fuck that. I'm gonna waste my money on that shit. All right, let's see what else we got here. Coal stock. Coal. Let's see. Nope, I don't see anything good about the coal right now. I think we are waiting on China to do something. If China doesn't start increasing their coal demand and juicing up their economy, there's no coal's going nowhere. I don't see anything here. Yep. Next, okay. Semiconductors recovered. Technology recovered. There's nothing. Actually, since it's like HB is going to come back pretty soon, probably. Let's look at some trucking stocks. JP Hunt. This is a trucking stock. You see this range? You see this? It keeps bouncing here. So after it had bad earnings around April, it got stuck here. You can't get out of it. Now today is interesting because we had retail sales report, so it tried to get to the top of this range and it fell back. If there's stimulation in the economy, this trucking stock might do something because it stayed in this range so long. It might actually jump back up here. So we'll see. That's one trucking stock. ITB's home construction ETF. Transportation. I don't want the average here. Transportation ETF, let's see. Yeah, this transportation sector hasn't been doing much. Still in a range. All right. Let's check up Bitcoin right now. Bitcoin's still trying to climb up. We'll see what happens. So if it can hold here for next week, and Jerome Powell says nice things, yeah, we can climb up. But if he doesn't say nice things, then Rashu is right. It's going to come back down. Yeah, it's going to have to come back down again. I think that's just something you're going to have to gamble on. Yeah, there's nothing in the dollar index, so there's no signs of there. All right, let's look at Chad again. Many nations under China, blah, blah, blah. People used to drive Canada to get pop. You can't even get mid-grade shit loud, more like whisper. Okay. List. What they are so hated. Venezuela's on the list too. Is the picture clicking now? Yep. No more trend trains, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah, let me see. Still pushing. All right. Well, I'll keep continuing. Let me see. Up. Put the channel link up there. All right. Let's see if anybody comes up. Yeah, Bitcoin still seems to have some strength. Now, this candle's important. I don't know if it can reverse like it all by tomorrow. It's really going to depend. Yeah, Marvell did pretty good today. I think it's the strongest of the semiconductor stocks. So this is one way in your retirement account. You know, you can use these types. So SOXL, SOXL is like a 3x semiconductor stock. So if you bought here and you sold here, that's about like 70%, 80%. Another one is TQQQ. So it's like QQQ NASDAQ 100, but 3 times. Okay. So also nice gain here if you want. So yeah, for you guys that can't do options or futures in your retirement accounts, or you know, you don't want to get margins or anything like that, you could use these ETFs temporarily. So it's like, it's really good for trading very quickly. Now, you know, you can also short. All right. So you don't need a margin account for this. So let's say I want to short semiconductors. So I showed you SOX L. There's also something called SOX S. So if you knew Nvidia was gonna take everybody down, you probably would have saw it down here, and you could have rode it from 17 bucks to close to 40 bucks. But you know, a lot of people don't like, you know, you talk to Dedison or CKJ3, they don't like to do this shorting thing. They rather buy dips. So like, yeah, just wait for the market to pull back, buy the dip and ride it back up. Like, so that's tough. If you want to do both directions, yeah, it's really hard. Yeah, you're gonna do like, oh, I know it's gonna be a short, so I'm gonna short, then I'm gonna long, I'm gonna switch to being a long. Yeah. You gotta be really skilled to time it correctly. This is the Russell 2000. So this is the small caps. See, the small caps got hit pretty badly, right? But now it's recovering again. So if you look at the small caps and then you look at the large caps together, yeah, it's pretty important for the overall health of the market that they all move up. One of the most risky sectors in small caps is like biotech. Biotech is very interest rate sensitive, very economically sensitive to a lot of things. So it's been holding up okay because this range is held, this support area is held. That kind of gives me a hint that whatever happens to the elections, it should quickly recover and bounce up very strongly. So that's a good sign. If the most sensitive, the most risky of stocks still has buyers. So I'm optimistic. Yeah, I'm optimistic. Nothing will happen in the near term anyway. So for everyone, just cool, chill, wait for October and September. We'll look for stocks to buy. We buy them, and then we'll sell them into next year in March. You'll get your first set of gains. Then after that, we'll wait and see. I don't know if Ryan's prediction that Taiwan will be getting invaded by China or something else would happen, but at least for a few months, we'll be good. Yeah, I live in the failed society of Cali. Yep. It's all collapsing around me. Not bad. You get to live in a little island of peace surrounded by hellhole. So just getting up here. Can you get me up to speed on the drama? I don't know what the drama is. I have no idea. There was some drama. Maybe some more drama. Who knows? I think only HB knows what the drama is at this point. Or Imperious. Maybe it's Imperious. Yeah, so let's see. That's a good sign that Bitcoin didn't break that support. So if it's not gonna drop, yeah, okay. Maybe I'm gonna be optimistic in what Powell says tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow. Next week, Thursday. Let's see what else we should look. What other stocks to look at? So yeah, Chinese stocks are not doing bad right now. They had Alibaba and JD earnings this morning. Yeah, that's not bad. So I think it's a good trade. It could be a good trade to do China for a little bit. Let's see. So let's see. If I did China, I would do the ETF. So there's an ETF called Yin and Yang. Okay. Let's see which one was. You had Yin and Yang. Yeah, yin and yang. There we go. So yin is 3x bull. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Wonder how high it could go if I bought the Chinese ETF here. How much further can it go? It's too correlated to the U.S. market. All these stocks are just too correlated to it right now. I don't like that. I'd rather just buy U.S. stocks then. Uranium is a pretty big fail right here. It failed up here in 50 and uranium collapsed. Is it a good time to buy again? I don't know. I bought uranium up here, down here, then I went up here and I was like, get the fuck out. I was like, ran back up again and it's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't like uranium right now. It got overhyped. A lot of people were saying like, "Oh, nuclear energy is the future, this and that," and I was like, "Oh, come on, guys! Like, it's a commodity. Commodities just always have a hype cycle, and this has a death cycle. That's how it works." Oh, I talked about mushroom stocks. Here we go. Here's one. Mind medicine. Chart looks pretty weak. Maybe it's a good opportunity to buy. If it gets to $5, maybe I'll buy it. There's another one. SYBN. I forgot which one was like Peter Thiel put money in. It might have been this one. Not sure. Let me see. I think 777 mentioned another one. I think it's Clove, right? No, maybe it wasn't Clove. It was something else. I know he mentioned another one that I look at. Oh yeah, it was SoFi. Yeah, this chart. I don't know. I think it's the same thing as a firm. A firm. Same looking type of thing. Yeah, so you see that downtrend? It's just going down. It has earnings pretty soon too, so I don't know what's gonna happen. Here's RXRX and Sound. So both of these are invested by NVIDIA. They're software companies that do AI. RXRX does pharmaceutical AI research. So they use AI to develop drugs. Sound is, it's kind of like looking up they'll detect like what song you're playing or something. And it'll get the artist and the title. I don't know what else they do. something like that. But it's heavily invested right now by Nvidia. Another thing is gambling stocks. Yeah, gambling stocks, sports betting, like DraftKings and stuff like that. I don't know. I'm always like, yeah, these things, these charts always look funny to me. They always have a hype cycle and they have a little like death cycle, and it's like, oh man, they don't have very good trends. They don't really have good trends. Yeah, like you look at this one from Caesars. Like, you know, they got casinos, they have some sports betting, but like, look at this chart. It's just, oh man, it's too ugly. Too ugly. Now this one, Celsius Holdings. You know, they give you energy drinks and stuff like that, like Monster Energy and shit. This is a good one. This is a really good one. You could have bought it at the pennies, you know. You could have bought it at like 50 cents or something. And it zooms all the way up to like $100. Yeah, it went nearly to $100. And now it's dropping. Now I am interested in buying it back. Okay, it's broken this range. It's gonna hit this support pretty soon, and you're like, is it worth a shot to buy? Maybe. I'll have to think about it. It's definitely something there. Here's like the jet ETF. So like this, I hate airline stocks. I really hate them. See why? So this is the ETF for all the airline stocks. You see what they do? They're just stuck in this damn range. Like, so if I think Warren Buffett said he hate airline stocks too. It's like, yeah, they're terrible. Yeah, they're really terrible sector. They just go nowhere. I mean, they're good for a trade, right? Like you could short here, long here, short again, buy back again. Yeah, they're great for that. I suppose if you're gonna trade, yeah, but as a long-term investment, yeah, this sucks. I look at this semiconductor stock. I love this one, Broadcom. It's run by a really good CEO. He really knows how to run a tight ship. So I think I keep recommending people to buy it. Like every time it has a dip. Like, so if you want something that has a dividend or a long-term semiconductor stock, and you're not enthusiastic about buying Nvidia because Nvidia is kind of like too wild. Yeah, Vago is kind of like more. It has a broader base of customers. Let's put it that way, compared to Nvidia. So I think Avago buying it on dips is a good long-term position in your portfolio if you have a long-term portfolio. Let's look at some drug companies, huh? Here's Eli Lilly. See, not bad. Very stable. I mean, that's better than Moderna, popular for their vaccines for COVID. See that? Way too volatile. Yeah, I don't like that. So if you're looking for stocks that are more stable, yeah, Eli Lilly is the way to go. And Ozempic, Novo Nordisk, also very stable here. Yeah, has a good trend, very good trend. So it bounces off like there, 50%. Yeah, good trend. So yeah, you should keep on your watch list. See if you can get a good price coming September. If you have portfolios that requires long-term positions in some big companies, those are probably good ones to get. Let's get Square. This is like Square Payments, Jack Dorsey's like company. Not very good, huh? Yeah, it's not very good right now. Let's look at a mining company. Yeah. The lithium stuff has really hurt this one too. Yep. Not very diversified as a mining company. Yeah, I'll keep these lithium companies on my watch list then. Maybe there's a good time to buy. This one, I think this is a battery company, electric battery company. Does not look good. Yeah, forget it. I don't see any good pattern there. Here's the CRISPR. So all you DNA guys that worry about like DNA manipulation, yeah, there's companies for that too. Here's one of them. Definitely does not look very nice either. I think, a lot of these biotech companies, they really need interest rates to drop. So yeah, they're not gonna get juiced up right now. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is like how you look at the stocks is more important with the sectors. So you look at it like a weather report. You can't time everything exactly right. Okay, Ice Cube? So that's what we're gonna try to do. We're gonna try to think of things like, oh, it's a sailboat. You're on the sea, you look for the favorable winds. Okay, so you'd be like, okay, I know when something's gonna happen because of the seasons, because of how we know things react. Like, there's going to be a hurricane season, right? I'm not going to know a hurricane like it's going to be a category 5, it's going to hit Galveston, Texas, or it's going to hit Miami. I'm not going to know exactly what's going to happen, but at least I know there's something going to happen at certain points in the calendar year, and I'm going to prepare for it. So that's how you should look at things. So when you have a large portfolio, you look at what stocks are in what sectors, you will know. You'll start seeing patterns. Yeah, you'll see patterns right away when I start talking about this stuff more and more to you guys. But yes, to know exactly when a stock is going to hit a high and a low, that's going to be a fool's errand. A particular stock, it's not going to work. So let's focus on the overall market. Then we'll drill down to sectors, different industries. And then after we go through industries, we'll look at individual stocks from there. Then that's how you know things will happen. So transportation, like let's look at HB. He does transportation. Transportation has seasons. Okay, so they have a pattern to them. Tech stocks have a pattern to them. Yeah, they all do. They all do. So we'll practice. We'll practice, man. Yeah, so let me see here. I gotta get more battery power. Like, so TradingView takes a lot of power. StreamYards takes a lot of power. That's why I need to, if I'm gonna stream more professionally for you guys, I gotta get a desktop computer and shit, because this ain't gonna work long. I mean, you look at Porsche. She was trying to do Oregon Trail, and even Oregon Trail with StreamYards, like, it fucking like killed her own computer, man. It's like, that's ridiculous. Like, Oregon Trail shouldn't be like a memory hog. Like, what's going on? I think a lot of people just write bad code nowadays. All right. Anything else? Blah, blah, blah. Send a link to Google Maps. I put a flag thing offshore when the thing is underwater because it's big and man-made. Oh, okay. Interesting. All right. Let me check my email. Let me see. Junk. Go to junk. All right. Okay, I got it. I got the email. Let's see. Junk. All right. Let's see. Oh, okay. I might have seen this before. Yeah, I might have seen this before. I have Horus. I think it wasn't there like something in the Sahara Desert where there was like some pattern in the sands. Like, this must have been something like that too. I'll have to look into this stuff more. Okay, let's see what else we got here. What about DNJ? Let's see, what stock is that? What stock is that? I don't know what stock that is. Yeah, I don't use Chrome. I used to use Brave. Brave was very good at memory management. Then I had to go through to Firefox again. I might go back to Brave. I don't know. It was really good. Brave was really good. This is where Atlantis was convincing evidence is back. Yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah, I didn't find that stock. I don't know what that is then. DNJ, I didn't see it. Nothing on TradingView. Okay. Mm. Utah. Didn't they have somebody put up some monoliths in Utah? I'm pretty sure they did. Somebody put some monoliths up there. I mean, I was showing some like what was that, Georgia Guidestones today. I was like, there's Georgia Guidestones. Let me put it up. Guidestones. Yeah. Oh man, Utah has some Canaanite stuff. Oh boy, great. Anyway, so the Georgia Guidestones, people are talking about like all the abortion and things like that. So the Georgia Guidestones was, I mean, I don't know who built them. They were blown up in 2022, but somebody got pissed and just blew them up. But someone paid to get this thing built, and they wrote it in a bunch of different languages. But essentially, it's like, okay, maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. Guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. Unite humanity with a living new language. Interesting. Rule passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason. Protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. Let all nations rule internally, resolving external disputes in a world court. Avoid petty laws and useless officials. Balance personal rights with social duties. Prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite. Truth, beauty, love. Isn't that like fucking Sailor Moon shit? Didn't Sailor Moon say that? I don't fucking know. Be not a cancer on the earth. Leave room for nature. Leave room for nature. Okay. All right. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, it's destroyed. Yeah. Yeah, they blew it up, man. They blew it up. It was lined up with the equinox. Yeah, fun, right? That's basically like Stonehenge. Well, in any case, I don't know what the fuck's about that. I think this world court thing is pretty interesting. You got the world court, huh? Truth, beauty, love. That's definitely from Sailor Moon. Yeah. Yeah, it's aligned to the solstices and equinoxes. It's very important. And if you're a druid, you should know all your things too. Druids love this stuff. Anyway. Let me put the link back up. See if anybody wants to join. Blah, blah. Yeah, Gobekli Tepe. Yeah, we were talking about that already. Yeah, Gobekli Tepe. Very important place for people to know about. think if you want to look at conspiracies, you can look at this stuff. Yeah, tall Nordic aliens. I think this is gonna be fun. Yeah, I'm still awake, John. I don't know what the heck's going on. Hey, this was me and Rashu doing like conspiracy shit. Yeah, Ava was on, but then she ran off. So hell I know. Considering rural Georgia, yeah. Let me see. Here we go. We got some pictures of tall Nordic aliens, right? So there's like the gray aliens, and you got the tall Nordic aliens. Now Ava kind of looks like a damn gray, but maybe she's a tall Nordic alien. Maybe she's just a midget. Just getting to DC today. I'll confirm in the AM. What? Oh man, John. All right. Whatever, John. Somebody will come up. As long as there's no porn bombers, I don't got time for that shit. John, hey John, did you notice like we don't got super chats anymore? Did you turn off super chats for this stream, or we got like mega demonetized, John? Did that porn bomber really screwed up everything? Cause you got to double check that stuff. Cause we got a lot of people asking why can't they do super chats? Underwater thing. Yeah, hold up, man. I don't got all the memory power to be pulling up like Google Maps and shit. Oh my god, I got other shit right here. I gotta do some other shit right now. Oh my god, it says the content on this channel can no longer be monetized. Oh great. Hey John, you gotta go fight that shit with YouTube. Because like OPC Don kept saying like, oh, did we find a loophole and this and that? That means that tells you that we had a lot of hours viewed on our videos, and that allowed us to get monetized at 500. So you know what? You better appeal it. Because that was a porn bomber. That definitely is appealable. Dolmen portals. What the heck? Dolmen portals? I probably heard that before. Oh man, why is there so much shit you gotta know now? Damn, so many things to know. Yeah, I heard of these. Yeah. Okay, I've heard of these. Yeah. Yep. I heard of these. That's why I have this old ass book about druids and shit. Where, man, I have so many books I've read and forgotten about. I think I've forgotten more about the books I've read than actually like I remember like the books I didn't read. Come on. That's how crazy that shit is. Yeah, I think I definitely heard of this before. You know what's cool is like there was a sci-fi show called Earth Final Conflict. I've mentioned on CT show when they were talking about Star Trek. So the one episode, like there, the aliens went to Ireland, and it's like, oh shit, it was buried in one of these dolmen things. Oh my god, yeah. I mean, that's why I loved '90s sci-fi. They always had some truth in them. Anyway, that's always interesting. Oh yeah, and we got this neo-feudalism stuff. He got mentioned a few times, the neo-feudalism. I put this up on the screen while the guys were talking. It's definitely important. Definitely important. Fighting to give a company 30% cut doesn't make a lot of sense. No, it doesn't make a lot of sense, John. But you know what? I think it's good to have good practice where you're actively talking to people in YouTube, because you might need some direct contacts in YouTube if something more insidious happens. Because if you get too many strikes, we can't stream for like 2 weeks. So it's good to have like at least build up a relationship with our overlords here on YouTube, because they are our landlords, right? It's good to have some good connections on them. All right, copy some of that. That's good. I'll look them up later. Yeah, okay. Bitcoin's now at an important spot. We'll see what happens in a few hours. Pre-market opens in 35 minutes for the market. I don't see anything in futures doing anything right now. So, yeah, nothing too interesting. Damn, we still got 24 viewers. Jesus Christ. All right. God, freaking hell. Let me let's play a video then. Let me see. What we got? Anything interesting to play? Nope. Nope. Abe is not here. Don't need to play that. Let me play this one. I think because I think this will be interesting for you guys to see.
During a time of drastic change in the world of technology, a story of triumph lost opportunities, and a mysterious death after a fight at a bar in Monterey. 50 years ago, in Pacific Grove, in the tool shed of this house on Bayview, a professor at the Naval Postgraduate School named Gary Kildall wrote the software that ignited the personal computer revolution.
Gary made it possible for anybody's program to run on anyone's computer.
They should definitely remember him as the guy that started it all.
Standing for your time.
In 1974, Kildall created CPM and started Digital Research Incorporated, or DRI, to market the software. It would go on to become the first commercially successful computer operating system way before Windows. Kildall also developed the first successful basic input-output system, or BIOS, the foundation for the personal computer as we now know it. Tom Rolander was Kildall's best friend and right-hand man.
I was one of his first employees. In fact, I'm ID number one of Digital Research. He did everything. He designed the data structures, wrote the code, debugged it, and also wrote the documentation.
Digital Research would expand to this Victorian off of Lighthouse Avenue and later to other buildings in Pacific Grove and Monterey. They had this office off of Garden Road. By 1978, the company was making $100,000 a month. By 1983, revenues hit nearly $45 million a year.
He wrote the first operating system for the personal computer. And no matter what, there's no way to negate that or anything like that.
Kildall hired rock and roll photographer Tom O'Neill to work for him, a man known for shooting pictures of Joni Mitchell, B.B. King, and many others, suddenly learning the world of computer science.
Realistically, I started back in the early days of computing.
Gary was somebody that the world needed. His mind was always going, and I had tremendous respect for that.
But the good times wouldn't last forever. When IBM decided to create a personal computer, they first went to Bill Gates, but Gates didn't have an operating system yet, so he recommended Kildall. But that's when things started to fall apart.
Gary kind of got a bum rap in a way, because what really happened, you never hear about.
Story goes, IBM flew down to Pacific Grove to meet with Gary Kildall. But rather than take the meeting, Kildall went flying, a move that frustrated executives at IBM and would alter computer history forever. The story, though, is not quite as sensational as it all sounds.
Gary was coming back from a meeting, and he's flying his own plane. And when IBM, when those guys heard it, they interpreted it as, oh, he's out flying his plane, he's too busy to be with us right now.
IBM went back to Bill Gates, who would end up buying his own operating system from Seattle Computer Products. When asked about the IBM contract, Gates was quoted in London Times as saying Gary was out flying when IBM came to visit, and that's why they did not get the contract. To make matters worse, Rolander says the operating system Gates bought copied CPM.
43 of the 45 functions were copied directly from CPM. So we let IBM know that we're in the process of suing Seattle Computer Products. IBM said, wait a minute, okay, let's not rush into this.
Eventually, an agreement was made. IBM would offer multiple versions of the operating software and let customers decide. But a surprising price difference proved to be the beginning of the end for Digital Research. IBM priced Gates's PC-DOS at $40 and CPM at $240.
I really think the only reason they priced our software higher was they clearly did not want it to succeed. They did not want another operating system out there diluting the market. They wanted PC-DOS to be the dominant operating system. And what better way to do that than to price one at $40 and the other at $240?
What is your reaction of that?
It was like somebody had walked up to me and slapped me across the face. I mean, Gary and I had the same reaction to this. I would describe it as the end of innocence for both of us and for the industry as a whole.
Kildall would still go on to have a successful career, selling Digital Research to Novell for $120 million. In 1991, he'd also form another company which put the first encyclopedia on a CD-ROM and host the show Computer Chronicles on PBS until 1990. But Rolander says his friend was always haunted by the story of the day he went flying and the notion that he should have been Bill Gates.
What would happen is every time a reporter, anybody from the media, would talk with Gary, they would ask him, so what happened? Why didn't you get the IBM contract. You could have been Bill Gates. And Gary would hear that over and over and over again. And that would be very hard to live with.
All right. I like that the creepy music comes in at the right time for this video. So yeah, I mean, these nerds, they weren't so innocent, really. Bill Gates was a fucking thug. And that's how you got to look at it. Business is cutthroat. You do this shit, you better be ready to play. There are people out there that will eat you alive, man. Even in a fucking nerdy shit like software engineering. Yep, that's how it goes. Let's see, let's skip through this story. I think it's around here, maybe.
Happiest and was still
Yeah,
haunted
blah,
by
blah,
those
blah.
IBM contract wars.
He withdrew from a lot of friends that
Gangsters
he had.
make the world go
And,
round. That's true, man.
It was very challenging for me. I had been best man at his.
I mean, that's it. It's just an alpha male world, right? It doesn't matter what field you're in. If you ain't an alpha, you know, you're gonna get stomped on pretty
wedding.
quickly.
He'd been best of mine. He described me in his book as his best male friend, and he retreated from that.
In July of 1994, Kildall was at the Franklin Street Bar and Grill, now the Crown and Anchor. Monterey police say there was a fight.
That's right. You never
Kildall
show your
was
fucking
knocked down.
cards.
He refused medical treatment that night, but would be discharged from the hospital twice before dying at Community Hospital of the Monterey Peninsula a few days later.
The night he took a fall or was pushed, we're still not sure, Monterey police did look for homicide. There's never, to my knowledge, been a witness that's come forth and said what really happened.
Monterey police say the death may have been foul play and investigated it as a homicide. No one was ever charged.
A lot of people have asked me and wanted to probe about what happened with Gary, what was his passing, what happened with that. And as Gary's close personal friend, I'm really uncomfortable discussing that.
I don't think his death should be sanitized. I think it's an American tragic story.
Steve Hawk, a friend of Kildall's, co-wrote a play about Kildall's life and death called The Forgotten Computer Genius. Hawk says Kildall was as tragic of a figure in the classical sense as he can think of.
He creates something that's for the good of mankind. It's coveted and taken by others. The pain is so great, he is destroyed. And basically, that's what happened to him. He was absolutely brilliant. Who knows what he might have discovered and done if he lived another 20, 30 years.
These days, 50 years since CPM and nearly 30 since his death, Gary Kildall's name may not be as recognizable as Bill Gates's, but nevertheless he is remembered at the Computer Science Museum in Mountain View. In Monterey, a conference room at Naval Postgraduate School where he taught bears his name too.
I actually been to that museum in Mountain View. There's a really good computer museum there. They have a lot of cool shit. They got the notes from a lot of the old engineers in Intel and Fairchild Semiconductor. Basically, everyone that created the integrated circuit and modern computing today. Yeah, they have it all in that Mountain View museum. So yeah, you should check it out if you come by here.
And in Pacific Grove, his story memorialized on the sidewalk outside the old Victorian, a small plaque paying tribute to a man who made big contributions to the advancement of the personal computer.
Whenever I talk to people that come into town, I say, please go over to the corner of Willow and Lighthouse, 5 blocks past the post house, and take a look at that bronze plaque, because that is Gary's legacy.
Yeah, that's right. Mountain View, California. Yep. Yeah. I mean, man, I really love those old days, man, of computing. And the 80s and 90s were really cool. Yeah, they were really fucking cool. And Blacks was on here. Talk about Commodore 64. Yeah, the really old guys. Yeah, they remember those things real well. Man, things were really nice. You got Radio Shack. You got Fry's Electronics. Man. Anyway, let's see what else we got. I mean, that's the reason I brought it up was because like Jeremy kept complaining about Bill Gates, this psychopath, that. I mean, he's not really wrong about that. I mean, Bill Gates, yeah, he not only fucked over that guy, he fucked over Steve Jobs. I mean, shit, man, Steve Jobs ain't a bitch, and you had the balls to fucking like technology Steve Jobs. Oh boy, yeah, Bill Gates is a thug. Like, don't let that like nerdy look like fool you. That guy will fucking like stab you in the asshole if he wanted to. like people keep complaining about Steve Jobs as a psychopath, but damn, Bill Gates is next level psychopath. Like, come on. Oh man, how many fuckers he screwed over? Oh shit, how many dead bodies does he have? So yeah, you guys keep thinking that Bill Gates is just some guy that drank soda and ate pizza and coded all night. Oh, wrong. That motherfucker. He was ruthless. Man, I don't know what kind of like Radio Shack you guys got down there. They probably like the last time we had Radio Shacks is like when they started not even like selling like any kind of resistors and capacitors anymore. They were just selling phone plans. And I was like, come on. You're not really a Radio Shack anymore if you're doing that. I'm trying to see what we got here. Maybe I'll play this. Let me see if I play this one. Okay, guys. So, yeah, I talked about earthquake prediction a little bit. So we can play a little bit of this. Let's see what you guys think. So this is Dutch Sense. So he has his own channel. Yeah, you should check his channel out.
Hello, everybody. It's 3:02 a.m. Central Time on the 14th of August, 2024. It's Wednesday morning here in the United States. I hope you're doing well. And doing an update, I am recording, so when we're done here live on Twitch, I'll upload to YouTube. We'll premiere it back for everybody to hear. Let's turn on a display capture and just get into what's going on. Everybody's eyes are still on Japan from this past week. We had our big 7.0 earthquake. This is seen in South Japan. That happened on the 8th. So we're 6 days in, and they issued a 7-day advisory to be on watch for a large earthquake to strike in Japan. The Japanese officials issued their forecast, And the forecast area was from here, where the 7.1 struck, all the way up the coast to pretty much to right here in the middle of Japan, that's Tokyo. And when they issued that warning, the Prime Minister of Japan canceled all his trips. He is staying in the country for the week, and it's been 6 days since this. Now, they issued a 7-day watch the next day. So really, we're 5 days in on a 7-day watch is what I would say. Now, the next day, after they issued that warning, North Japan, right up here at Kuril Islands, this is technically Russia, but I mean, here's North Japan, a deep earthquake struck on the plate boundary down below Japan. And this is worth noting, so let me show you where this struck. The deep earthquake happened up here on the plate boundary, on the left side, west side. Do you see how it kind of divides, goes down to the south, down back to Tokyo, and further down to the south, all the way down here. Okay, so again, you get to see where the plate boundaries are, the red lines. And the deep earthquake happened the day after they issued their warning. A deep one happened up here. Now, my longtime viewers know what deep earthquakes mean. Let me quickly explain. You see how this is raised high off the planet? This is a feature that's on Earthquake 3D that shows us our deep earthquakes. It's just easy to see them with them raised high off the planet like that. The higher they are off the planet, the deeper they are into the earth, just as a perspective. So think of this like down in the basement, down below Japan. Now, this deep earthquake happened after this. But this earthquake, the 7 down south, did not directly cause the 6.5 up north. It happened a day later, 1,500 miles to the north, the deep earthquake. So first a big one down here, shallow, up towards the surface, and then the next day, shallow, or a deep earthquake, following the shallow one. So what's really going on here is from South Japan, all the way down below Japan up to the north, something's going on, obviously. And in between the two is where they have their warning going. Now look where the rings overlap here. The rings overlap here on central Japan. Their warning going from here to central Japan. We'll go back over to the plate boundary. Their warning going from South Japan, deep earthquake on the north side. In between the two, major stress, and you see what's there. It's an H-shaped plate boundary that connects the two. So I think we need to keep watch for the full 7 to 10 days after this deep earthquake. So this deep earthquake happened on the 10th, international time 10th, so technically it was like 36 hours after the 7. But anyway, this happened again on the 10th, so we would watch for 10 days, up to 10 days on this, and that would put us to the 20th. So when we get and look at the 20th, obviously we still have 6 more days to go, is what I would watch for in Japan for 6 days to go for the potential of up to 1 magnitude larger than the 6.5. That's my forecast for this. They issued a warning for a quote-unquote mega quake. And mega quakes, to me, we're talking terminology here. This is not in a textbook. You're not going to find like mega quake defined as a certain magnitude. So we could call a 7.5 on land in Japan a mega quake. But that would be, I think, stretching it, because if I called something a mega quake, everybody would call me out. If it was a 7.5 and I said it was a mega quake, everybody would say, no. An 8 or a 9 is a mega quake, Dutch, and a 7 is just a big earthquake, okay? So what's the difference? It's terminology. I'd still say we need to watch for 1 magnitude larger. This is my forecast now. I've waited a full week or 6 days since they issued theirs. So I did not want to overlap my forecast with theirs. I want to let theirs go, and we're going to let it go till tomorrow, because theirs is 7 days from the point of when they issued it. And if we don't get a big earthquake on the Japanese forecast for tomorrow, by tomorrow, then my forecast kicks in for the next 5 to 6 days, and we watch Japan still at the center point at Tokyo, basically right here from south of Tokyo to north of Tokyo, with this being the center of it, for up to a 7.5, which is a bigger earthquake than what originally struck 6 days ago. So let's recap. We had a big earthquake 6 days ago in South Japan. They issued a warning for Japan to be on watch for a mega quake. Didn't assign a magnitude to it, but mega quake means mega. So big. And then I stayed quiet for the last week, basically, waiting to see what happened. Well, we got a big, deep earthquake down below North Japan, and that prompts us to be on watch in the region, everywhere from central Japan to where the deep earthquake is. And we watch next to the deep earthquakes for shallower, larger earthquakes, up to a magnitude larger. All right? So a lot going on there. Then my warning for Indonesia. That was a 7 to 10 day watch as well. It has expired and we did not get our large earthquake in Indonesia. The only large earthquake we got was all the way to the north, 3,000 miles away. That's a big flop for me on the forecast for South Indonesia. Now, yes, there are times where I issue the warning and we get beyond the 10-day time and then the earthquake hits. I'd like to point out the earthquakes that struck. Take a look at it. So where was none of these earthquakes were here when I issued the warning, first of all. Okay, so this was all blank. There were no earthquakes all the way across Indonesia. Maybe there was 1-4 maybe when I issued the warning. And what hit since? Well, everything across from East Timor, they all got hit directly. Eastern Java, East Timor, Sumatra, and then a stepping stone path of 4s going across. You see how these are equidistantly spaced between one another, 4.4, 4.5, and a 4.6, and a 4.9. Okay, so this whole thing moved, and it's a stepping stone path of earthquakes going all the way across it. And then look, over to the west, all the way out across Europe and out towards the mid-Atlantic ridge. So where I'm looking for a big quake to happen here, and it doesn't happen here, and instead we get a stepping stone path of earthquakes all the same size going over here all the way to Europe, where there's just one spot that needs to be filled in right here. Okay, well that's obvious what happened. The wave that I was looking for to break in Indonesia spread out to the west and went all the way out to the destination points, all the way at the mid-Atlantic ridge. And that's good. I even talked about this when I issued the warning. I said, best case scenario, we'll escape out, I'll flop the forecast, and we'll get back on. I'll try and figure out where I got it wrong. So where did I get it wrong? Looks like the wave went out, around, up, and over into Asia and out, following our arrows. Technically, that's not getting it wrong. I mean, that's the way we expect it to flow. But I was looking for a break right here. See where the two plate boundaries come together? Right there, I'm looking for a big break. And instead, we get a stepping stone path of the same sized earthquakes going up, around, over, and over, all the way to Europe. And that happened in the last 5 days. Here's the last 5 days worth of earthquakes. Like I said, there's one spot missing. That's China into Bangladesh. And that will most likely get filled in very soon with a new similar sized earthquake. And it'll be literally a stepping stone path, but it almost looks like we're not getting the full feed out of China directly, mainland China and central China. I don't know what's going on there. Okay, what else happened? New Zealand, check this out. So you started moving on north side, you started moving on the south side, then White Island blew. Had a small eruption at White Island. That's here in the catcher's mitt position in the Bay of Plenty. And that's enough for me when I see activity like that striking really close to land or very close to land. New eruption, 6.0, 5.9 on the north side, 5.0 on the south side on the X. The only spot missing now, right here, Christchurch, Southern Alps, in between our two sets of earthquakes. 5.0 to the south, 5.9 to the north. Something like a 6 should be coming in, or an upper 5 should be coming in here on the Southern Alps, just west of Christchurch in the next few days. So get ready for it down in New Zealand. It looks like it'll be within that magnitude. So I'm trying to get it within 1 magnitude and 200 miles. And I'm looking for more like an upper 5 to low 6 to strike here. So if a 5 hits there, that's the earthquake we're looking for. If anything bigger hits, I apologize. I'm trying to get it within a magnitude. Aussie, down here, Australia, 2 lines of earthquakes going across the whole craton, going from central Australia all the way down towards Kangaroo Island, Adelaide, and going down towards Perth. This is what we would expect to see happen. Over to the west we go, and let's go back to the USGS plate boundary map and show it to you here one more time. The red lines. These red lines are the spots between plates. So think of this like a crack at the surface that goes all the way down through the plate to the underside. Each plate is, of course, its own plate, and it's butting up against another plate. So there's a wave coming out, and that wave is spreading out, and it's dropping off these earthquakes all the way along the way as it spreads across these plate boundaries in the course of a few days' time. And so we're getting the same sized earthquakes within a hair of a point of each other, 4.4, 4.4, 4.5, and then mixed between those, 4.1, 4.1, 4.1, 4.1, 4.2, and so forth. All the same sized earthquakes clustering up, pulling up on the red lines, and then going to the west and dropping off more. So it's not one earthquake causing the other. There's a wave that's going across here and it's dropping off all these along the way. It reflected into itself and came back to itself and struck with a new 5, a bigger earthquake. The combined total of all these 4s going into a 5 to 5.4 in the middle of the whole mess. Do you see it? Again, the 5 is sandwiched nicely and neatly in between all of our 4s and all of our 4s, right in the middle. There's something at this location. There's something very interesting at this location in Syria, and it's very rare to get earthquakes here directly in Syria. So the spot that broke, look where it is though. See these red lines one more time. So here's Saudi Arabia, here's Syria, and we go right up into Turkey, and that's where the 2 plate boundaries come together. And a big earthquake happened up in Turkey about a year and a half ago that connected across all the way between these 2 lines. Hundreds, if not thousands, of earthquakes connected between these 2 red lines. And a big 7 struck and caused devastating damage in Turkey. I think 100,000 people were killed overall in those earthquakes. It was insane. Just a couple years ago. Not even. So to the south of there is the plate boundary. It goes down through Israel. And we have the Dead Sea down here, down in Israel, where the lowest point on the surface of the earth is. So the surface, I mean, not counting the ocean, of course, but on the surface of the earth, the lowest point on the planet is the Dead Sea, and that's the plate boundary there that's folded and goes up to the north and meets up into Syria. Now let's go look up the quake in Syria. Just wait till you see what's here. This is just crazy. Whoops. Let me get the coordinates. Yes, this is how you do it. You have to look up the quake sometimes, guys. I was planning on looking up the Syria earthquake, but when I did, I wasn't let down. Let's just put it that way. I was shocked to find this. All right. Earthquake epicenter is right here, and there's a few things that stood out to me when I zoomed in on the overall area. We've got our volcanoes down to the south, so huge volcanic fields to the south. You see these? Those are lava flows out in the desert. But we go on the north side, this is what looks like an ancient old lava field to begin with, but it's all been farmed, it's been scraped out. So when I zoomed in and I saw stuff like this, take a look. What are these? These are dug into the hillsides. These are bunkers. And there's even anti-aircraft batteries that are built in here at some point where they apparently had some kind of, where you'd park your tank or where you'd park your anti-aircraft guns. These all go into the hillsides here. Now, that's interesting in its own right, and this is in a certain shape. A shape that we've seen many other places around the planet, in that star fort type shape, that bastion fort 5-sided shape. And there's something next to this that's even more interesting, and that is this. See how it says, welcome? W-E-L-C-O-M-E. And up here at the top, what is this? Let's turn on our places, photos, borders, and labels. The Shemimis Castle. And it's got Lord of the Rings vibes on this place. It looks like the watchtower of Amon's Soul, where Frodo gets stabbed with the Mordor blade. I'm not kidding. It really does. Look at it. Okay, I don't know if you're going to see this full screen, but let me try and blow this up a little bit. I cannot increase the size. But this has that, it really does have that vibe. But if I were to say welcome there, that's just absolutely bizarre, right? Look at this. Okay, and it is what it is. It's got the Lord of the Rings vibe. I'm just throwing it out there that it is. But what are the chances that we'd have a bunch of bunkers next to an ancient castle? This is an ancient to be weathered this much in the desert like this has to be way older than what he's telling us. Okay, well, now to have bunkers and a star fort shape, the bunkers themselves, next to an ancient, whatever you would call this thing, off in the distance, I'm just going to say it, to get an earthquake next to it. The only reason I'm even finding these star fort shaped type structures and the bunkers next to them is because earthquakes are striking at these places all over the world, not just there. So I was so shocked to see an ancient castle with the word welcome on the hillside, which is just bizarro world, and that because it's Syria, and then to have the bunkers, the castle, the earthquake, it's all a bit much, guys. Oh, and the plate boundary there. Now, I would say the bunkers are They're going into an underground tunnel structure that's tied to that ancient castle, just like all the other Tartarian forts around the world. Anyway, let's carry on over to the west-northwest. Now check it out. All the way up here in Central Europe, we started to move. We got a 4.5. I had viewers actually contact me about this. I have viewers in Croatia. They wrote me directly, said, Dutch, we felt this. It felt bigger than what's being reported. That's what they said. They said it felt pretty strong, and see a 4.5 reported on there. I think maybe the USGS might be undershooting it a little. It's probably more like a 5. But there's something here next to this location that I think you need to be made aware of. Let's turn on our Smithsonian place marks for all the volcanoes. So here is a nearby large volcanic field, the Bakony Balaton Highland and the Little Hungarian Plain. And all of these are ancient volcanoes. Most people don't even know about them. The tuftage is still left over there. I don't think they're going to erupt anytime soon. I don't think they'll ever erupt again. But it's an ancient Pleistocene. Back before the Ice Age, long time ago, ancient volcanic field that covers several thousand square kilometers of this whole area. We are on the edge of it. We're really close. We're 60 miles. We're 20 miles beyond what I normally look for a single volcano. I look 40 miles out for volcanoes because magma chambers can shift over time. Well, on a giant volcanic field like this, yeah. Look, we only have a few marked across Europe in general by the Smithsonian. So to be within 60 miles of it, that's what the earthquake is related to. It's related to the volcanoes that are there. And if we go look at the other earthquakes over to the east, we got the same sized earthquake over in Romania. Let's go pull this up. Bata, Romania. And it's exactly the same size, 4.4 to 4.5. Let's go see where it is. Again, we're going to the east. It's not far. Look where we're going next to. We're now right on the other volcanic field, the Lusauret Basalt Plateau. And it's, 35 kilometers east-northeast of Timisoara. Early Pleistocene. They don't give us a size on the basalts, but I'm just telling you, if it's right here, let's measure, let's see. I always look within 40 miles. This is 18 miles, or in kilometers for my European viewers. It's 30 kilometers. Definitely related to the volcanic field there. So we got two of the same sized earthquakes at two of the volcanic fields as the wave, this seismic wave, is going around and spreading out towards the mid-Atlantic ridge. Straits of Gibraltar also got hit on the plate boundary down south by Morocco, south of Spain. And let me just show it to you over on the USGS plate boundary map one more time. Over here. See where Spain meets into Morocco? See the red line? So we have a path of the same sized earthquakes, going from the West Pacific, all the way across Asia, all the way across Europe, South Europe, Central Europe, going around the outside edge of the craton in Europe, and going out to the west, all the way to Spain. And let me show it to you on Google Earth. Let's turn off everything and just show you the plates itself. It's going to make so much sense in about 2 seconds. So there's a wave starting all the way over here. It's following, you can even follow the mountains, because that's where the plate boundary is. It goes over, spreads like a river across the Mideast. You see, it looks like a river, doesn't it? Those are mountains. It comes back together over here, goes down through the south and South Turkey, makes a W-shaped bend, goes up into Italy, then makes an S-shaped bend around the outside edge of Europe. That's what we just got done talking about here, the edge of the craton, and goes around the outside edge of Europe. The wave travels that way, and it also goes this way. Final point on this, just show you, just to blow your mind on one final thing about Spain and Portugal, just to get you thinking and taking a look at things outside of the box. Over here is Gibraltar, where the earthquake struck between Morocco and South Spain. And this is the country of Spain and Portugal. Portugal's over here on the right side. I've got it turned upside down, basically, looking south. But now, these are mountains, so it's not from farming. There's like about 2,000 foot rise on either side. You can see a certain shape in here. Okay, anyway, let's go carry on. So let's go over the other direction. Now that we just went all the way across over to Europe, let's go out the other way over to the United States. Talk about what hit us. So coming across Alaska, what do we get? 4.4 to 4.5. That was a day ago. Stepping stone path of 3s going up into Alaska. Canada, leaving out the small quakes. We're not getting them on the USGS feed. If we got the Canadian small quakes, you'd see a bunch of 0s and 1s connecting between here up in Alaska. Let's wait for it. There to there. You would see it. But Canadian feed, I don't have it on. USGS doesn't report it, and Canadians don't have a good earthquake 3D feed. Anyway, you'd see it. It's a stepping stone path of zeros and ones that are going down across here. And it connects from Alaska down into the northwest USA. And then we get into the US, and man, dude, down here to the south, what do I got to say about this? So many people writing me, guys. Where are you, they said. I said, I didn't know you guys cared about 4s down in Southern California and down in Nevada. Every time a 4 hits, everybody tells me not to worry about it and that they get that kind of stuff all the time. Let's go look it up. Let's go down into Southern California first, and I'll issue my forecast. I'll tell you guys what to look for. I've got family out here. They actually called and asked. It was on the news, and they know people in the area, of course. They got friends and stuff that live there, and they're asking me what to look for. And I told them, there's going to be 2 things that happen in the next few days. Southern California is going to get hit by a 5 down by Salton Sea and San Diego. And up north in Northern California, actually off the coast of Oregon, we should see a 6. So here's our earthquake epicenter for our 4. And now I'm going to back it out ever so slightly. And I'm going to turn on my place marks. Check this out. Look what's here. 2 large sets of transmitters plus a 3rd set that's not even marked. And I'm going to show them to you. We've got a big AM radio station transmitter. 5 antennas on the hilltop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here, right? And then across the highway or across the road, we have 1 giant FM transmitter antenna. We're putting out a lot of radio waves here. And the earthquake is coming in directly at the electrical substation that's supplying power for the area. So we, again, right next to it, AM transmitter and FM transmitter. What does that have to do with anything? Well, this gets into radio waves converting to DC power and going down into the plate. So here we have DC power and AC power, AC alternating current, DC direct current, and both are going to be being discharged out into the electromagnetic field around this area, plus down into the ground. And then we get an earthquake there. Pretty interesting to see that. Let's go on a ground level and show you the hidden array of antennas right here that isn't even marked. But these are even bigger than the antennas that I was just showing you for the AM and FM antenna transmitters. So they have at least 3 or 4 more tall 1,000-foot high microwave transmitter towers to relay or to, get... Oh, great. Hold on. Jeez. Okay. Just lost Google Earth almost. So that's what's at this location down in LA. So did the radio wave transmitters cause the earthquake? No. Southern California has a wave that's down in the plate right now. Just a few days back, down in the south tip of the valley, down here at our drill points, oil and gas drill points got hit in the South Valley at the start of the week. And look at the size of the quake, guys. Come on, it's mid-range 4 as well. How big do we go? We went up to 5.3 at this location in the south tip of the valley. Let me show you what's there in the south tip of the valley. See all these? Oil and gas drill points. See the shadow of the jack on the pump? Okay. And they just go on and on and on. We've got a whole bunch of perforation points here in the plate. And the earthquake struck somewhere right out here in the farm fields next to more drill points. The drill points go through the farm fields, by the way. And they go out to the desert. And they go over here next to the San Andreas. This is the San Andreas. And all of these are drill points. All these little black spots on the ground are different oil and gas wells. And they have so many. It's insane how many they've put in here. Right next to the San Andreas. San Andreas, drill points. And earthquake in the valley next to the drill points. That's where we started. Then a new 4.4 struck down here next to the AM and FM transmitters and the electrical substation. Now, what caused the earthquake in the South Valley and what caused the earthquake down here in LA? Both are caused by a very low frequency or ultra low frequency electrical wave that's in the plate that passes through the plate and it drops off the earthquakes along the way. The earthquakes are electrically induced, basically, if that's what you want to think about it. Radio wave induced or electrically induced. Mother Nature does. So now, today, a new 4.4 same-sized earthquakes as all the others, struck out over to the east in South Nevada. And let's go over and take a look and see what's over in Indian Springs, Nevada. My longtime viewers should already know what's here. New viewers are going to be mind blown. What's going on here? Well, first of all, I'm going to allay a few fears. Okay, we're going to hopefully you won't get too scared by what I'm about to show you. This is a place called Doom Town, or Frenchman's Flats. And I will turn on the Google Earth community at this point, who's taken a painstaking amount of time to identify all this information here. So this goes back to the nuclear tests that they did back in the 1940s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. And they blew the crap out of this place. All these little craters, well, not little, all these big craters are different underground nuke tests, like this one, a random I clicked on, U.S. Nuke Operation Keel, K-E-E-L, December 16th, 1974, 20 kilotons. Right next to it is another one. U.S. Nuke Operation Purple as in the color, March 18th, 1966, just 7 kilotons, just, right? So they did surface tests here, and of course our earthquake is coming in just down next to Indian Springs. Here's the nearest town, right over the mountains. What else do we got going on out here? UAV shadow over spotted range. What are the... They must have updated that imagery. Now, there is something right next to the nuke sites right here. So here's our nuke sites, and this location right here is very well known. It's called Area 51. You may have heard of it before, and the double long runways of Groom Lake and all that good stuff. So we're on the edge of Area 51. We're on the edge of the nuke test sites. It's not that they're doing nukes there now. The reason there's a 4.4 there now is the same reason there's a 4.3 to 4.4 down in LA next to the radio transmitters, and the same reason there's a 4.4 to 5.3 striking in the South Valley. All three of these earthquakes are caused by a wave that's come down into California, and it's trying to make its way out over to Texas. Now today, in Texas, same time that the 4.4 is striking, we got a 3.5 to 4.0, some debate on that, striking over here in central Texas, Hermleigh, Texas. Now, Texas, 1,000 miles away, right? 1,000 miles to the east. When you see what's in Texas, you're going to see a relation to what I just showed you in California. Zooming in, here's our earthquake epicenter. And what are these? These are square or rectangular pads that are on the ground. And if you zoom in real close, you'll make out there's some tanks and some pumps and some pipelines that connect between these pads. And some of them still have a large apparatus on it. We're doing fracking here. Pipelines connecting between points. They're using wastewater disposal, putting it down into the ground on old oil wells to get out more oil and gas via the fracking process, the wastewater disposal process that breaks apart the shale. All these little square pads on the ground are different drill points for oil and gas. So what does that have in common with what I was just showing you out in California? Well, out in California, out in the valley, drill points there hit. Then the AM/FM transmitters hit. Then the nuke test sites hit. And now Texas hit. They're all hit at weak points in the plate where Mother Nature's wave down in the plate is going to come up and precipitate the earthquake there. In other words, the reason the earthquake's striking there is because there's a reason the earthquake's going to strike there. And it's not circular logic on this, that there's a precipitating factor that brings that wave to break there, as opposed to passing through. So why are we getting this all? There's a wave coming in and coming down the California coast and the California border. Take a look at the last 3 days worth of earthquakes leading up to this hot mess. And you'll see a diagonal line of earthquakes going all the way from the Juan de Fuca fracture zone, which is this lightning bolt-shaped fracture zone off the coast of Oregon and Washington. And it comes into the San Andreas. And then there's literally a line of earthquakes going down the entire coast, the creeping section, through the Bay Area, even past Parkfield, which is rare. And on the east side of California, all these locations are being hit, and it's the same trajectory. Do you see how they're both lines of earthquakes? Here, let me turn the rings down. Both lines of earthquakes are going in the same direction. They're going northwest to southeast. It's like a river splitting two ways, one going around Northern California. Now, Northern California, starting up here in the north part of the valley, everything north and east is directly next to a volcano. Everything along the coast is directly on the San Andreas till we get down to the valley where the drill points are. So all these earthquakes here go right back up. They're following the creeping section of the San Andreas, and every one of these quakes going down along the California-Nevada border is at a volcano. What do the two have in common? They both are carrying a wave. The wave is trying to find weak points in the plate to release tension, if you want to call it that. And I can prove to you that there are volcanoes at these spots. If you need me to show them to you, I can do so. We can pull any one of these and show. So let's go up to Red Bluff, California. There's a bunch of fires that also have taken place up here recently. Huge fires, tens of thousands of acres burning, not just a few hundred acres, tens of thousands of acres, many square miles burning at this location. And what's this spot? Tuscan Buttes, north and south. Here are the Tuscan Buttes, two ancient tuftage. And look what they have on top of the Tuscan Buttes. Two more FM transmitters. They're not even labeled. Don't even know what they are. Let's see if we've got a street level to even give it to us. They don't even have a street level, even though they have a road going up there. I wonder if we could see it from the distance and see the transmitters at the top of the mountains. So they're putting these transmitters on the tops of mountains, and then all of a sudden, way off in the distance, you can see the towers on there. Hold on, let me zoom in on that. Jeez, they got a 1,000-foot tower there on the right, and then they have a bunch of, shorter, few hundred feet tall, three of them on top of that volcano. Now, let's take it back and take a look at it one more time. Let's get the info on the Tuscan Buttes, if there's any info from the Smithsonian. Inskip Hills, here's the next one, and they put the power lines over this. Now, I think they're capturing power and transmitting power, but, anyway, here's our buttes and our spatter cones on the Inskip Hills. Inskip doesn't cover the Tuscan Buttes, but they are part of the same complex. Anyway, there we are, Tuscan Buttes hit with an earthquake right next to it. That's not chance or coincidence. We go up to the north tip of the valley up here on the north side. Let's do that. Right up here, Shasta Lake, Mount Shasta, the stratovolcano right here on the north side. And I always look within 40 miles, I've told you guys, and magma chamber for the greater stratovolcano can be down at an angle. We are 60 kilometers or, 40 miles, 42 miles down to the center of the lake. And on the west side, over here, go over here, this is where our fires broke out. You see this triangular-like shape that goes up here into Plantina? Let's turn it this way. There we go. All right, now you start to get the picture. So you can start getting some weird stuff going on out here in the triangle. I wonder why. I just don't know why. Let's go up into northwest Nevada and go up here. Now, there was some controversy about this location. Up here in northwest Nevada, Fort Bidwell, California. Wait. It's look where this is. You see we're at the Oregon-Nevada border, well outside of California, right? Now, I just pulled the quake, and it's triangulated and listed out of California. What? 45 kilometers east of Fort Bidwell, California. Why not? There's controversy involved with this location that goes back to Barack Obama years. So like pre-Trump. Up here, there was a big scandal about Russian companies coming up and doing some uranium exploration. You may remember up here to the north, up in Oregon, by Diamond Craters, and south of there. And that company was involved. It was a Russian company. Okay, all right. Well, just by chance, that's where we are up here. We're next to Bittner Butte again. And whenever I see earthquakes up here, I have to tell my viewers to watch out off the coast for potential activity. And that's my forecast for this week. A new 6 to strike right on the coast, off the coast of Oregon. And a new 5 to strike all the way down here at San Diego, next to Salton Sea. Now, connecting between them, we can go look up the rest of the quakes. Do I need to do this? I just showed you the North Valley, and I just showed you northwest Nevada. There's a volcano at each. Let's go back and show you Bittner Butte. So I didn't really show that to you. This is northwest Nevada. Here's our ancient lava flows. This most likely came out a long time ago when this was all underwater. Okay, ancient volcanic center. Oh, and Blowout Mountain's right next to it. If you don't know about Blowout Mountain, apparently it sagged. It was a laccolith of some kind of blue, but it didn't do much. Like it didn't make a big crater. Instead, it looks like some kind of lava flow came out of there. The ancient volcanic field that makes it up is the Sheldon Antelope. Down to the south we go to Lake Tahoe. We're just north of Lake Tahoe, and we're also at Pyramid Lake. Pyramid Lake on the north side, and Lake Tahoe on the south side right here. I'll highlight them in green, and I will show you it's at both. What's just north of Lake Tahoe, and what's inside of Pyramid Lake. Here's Lake Tahoe. Just north of Lake Tahoe, right here, you see Steamboat Springs Volcanic Field. And Steamboat Springs, they've drilled in to get a whole bunch of steam to these steam turbines. Look at how many they've got. They've got station after station here. They're pulling a boatload of steam out of here to turn those turbines. That's what's at this location here. I'm marking green. Now on the north side, we're on the north side of Pyramid Lake. North side of Pyramid Lake, which is right here. And these are the famous needles at Pyramid Lake. These are tufa deposits, steam geysers that deposit calcium carbonate. Okay. Anyway, it's unexploited. They haven't drilled in there. This is actually a tribal member access only location for a reservation. On the south side, drill points for steam. On the north side, Mother Nature punch points for steam. In the middle, a giant, ancient supervolcano blast site and mysterious site from ancient Tartaria. I don't want to get into it too much other than to tell you there's a bunch of military bunkers here. Remember what I said about Syria and the bunkers inside of the Tartarian star fort? Okay, well, I hate to have to do this, but I'm just going to quickly show you our earthquake coming in here, and we're in between. Well, long story on what we're in between. We are directly next to and right at the underground military bunker site. I mean, we're a few miles away, but close enough that it would draw my eye and to tell you about it. So another spot where there's next to where there's military bunkers in an ancient star fort Tartarian location. The rest of the earthquakes across the Nevada border region with California, again on the east side if you want to look at it like this. Here, here, here. Let me highlight them in green. So there, and then going over to the California side, we pick up at Mano Lake, and then going down into Long Valley Caldera, and further down into Death Valley. So let's show you what's at those locations. On the California-Nevada side of the border, or on the Nevada side of the border, here, we go down, and we go right through this location. Mud Springs Volcanic Butte is where this first earthquake is coming in next to. And then we go to the east over to Mina, Nevada. But this one is really impressive looking. It's like 300 feet high, 300 foot high lava flow there. And it piled up, and it looks like it was a little viscous. Here's the sill and the spatter cone from the ancient formation. And then it's still somewhat uncovered out there in the desert. And there are several more. Here's Aurora Bodie Crater, and that's the one marked from the Smithsonian. That's where we start. We go over here, and this isn't marked by anything. This doesn't have any geologic symbols on it and no USGS place marks. But it's a giant ring of laccoliths. So you can make out there's some black basalt and red igneous rock that makes up some of these on the younger, but each one's oval-shaped, and each one is in a ring, giant ring of them. Laccoliths normally just bulge. They don't normally rupture. It looks like a few times this ruptured in the past. Let me zoom in and show you. Okay, and this, huge, right? Several laccoliths, is the same size as what's right across the border. Mono Lake and Long Valley Caldera. Or Mono Lake. Mono Lake, Mono. Okay, there and here. This is the known supervolcano, Long Valley Caldera, with Mammoth Mountain and the others on the back side. So if we jump across the border here, and here's our laccoliths. It's the same size. It's just a bunch of bulges in the plate as opposed to blast point. So we have a huge ring of laccoliths, the same size as the supervolcano next to it. And we're getting earthquakes at both. Let's go back and take a look at the quakes one more time. So earthquakes going out again, and then going across to Mono Lake, then down through the supervolcano, down into Death Valley. What's down in Death Valley? We come out of the supervolcano and go down here to Bishop, California. Take a look. The Big Pine Volcanic Field is where we go down to. Crater Mountain Volcano. I told you there's volcanoes at each spot across the California-Nevada border that we go to on each one of these quakes. So this wave, this seismic wave, is coming in and it's dropping off the earthquakes along the way. It goes down the coast, follows the San Andreas, no duh, following the plate boundary. It goes right down to the drill points and hammers into the drill points and the AM/FM antenna transmitters. The same seismic wave, electrically induced in the plate, goes around the north side where we have a bunch of stuff, volcanoes and power lines. Then we go down through our geothermal locations. The wave is passing through all these volcanic locations, dropping off earthquakes somewhat equidistantly spaced, seeks out a weak point at the supervolcano, then spreads over to the nuke test sites. Then we have a diagonal line, again one more time, going out of the nuke test sites, heading all the way down towards Las Vegas at this point. As a matter of fact, seeing this doesn't normally happen. If there's anything odd out of everything that I just showed you, it's this. The diagonal line of earthquakes extending further to the southeast instead of just going east, following our arrows. I don't have an arrow that comes out of this location and goes down into Arizona. This is heading down towards Hoover Dam. This is heading down towards Vegas. This is, they're microquakes. I know. It's not that big of a deal right now. It's all small earthquakes, but it's the oddball out. It's the one that really drew my eye, and I thought I need to get on and do an update because I needed to talk about this quake here anyway. It's a 4.4 in the mix of it all, in the middle of it, and then going down towards. Let's go see where we end up at with these small microquakes down towards the south. Why is it spreading? What's it spreading towards? Is there a fault there? These are all things I don't know. I need to go look up. So let's go check the USGS fault zone map. Okay. And U.S. faults. They don't have any marked faults here. Look, completely open and blank. No marked faults. All right, now we got to go look it up. Okay, paste in these coordinates. Go see where we are going. Whoops, I need to get the coordinates before I paste them. Here we are. Let's get the 1.1. Nellis. Oh, God. We're at the surface. These are surface quakes, guys, going in a diagonal line out from the nuke test sites down towards Nellis Air Force Base. Are you serious? Oh, man. Okay, so like all base management's going to be watching this video. All right, guys. Much love from Dutch Sense. If I ever get drafted, I'm coming your way. Send me to a radar station at the North Pole, will you? I'll figure out how to scale her over Russia. We'll do the weather back to them. So here we are. We're on the north side of Vegas. Is that what this really is? It really is. We're on the fringe edge of Nellis Air Force Base directly. What is this? What are these? What are those? Uh-oh. This to me looks like some kind of shooting range or something. Or giant antennas of some kind. No, shooting range. These are shooting ranges of some kind. Oh, nothing go wrong there. Nothing could go wrong there. What are these? Bombing range? Is that what this is? Is this some kind of bombing range up here on the north side of Vegas? On the outskirts of Vegas? What else do we have here? Oh, look. We have our huge power generation going on here for Vegas. These are all solar. So that's solar. We also have, it looks like, geothermal and some hydrothermal going on here. You know they need that electricity, right? Man, that's a lot. There's a lot of electricity being generated right here. Well, we're also next to the Air Force Base. The only thing missing now is a giant NEXRAD radar station to be here. I wonder where the nearest radar station is. Look, we've got the big bomber wings out here. You know they're going to have their own radar, but I just wonder what we got going on. I am not familiar with the radar setup out here. I don't know where it would be. It might be up here. It might be down here. We're close enough, guys. I'm going to measure and just see how we are on mileage. This is getting super sus. We got something going on down here. We're at our 5 miles. We're 8 miles to the center of the base. We're definitely got something going on there. We got all the power going on 5 miles to the east, and we're on the north side. Now we're going to trace this in a line going back up to the nuke sites and just see if it somewhat matches. Okay, so here's our nuke sites. Here's Frenchman's Flats that I was talking about with Doomtown, and the earthquake was coming in down here. The 4.4 was coming in down just to the south, down by Indian Springs, right here north of Indian Springs. Okay. So right now, our distance is 37 miles from Indian Springs, where the 4.4 was, all the way down to where the 1.1 is down here. So the 4 is somewhat in the middle, and then we go back up to the west-northwest. That takes us to the nuke sites directly. I would keep watch. You know, this kind of reminds me of that weird movie, well, not weird movie, but it's stupid movie. San Andreas movie, where the big earthquake strikes out at Hoover Dam first and then hits out in the West Coast. I'm not saying there's going to be a big earthquake now. I'm just saying there's a diagonal line that's standing out to me of earthquakes that are spreading from the nuke site down in this direction that I don't have anything to point to except for there's power generation going on there. There may be a radar station here nearby. There certainly is a giant Air Force base. And the radar, just like AM and FM transmitters out on the West Coast, precipitating earthquakes down below it. We could even possibly find out where the radar station is. I can go over to College of DuPage and just take a quick gander, see where it shows up, if it'll help at all to identify locations. Okay, so all right, our radar is, okay, the radar looks like it's south. It does. It looks like the radar is placed south, which is good news. So the radar is actually down here, south of Vegas. Okay, that's good to know. Now, the radar for the Air Force might be entirely different. They wouldn't show that to the public at all. I'm sure they have some at the base, but again, NEXRAD radar is all I can go on for public info. That being said, guys, we got a lot going on here. I'm going to keep watch. I'm already again got the warning going for a 6 to strike up here off the coast. I've warned my family for this. Off the coast of Oregon, new 6. By the way, unless somebody feels it, they won't tell you. So if a 6 strikes out in the ocean, they'll totally hide the quake. I'm not kidding. They've done it several times. As a matter of fact, it's happened a few times where other agencies in other countries even report the 6. And then our agency doesn't report it, and they call it a mistake. It's happened several times. Specifically when I issue warnings for it. So, tell me they're not watching, right? Anyway, we'll get the 6 out off the coast, and we should get a new 5 down south, down by San Diego, where all these earthquakes are pointing. Now, I still have more to talk about. So we just looked at these quakes. It's a diagonal line coming out of the nuke site. We have a diagonal line of quakes going northwest to southeast, down along the San Andreas, down to the pumping operations in the valley. But then you're going to see there's a spattering of earthquakes going across the Mojave. It's almost like it's like spreading out, if you will. There's like a delta, like 2 rivers that are coming out and then flowing out down here into Southern California. But you can also see they're kind of focused back together down in Southern California with one final diagonal line of earthquakes going along the San Andreas right down to the Salton Sea. On the west side of the Salton Sea, which is technically the San Joaquin Fault. Wait, not San Joaquin. Hold on. San Jacinto. Okay. Anyway, the Elsinore is down here. We've got the San Andreas, the Imperial Fault. Getting my names confused. I don't live there. But I would like to look up the locations out in the Mojave. We can skip this, and this. Those are quarry blasts. And I think the 1.4 and 1.6 might also be listed as quarry blast. Let's go find out and make sure. Yeah. Quarry blast at Boron, California. I wonder what they're doing there. They're mining boron, right? But once we get out into the middle of the Mojave, it's not quarry blast. We're out in the middle of nowhere, right? Well, let's show you what's there. If this update is teaching you anything, it's that all these locations have something in common. They're a spot where this wave is seeking out a spot to break at. In this case, we're at the Lava Mountains volcanic field on the edge of Ridgecrest. Now these here, once we get on this side, these are all government test facilities where they do rocket tests and they put rockets in, blast them out, and all kinds of stuff. Test their burn. But we're back out in the back hills, if you want to look at it that way. What's this? Hold on. crossroad there, huh? We could drive out there? Ah, we don't have a street level out there, do we? Got a road out in the middle of nowhere. Spengler. Okay, now we're getting into where people live down to the south, but up here to the north, this is all test range. The earthquake is down below, so we can rule out tests from up above. Let's go over to the east, shall we? 2.5 at Ludlow, California. And we had the big rains kick up out here over this volcano that I'm getting ready to show you. Happened a couple days ago. Pisgah Crater happened again. But here's our earthquake epicenter. Here's Pisgah Crater, where I got in big trouble in 2011. Right next to it's our big gold mine. We got a big gold mine. They were pulling in 1 ounce per ton out of the ground here. Did you guys know that? 1 ounce of gold per ton, which is a lot. That's actually a fair amount. So a lot of gold out there in the ground, out there next to Pisgah Crater. They're not doing gold mining there now, though. That's small earthquake activity next to the volcano. Let's go down to the far southeast. This gets us down into 29 Palms, California. Now, if you're a Marine or if you're in the military, you may know of 29 Palms. It's the Marine training base on the West Coast. So, got a lot of Marines out here. They got a huge bombing range over here as well. Let's just see how close we are to the base. Oops. Wait, that's town. Where's our landing strip? Well, it's out here somewhere. Okay, anyway, 29 Palms. The bombing ranges go I don't know exactly where they are. Again, they're not marked here. We'd have to go. But we've got old volcanoes. Look at this one. This one's called Amboy Crater right there. And it goes out. Old lava flows. Just one of many. There's so many out here. So many ancient volcanoes. This one's also... Technically, this is also called Amboy. There's 3 Amboys out here. So this is Amboy Crater. That's Amboy Crater. And then this is Amboy Crater. At least from what I understand, these are the place marks. That I didn't make them. So here's the Pleistocene Amboy from a long time ago. Now, how did I get in trouble on this? Back in 2011, when I first had my channel, maybe a few thousand subscribers, on radar, something appeared out of the desert out here. And it showed up as moisture coming out of the desert on a clear day. There was not a cloud in the sky. You could look at visible and there wasn't anything going on to the human eye. But on radar, this plume of moisture was coming out of the ground and blowing as far west as LA, and by the time it was getting to LA, it was dissipating the moisture. And I made a video on it, showed everybody the volcano there, and the USGS picked up my video and denied that it was anything and said it was a thunderstorm. And I was mistaken. But they had to delete their press release about me in 2011 because the event went on from the same spot for 3 days straight. And then a 5.0 earthquake struck out to it. About 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, a 5 struck next to the volcano that had the steam event that was happening. So what did I just show you? I just showed you several volcanoes across the Mojave, and each one's getting the same sized earthquakes that's striking at all the other locations. Has there been any other spots that I haven't looked up yet? This diagonal line of earthquakes, starting up here and going down to here. Let's go look it up. Where the 1.0 is? Olancha, California. I'm looking each one up, guys. We're taking our time here. I'm proving a case that there's a wave in the plate that's seeking out these spots and striking at them because of a predisposition in the plate. So what's here? 2 volcanic fields. This one is the more significant. Let's show you what's up. See where it says Golden Trout Creek Volcano here? An old spatter cone marked by the Smithsonian. Now we're going to go just next to it, right over here, and there's another one called Red Hill Volcano. It's older. It's older than the Ice Age. So they're 2 of the same size and shape volcanoes side by side. Now we get over here and we have Templeton Mountain Volcano, and then here is Monash Mountain. Templeton and Monash are 2 of the same size, and they are flanking Brown Mountain Volcano in the middle. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 volcanoes making a crescent shape that goes down this way. And connecting across, we have Soda Butte, which to me doesn't even look like a volcano, but it's that old. So now wait. Now look. Going all the way. It's 3/4 or 2/3 of an oval. My viewers noticed this. This giant circular bulging laccolith that's in the plate itself, that's built into the plate from a long time ago. So this goes all the way around. Do you see it? Now look at that. The size of this is the exact size as the supervolcano to the north, which is Long Valley Caldera. Again, the exact same size. This and this. Now this river going through the middle, USGS has no fault marked here. They say it's just a river. But it connects right up to the supervolcano. The fault. They don't have a fault marked. Okay. But my viewers noticed this. I didn't even notice. I was like, dang, good eye, guys. So this is an ancient caldera of some kind, obviously. Next to it, we have another line of volcanoes that goes this way. And they too are in somewhat of a diagonal line, if you will. And that's where our volcanoes all are, and that's where all the earthquakes are. Going right across it, right down to Searles Valley, where I showed you down here, which is Ridgecrest Test Facility. How about that, right? It's all mind-numbing, isn't it? Dude, we still have so much more to look up. I hate to keep duding you, but let me get a sip of my coffee. Let's go down to the far south tip of Southern California. So all these earthquakes go right along a well-known fault. We have the Elsinore in here, the San Andreas, and we go down the Imperial Fault on the east side of Salton Sea. And notice how we have no earthquakes on the east side of Salton Sea. Instead, they're all on the west side. Path of least resistance. This wave is coming down, and it's just taking a beeline straight to the south, and we go right down to here to the south tip of Salton Sea. So what's at the south tip of Salton Sea? Brawley, California. Well, just like all the other locations I showed you so far across the California-Nevada border, down at Brawley, there's a reason the wave is going down to the spot. Whoops. Whoa. AI showing up in my thing there. Okay. All right, Brawley. See, there's Brawley. Now, on the north side of Brawley, you have all these little square pads. And the square pads have pipelines that come out of them. And the pipelines actually go back to these turbines. And these turbines are being turned by geothermal heat, steam, that's coming up from the volcano that's here. The volcanic field, the Salton Buttes. And starting at the Salton Buttes directly is where our geothermal turbines are, the steam. And then they're placed somewhat equidistantly all the way down past Brawley, where I just showed you, all the way down to the border, down to here, where we have more geothermal turbines set up. Oh, and solar now. So they're doing, these are solar panels, but here's our geothermal. Okay. Going down to the volcanoes. Then we go across the border over to Mexico. So let's go down into Mexico. Let's go see what's going on down across the border. Progreso, Baja California, Mexico. Well, the Mexicans are doing the same thing the U.S. is doing. So right across the border, right down here. Here we go. Here's the earthquake epicenter. And right down here, wait. Oh no, we're too far from Cerro Prieto. I say the Mexicans are doing the same thing. No, they're not. Down here is where the Mexicans are doing their geothermal for steam extraction for the volcano that's there, which is Cerro Prieto volcano. And they've got some pretty interesting graffiti up on the inside of here. If I ever see Dutch Sense appear across here, we got problems, guys. Somebody's going to get in and stack a bunch of, across from wing to wing, it'll say Dutch Sense. Okay, anyway. Earthquakes coming in right here at the border now. So that's an entirely different location. There is something here right next to it, though. So while that's not the cause, see all these? These are all solar panels. They've replaced the farming that they were doing in Southern California. See, these were all farm fields. And they've now systematically come in and replaced each set of farm fields to the south with huge solar arrays. And let's just see if we've got a street level view on this. See what can look like off in the distance with all the solar panels. Yeah, look at that. Do you see them? Hold on. There we go. So it just goes on and 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 on. All the fields converted to solar. Taking the farmlands and converting them to solar. Yeah, California farming the sun. Now, the amount of electricity that's being generated here, let's just try and fathom this. That's each, let's say each panel is doing a few hundred watts, and you've got millions of panels, and look how many, we just keep going. These are all solar. All this is solar. You see? All these black spots. So there's so much electrical generation going on here right now. I'll just say it. Very low frequency in the blade, coming down and going across right to the border right next to it. We've got a huge amount of electrical substations and all that going right down across. It's close enough. We're a matter of miles. The Mexicans are not doing the solar on this side of the border, it doesn't look like. Oh, no, wait. I stand corrected. Okay. Even the Mexicans are doing it. Why not, right? Look, there's even more out here. This is on the Mexico side of the border now. Okay. I had no idea. And then, oh, wow. Oh, that's where we go right over to where the earthquake is. Now, there is one lone quake up in San Diego. Let's go see what's going on here. Rancho, San Diego, California. I haven't had to look up an earthquake in San Diego in years. So this is at a time where I've got a warning going in San Diego, 4 or 5, to strike down in Southern California. All of a sudden, we get a microquake here. Let's go see what's there. Might not be anything worth it looking up, or might be something there. The only way to know is to look it up and find out. Wait. We got huge power lines here. The big, look, 3 sets. Oh, and a cell phone tower? Is that right? Sure do. 3 sets and a cell phone tower and a huge quarry, right? Is this a quarry blast? Hold on. Heard? Was it listed as a quarry blast and I just missed it? No. It's at 4.4 kilometer depth. It's far down below the quarry. All right, what else is here? Looks like a big water tank. Some mansions. What else? Well, you've got your quarry on the other side. Hashtag Tartaria. What are they doing there? Get out of the ground. What else is going on here? What are these? Okay, manufactured homes. Anything else worth mentioning? Well, that's enough for me right there. So if we get ourselves the set of power lines, we've got a huge set of power lines, trunks, and then we have humans scraping at the surface, doing some quarrying on a mountain, I'm going to say it, looks to me like they're getting something out of here. This to me looks like there's something that may have been there. Right? They'll never tell us. If there was something here, some kind of ancient fort or something they're trying to... I've just noticed they do these quarries at the spots where there's ancient structures, and that they're kind of scraping out the ancient structures and using the material from the ancient structures to make new stuff. I don't know. I know, it sounds paranoid, right? So let's go down to the south and just see, is there anything else here? Now, I don't know. Now look, guys. You're going to either have to tell me there's a high school everywhere, which is possible. But to get this many, you'd have to pay attention to my previous updates to understand what the high school thing is. The loop antennas. Look. We got the loop antennas. It's a long story on wireless power and what sports is, actually. It's a conspiracy, actually. Get into the conspiracy angle on what that all means. Let's go down into the peninsula and let's hightail it out of the weirdness and go down into Mexico, where there can't be possibly anything weird going down in the middle of nowhere in Baja California desert, Mexico, along the coast. This will be where we kind of wrap it up for the coast, and we'll go over to the east and just quickly look up the earthquakes on the east coast. Well, I said there could be nothing here, right? Okay, all right. So zooming in, we've got a few interesting features here that are next to see where it says San Salvador and Pino, Colorado, and El Pinal. See these? Now, I'm just going to kind of move this around, and you might be able to make out that this is a giant bulging-like feature here that's coming out of the plate. There's one here. There's another one here. There's another one here. See the circular shape on these? Okay. Now, go to the south. We can keep going. There's more. These are bulging laccoliths in the plate that don't normally erupt, but they collapse over time. So they'll fill with magma and then either harden off and cool, or they might even drain. And you get yourself an actual bulge that then collapses into a basin. Now this one's still bulging. El Pinal, this one's bulging at the center. It goes up to the top. The one to the south, we're right on the edge of it. So I'm going to say it. This one here, ancient, we're on the edge of it. Worth noting, worth showing you guys. These are bulges in the plate. They go some of them have erupted. So the further south we go, some of them right next to, we get eruptions. Let's see if I can find one that's erupted. Well, okay. This one is a huge volcanic field, but let's back it out. You see it's a circular shape in nature. In the center of it is where all our lava flows have come out in the past. Just huge, right? Okay. So, let's go east. Let's go over into Utah and quickly look up these earthquakes in Utah, since we have a stack of earthquakes, 2s and 0s. So the 2s, it's only 4 or 5 earthquakes in a small spot. Let's go look that up first. Cedar City, Utah. Why are we spreading over to this spot out of California? Well, all the other locations tell you. California shows it to you guys, but the rest of the spots are going to make sense. The reason this spot's getting hit, look where we're at. We're at Table Butte, and we're on the edge of the Markagunt Plateau. And this is a huge volcanic plateau. These are lava flows out here. This is an old butte covered in trees. That's a younger lava flow around it. That's edge of Markagunt Plateau that goes over here. Blowhard Mountain. Wood Knoll Volcano. What's going on there? Not much to see there. Okay. Anyway, earthquake coming in next to Table Butte. I'll say Table Butte's the closer of the two. Again, this would be tuftage from when this was all underwater forever ago. And yes, this all was underwater a long time ago. Up on the north side, where are we going to? We're going to Milford, Utah. Now, I do recall there is something here worth looking at that's not volcanic directly. But let's make sure. Going on memory. Next to Milford. Yep. Okay. So, we've got ourselves geothermal, and we have wind going on out here, and we have some kind of farming, chicken farming of some kind going on. Major power generation going on at the location. And let me see if I can find the geothermal turbines that are here. Oh, well, first of all, we got volcanoes there, too, that are providing the geothermal, but I want to just see if I can... What's this? Well, somebody took some time to do something there. Rocky Rainbow, quarrying it, gold. Where's the geothermal turbine? I'm 100% positive it's out here. Oh, right here. There it is. So, more geothermal, getting steam out of the ground, major from the volcanoes. We've got a Mineral Mountains Cove fort. It's huge. Lava domes in the Mineral Mountains spread out 100 square kilometers in all directions. Okay, that's where our other stack is. As we go to the north by northeast, we go up to Levon, Utah. I don't recall ever having to look up this location. I have no clue what's there. Let's go see. What's this? A road. Okay, that doesn't help much. Levon, Utah. Well, Jericho. We could talk about that all day long, about frequency and destruction of stone. Cymatics. I don't see anything else here worth mentioning. So there's no power generation. There's no drill points. There's no volcanoes. This would strictly be fault zone. I would have to open up the USGS fault zone map to see. Oh, wait. What do we got going on here? Houses. Nothing. Okay. Nothing out of the ordinary as far as I can see. So now that that's been said, let's go take a quick look at the fault zone map and just see if there's anything there worth mentioning. fault-wise? Ah, the Scipio fault zone. Scipio. Okay, that makes sense. So we're now on a fault zone. So one of the earthquakes is on a fault zone. The rest are directly next to volcanoes. What's over to the east? What? Undefined? Oh no. Look at the coordinates. 38.666 north, 111.430 west at 1.6 kilometer depth. Okay. Do. Twilight Zone. Do we have anything here worth mentioning? Aside from the coordinates being freaky. Hillgard Mountain, okay, I've never heard of that. Oh, okay. Cedar Mountain, Hebes Mountain, East Cedar Mountain. Let's go look at these. This is getting into Grand Canyon level now. So now we're getting into an area where people wouldn't even really associate these with being volcanoes. You would have to go back to, like, Devonian times, like back to the dinosaurs or something to actually get this. Now, you could also get in here and start to talk about the ancient civilization that was here. And you could. You definitely could get in. Wait, what do we got going on here? What's that? Ah. Looks like Google Earth Community or somebody in my Place Marks community is... What are we looking at there? Ah, man, I could spend hours doing that. I love looking this stuff up. So we're on an edge of an ancient volcanic center that goes up to the north, and then our drill points start. Right here is where drill points begin. So let's just show you what the drill points look like. Again, how many times do I have to show you drill points, right? So we have oil and gas that start there, and we get into what are just millions of wells where it looks like a grid on the ground where they've done so many different drill points. It's not even funny. I mean, I'm just randomly clicking on a spot to zoom in on, and you can see all these little pads on the ground. Okay. When I say millions, I probably should just say hundreds of thousands of them, because when you, at this level, they look like little sand dunes. But when you zoom in and you find a oil and gas pump at each one, that really lets you know how many there are. And we just keep going and going and going over the hills and through the woods and back down. So all of this is drilled. We go back down to the valley. We come through Helper. All this is drilled. All those little squares. And then we go down along the west side of the valley, and all that's drilled. And we keep going, and all this is drilled. And we keep going, and we keep going, down to here at least. And our earthquake comes in on the south side, coming up from the south next to the drill points, or to the volcanoes, depending on which one you want to go with. Either way, the wave is seeking out these weak points. Wasatch Fault up to the north. Do I need to show you the Wasatch Fault? It's well known. Same for Yellowstone. Shouldn't need to show you Yellowstone. Everybody knows about Yellowstone. Bunch of the same sized earthquakes across the whole park. But I do have to point out that Yellowstone's been buried. Nobody's talked about Yellowstone. I haven't seen anybody mentioning it since it blew, since we had our big blast up here. So we had a huge blast, not volcanic related directly. It was a blocked geyser. Something shifted at the park and blocked the geyser, leading to it to build up steam, leading to a phreatic steam blast. Now, same time that's going on up here at Yellowstone, within the same 2-week time period, down here, we get the arches that are all collapsing, and they're trying to blame that on just standard time degradation, multiple arches collapsing. Then, further south, if we go down into Mexico, pyramids collapsed, and they try to blame that on rain. This has all happened in the last 2 weeks. So Yellowstone blew, the arches collapsed, the pyramid collapsed, and we're all talking about again, from Mexico all the way up to Yellowstone. What does that have in common? That's the edge of the craton and the edge of the plate. That would be moving. Not counting the fires that have taken place, breaking out across the regions as well, that I'm not even talking about right now. Up to the west-northwest we go, and we have a diagonal line of earthquakes again. Just like all the others I've told you over the last week on the west coast. Diagonal line, northwest to southeast. coming in on the edge of the North American Craton. Look up in Montana in the northwest. Look up in Idaho. See the edge of the Craton? And compare to the earthquake. Let's get the numbers out of there. Last 4 or 5 days. Pretty obvious. It's coming in from the northwest. It's going down to Yellowstone. It's going down through Texas, up the East Coast, and all the way to the East Coast, all the way up into New Jersey at the New York-Pennsylvania border area. Now, we're going to go look those up. We'll go look up the New Jersey earthquakes and the East Coast and all that good stuff. But I want to just drive home the point that this is a pattern. This is a way the wave flows every week this way. Whoops. And it goes the same way every week, goes northwest to southeast. Comes out of the northwest and goes to the southeast. Now, should we take the time to look up the rest of the quakes? Should we? I mean, I've already... God, it's like 2-hour-long update is what it's going to be if I look them all up. I can just quickly tell you, several of the locations in Washington are striking at volcanoes. A few locations are striking not at volcanoes. They're listed as explosions, and there's no quarry there. I would like to look up the largest of the bunch, though, which is a 2 over on the east side of Washington. Oh, never mind. It's an explosion. I just wanted to look it up. I didn't look it up earlier. Never mind. It's another blast. But that's a big one. As a matter of fact, why aren't we getting any explosions reported across the rest of the country? So let's see what's blowing up here. Hopefully it's a quarry or something. How about a set of power lines? How about a huge set of power lines? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 sets of high voltage power lines. The only trunk going through the whole region. And that's where the earthquake is? Right next to the power lines? And look, it's another set, another juncture of power lines coming in from the south. Or is that a pipeline? That's a pipeline coming in from the south. Hold on. It's barely even visible. All right, power lines, pipelines. Where they cross, you get an earthquake? Yeah. Is there anything else here worth mentioning? Spokane? Oh, we're right next to Fairchild Air Force Base. I guess there's Air Force bases everywhere, right? Right next to the Air Force Base. You kidding me, man? Look, this is definitely, my update is definitely going to be viewed by people in the Air Force and the military now. Man, okay. I'm not trying to cause any problems, but we got an earthquake next to another Air Force base and next to the power lines again. You want to tell me very low frequency is being used without telling me it's being used? Okay, let's go down into Oregon. Government Camp Oregon. I can't escape the government, apparently, man. Dude. Okay, we're going to Government Camp Oregon. This is at the foot of Mount Hood, stratovolcano. Did I say foot? It's halfway up the volcano. It's on the inside. Government camp is at the base, down here. That's where I should move. I should just move to government camp, just be done with it. Then they don't need to put me in a FEMA camp. Let's go down and take a look here. What's this? Oh, an explosion. Never mind. Over to the east we go. We're going to bypass Oklahoma because these are all drill points. I don't need to show you any more drill points. You can go look up Oklahoma. Every single earthquake in Oklahoma, you can pull the coordinates from the USGS directly next to a drill point. Now, up in Kansas, it's 1950s pumping operation. Whoa. Dude. Okay, hold on. Damn. I just can't escape this shit. You gotta be kidding me, man. All right. Assyria, Kansas. This is so bizarre. This is just getting too weird, man. Look, Assyria, Kansas? Assyria. But come on. Assyria. Ass area. Assyria. Freaking unbelievable. All right. Starting out my update over in Syria, and then we go to Assyria. Now, you know what's weird is the Assyrians. Hold on. And. Oh, wait. SSY. And. The Assyrian people located in The ancient Near East. Hold on. Let's find out where they're actually from. The Assyrians are an indigenous ethnic group native to Mesopotamia. It's the same. Frickin'. The Syriatic. They're from Syria. Modern day Iraq, Turkey, Iran, and Syria. How often do you hear Syria? You kidding me, man? Okay. Paste and search. Over to Kansas we go. That's where the Antichrist comes from. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, dude. No. Please, no. Please. What is this? What do we got going? We got an airport here, but is this a military base? I sure hope it's not a military base. Assyria. Solomon and Assyria? Are you kidding me? Okay, we couldn't get any more mystical now. Mentor, Gypsum, Salem Borg. Okay, I don't think this is a military base. I'm not seeing any kind of, again, we don't have any fight. Oh! Hold on. Why do they got a military chopper parked there? Oh, it's the Kansas National Guard. That's me face palming, guys. Let's get out of here. Let's go over to the Arkansas-Missouri border. South Lead Hill, Arkansas. My God. The military should just pay me as a subcontractor or something. Just straight up freaking hire me, guys. I love my country. What do we got going on here? We're on a lake in the Arkansas. Oh, okay. Bull Shoals Lake. This is where the USGS got a little weird. They came in and said that Bull Shoals Lake causes earthquakes because of water weight. This goes back several years to when a bunch of earthquakes struck here below Bull Shoals Lake before. Back when they said there was a bunch of water weight here, and for some reason it was causing earthquakes at the location. I thought that was a little peculiar. They were trying to dismiss the location as being water weight earthquakes because of what's going on to the south of here. We get south of here, and we got a bunch of drill points, but it's far enough away that you wouldn't directly relate it to here. I mean, as far as I know, we don't have any oil or gas drill points at Bull Shoals Lake directly. So, is it a water weight earthquake? I guess would be the next question. But what would you do if I told you that there's something else here at Branson, that the reason they dammed this up and flooded it to begin with was to hide something that was here? What would you do if I told you that? And that the something that they're trying to hide is ancient civilization stuff. Do you want to see it? What they're trying to hide by flooding all this here? All of this being flooded? Let me show you. This is the Midwest United States. See Florida down here? Just look which way we're oriented, though. And this is St. Louis, Missouri, back here on the right side. Let me make sure you can see this. So this is St. Louis, Missouri, back here. And this is Kansas City, Missouri, here. And this is Tulsa, Oklahoma, here. And over here is Little Rock, Arkansas. And back here is the town of New Madrid, Missouri. Right there. Or right here. Okay, there's town of New Madrid. Here's St. Louis. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. State capital, big city, big city, big city. Biggest earthquake in U.S. history. And that's on 5 sides of this 300-mile-long structure that's built into plate from a long time ago. It's 5-sided. It's pentagonal. Now, in the middle is what I just showed you. Branson, right here. They flooded it. They flooded the very middle. And on the back middle here, all of this is the U.S. Army Fort Leonard Wood training area. The military and their stuff. So we got the military in the middle. We got it directly flooded in the very middle, and the military in the back middle. And then out at the front tip is Muskogee, Fort Gibson. Fort Gibson out at the very front of it, at the very tip, very middle tip of it, military base. Now, you might say, that's weird. There's an earthquake associated right back down where it points to. It points right to where all of our earthquakes are happening down in Oklahoma. And then along the side of it, our earthquakes are striking here. Let's turn our borders and labels back on. There we go. And that takes us right back to where the quake is, right in the middle of it. And you might say I'm just seeing shapes. But the military base in the middle, and Branson in the middle, and then we have the ones on the West Coast. This one out here on the West Coast, with our earthquakes at the tip of it, this is the San Andreas in California. And this one points right to where our earthquakes have taken place, at the south tip of the valley, the 5 and all that. Now this one is 300 miles long. It's 5-sided, and it's got the Grand Canyon on the back side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5-sided pentagonal. And the military base is right in the middle. Edwards Air Force Base is in the middle right there. Middle tip. And the San Andreas is at the very tip. On this side, back right side, is Area 51 and the nuke test sites that I showed you. We blasted out on the right side. Area 51 nuke test sites on this side. And 29 Palms Marine Base and military base and earthquakes over on this side. And in the middle, all the way across it, all those earthquakes that I showed you at the volcanoes, quote unquote. Military base in the middle tip. The second one I showed you, I didn't even want to talk about during this update, and I showed you the military base in the tip of it. Sierra Army Ammo Depot and its bunkers. That's the one in the middle. You can't even barely see it. You can see the one on the left side very easily, but the one in the middle is the hardest to see. It's got Salt Lake City on the back side and the military base in the tip of that one. The third one is much easier to see. It's got Yellowstone on the back side, and it's in the shape, again, right there. It's got a crater on the right side and Yellowstone on the back side, and it goes out to a tip, pinnacle tip right there. And there's a third military base, if you want to call it that, right in the middle of it, here. And this is the Facebook and Apple data centers that are built here. Facebook and Apple. Apple data center, Facebook data center. At the tip of that one. So all three of them have a military base. Military base in the middle of this one, Area 51, 29 Palms. Military base in the tip of this one, Salt Lake City and the bunkers on the backside, and up here, Facebook and Apple data center in the middle of it, and Yellowstone on the backside. Come on. And then the one in the Midwest that I just showed you, here, this one, and the earthquakes in the middle of it, and the military base in the middle of it. You'd have to tell me that's all chance. And then that takes me back to the start of the update when I brought you over here to Spain and Portugal and showed you the one here. Let me bring it back due north. Whoops. There we go. Due south, I mean. This is Spain and Portugal. And turning on our borders and labels and places, you'll see Madrid, just like Branson, but this is 500 miles long. Madrid is centered in the middle of the giant bastion fort shaped 5-sided that's built into the tip of Europe. And then you find out that all of Asia and Europe is a giant triangle, if you want to think of it like that. And North America is a giant triangle. And South America is a giant triangle. And then we get down to the South Pole. And you find out that Antarctica itself is a 5-sided pentagonal star fort shaped plate that's 6,666 miles long. 6,660 from the volcano back here at the back tip, right through the center of the South Pole, and out to the very tip out here. And it's 6,660 miles if you measure to the top of the trench, and if you go to the bottom, deepest part of the trench, it's 6,666 miles from back here through the middle of the South Pole out to the tip. You'd have to tell me that's all chance. And the earthquake striking below them is worth noting. That's why I'm taking the time to tell you about this. These earthquakes are following a path or trajectory. There is electricity or something in the plate that's very similar to electricity that's precipitating the earthquakes, and it's going to the volcanoes, the nuke test sites, the electrical sites, and the drill points as it spreads across the plates. It's amazing. Really, it is. And who made these things a long time ago? Let's go over to New Jersey, to Califone, New Jersey. Okay, let's go over there. We're very close to our spot on the East Coast. We're getting ready to wrap up this update. But first, I want to go see what's over here in New Jersey. If there's anything here. Ooh, look at this. Richie Rich. Dude, guys. Somebody's doing really nice. Let's see. No street level even, man. Exclusive gated community. Look at that. Real nice. What else do we have here? Oh. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Nothing to worry about here. There is nothing there. I don't know what you guys are so worried about. When you see stuff like this, you just need to ignore it. You need to ignore the Unicom Science and Technology Park that's in the shape of a giant hexagon. You kidding me, man? All right, what else do we got going on here? Jeez, that's enough right there. That's enough right there. What else do we have? There's got to be something else here, too. If they got that there, they got something else to be weird. Shub is there. Really great. What's this? Oh, yeah. Let's excavate. We're doing excavations there right next to the ballparks. Look, they built 3 ballparks in the same orientation, slightly to catch whatever energy is coming out of there. You guys know about the ballpark thing, don't you? What else do we have here? What's this? Another. We got the school again there. And the high voltage power lines. Look at that. Nothing go wrong there. We got the high voltage power lines directly at the location. They're kind of hard to see. Let me zoom back in and see if I can get a shot on that. There we go. So we're making a hard right angle there, 90-degree bend to the south where the electrical lines are going to come in this way. Yeah, we're along the high voltage trunk lines again. And it's not like they're everywhere. Jeez. I'm probably missing something. There's probably something else here, too. Lebanon Township. Really? Lebanon. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding, guys. The location's called Lebanon. Oh. You gotta be kidding me, man. Any other... That's just Lebanon Township. Lebanon, Potterstown, and the hexagon-shaped technology park. That reminds me of what's on the roof of the USGS. Only there's this 8-sided USGS headquarters. Let's see. Virginia. Let's go see what's on the roof of the USGS office. Just to drive home the point that the whole world's jacked. So here's the USGS. This is the main USGS headquarters. Now you know why they all dress like Indiana Jones, you know? It's you go work at the USGS as your uniform, they give you a leather Indiana Jones hat, a tan vest, and they make you grow a beard no matter what you are. And I'm just going to say it. Bizarro world, Templar crosses and 8-pointed stars, and then we got an inner grotto here with it rebuilt into the center of the thing. We got cubes, we got squares, we got triangles. What else is missing? The only thing missing from this place is a freaking pyramid. I bet they built it on top of an ancient one. Okay, all right. Enough sarcasm. But you need to see this. What would you guys say if I lived in a house that was shaped like that? You guys look me up. Ah, Dutch, you got doxxed. Found your house in the shape of a giant hexagon. Your logo. Everybody gives me a hard time for my freaking logo. What do you mean? What if I lived inside of a hexagon? Freaking kidding me, dude. Okay. What a bizarre update this has been. And I didn't even really get to talk about South America. I'll just tell you really quick. Same-sized earthquakes that struck across the rest of the planet spread across and went over to South America over the last week. We'll do an update for South America in another day or something. This update has gone on way, way, way too long. Let's go back to where it started, which is Japan. Their warning technically expires in the next day to two. So they've got their mega quake warning. I have now issued my new warning for Japan. That's going to be on watch at Central Japan for up to 7.5 for 6 days from today. And we're already a day in on maybe the 7 to 10 day watch. So, or a few days in on the 7 to 10 day watch. So the spreads are expected. We're seeing the spreads. If anything bigger happens, I'll jump back on at a moment's notice. Hope you enjoyed this update. I hope you went down the rabbit hole with me, and let's get back to what this all means. It means what I found. There's a wave that travels around the planet. It's down inside of the plates. Comes up from the core of the Earth. Comes up, spreads out, and around the entire planet. Starts usually where our deep earthquakes are. The ones that are raised high off the planet so you can see them easy. So where the deep earthquakes are, that's where the wave comes up. Then it spreads out and drops off same-sized earthquakes all the way around the planet. And the size of the earthquakes to begin with, the size of the deep activity, kind of tells us whether or not there's going to be more or less, depending on how many deep earthquakes there are and how big they are. So Japan's got the warning going. Big commendations to the Japanese officials who went out on a limb and issued that warning. You got like 24 to 36 hours left in their warning. I hope they're wrong. I hope nothing hits and that we're all back at the drawing board trying to figure out what happened. But right now, this is go time. Have a plan. Be prepared. West Coast United States, 6.0 level activity due off the coast of Oregon. 5.0 level activity due down south, down by San Diego. We're going to look for 4.0 level activity to go, 4.5 to go over to Texas. I didn't even talk about that, but Texas is also going to have to be on watch, and Yellowstone's going to have to be on watch for 4.5 level activity. So I think we're going to be busy over the next few days, and that doesn't count any mega quake activity that can happen. Again, mega quake happens, we're going to be busy for the next few weeks as an area shifts, and we're dealing with all kinds of stuff if a mega quake happens. Mega means mega. So when you say mega quake, usually that implies 8.5, upper 8, low 9, like some of the biggest earthquakes in history. Those are mega quakes. Everything below that is just a big earthquake. And that's what I'm looking for, is a big earthquake. Something like 7.5 to strike in Japan. So we'll see. We'll see. 6 days to tell on mine, 2 days to tell on theirs. I'll be back on in the next day or two anyways to do an update. We'll see what happens. Don't be scared. You need to be prepared. And I know it sounds cheesy, but I say it all the time. Being prepared is just a matter of stocking up on the things you know you need, having an emergency kit ready to go, and to know what to do when a big earthquake hits. You know, if it's a small earthquake or a moderate earthquake, it might knock some things off shelves and you just kind of look around and be like, whoa, is that an earthquake, I guess? But with a big earthquake,